I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Verirrten.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer.
Well. Hello, everybody. I hope you're having a good morning, and for that matter, a great day. Yeah. As you can see, today we're playing some Genshin Impact. 3.0 has been out for about almost a week now. I'm not necessarily the most pleased by that fact at all.
May the glory of the Prinzessin bring light to this world.
It's kind of bad. I don't know. You know, I meant to record this when it came out, right? Like when 3.0 came out, I was gonna record the big new Archon quest, and then I was gonna record it the day after, and the day after, and the day after. And I as you can guess, I haven't recorded it yet. I'm going to, you know, today's video is, you know, gonna be on the Archon quest. But yeah, no, it's just one of those moments where it's like, I kept wanting to record it, and I'm like, yes, I keep putting it off. But yes, today's on the wonderful Archon quest in Sumeru. I don't know much about it. Don't know where to even really get started during the quest. I don't even know what goes on. Normally I have some sense of like what's going on, a good like consensus, but here I'm like, I don't even have a clue. I guess I'm just gonna wander into Sumeru and see what happens, but yeah. If you guys end up enjoying today's video, you know what to do. Leave a like, comment, subscribe, all that stuff. But yeah, no. Yeah, let's just get into it. So, I haven't even really done any exploring of Sumeru at all. Like I know that like the Archon quest is sort of to get you accustomed to exploring in Sumeru, but I haven't actually stepped foot in Sumeru, at least not in my world. Of course, I have seen what Sumeru looks like from other people, whether that be like screenshots or the big reveal trailers, but those were different, you know? I don't know the first steps experience of wandering into Sumeru for your first time other than right now. I mean, what other better way to be walking into Sumeru than being guided by a Seelie, am I right? I don't know too much about what Sumeru is about. Like, I don't know whether it's going to be a conflict between two clans, if it's going to be exploring the aspects of the wilderness while also the wonderful things of the new meta that is forming around Dendro, because oh my goodness, Dendro is absolutely broken.
Now that we made it to Sumeru,
Oh.
our next objective should be to head to Sumeru City.
Also, apparently I'm saying it wrong. It's Sumeru. I don't like how she pronounces it at all.
And speaking of Lesser Lord Kusanali, even though we haven't heard too much about her, she doesn't seem to be the same.
Oh, apparently I guided in that Seelie already.
But even so, people call Sumeru the Nation of Wisdom, you know. If we can get a chance to meet the God of Wisdom, maybe she can give us some useful information.
I mean, about my brother? Yeah, probably. I mean, but maybe she can inform me on Conria.
Sumeru City. Maybe we can climb up to that spot with the statue of the Seven on it. That'll give us a way better view of things.
I thought that was way lower to the ground. I don't know if it was just a perception thing or something.
Nearby.
Dude, I love the birds. Birds are great. Oh.
Wait a second. Look.
Who's that?
There's someone up ahead.
Are you gonna scorn us for being outsiders?
Now we can just ask for directions rather than wander around like lost
adventurers. Paimon. Paimon.
We're not from around here and seem to have gotten a little lost. We'd like to ask for some direction, huh? Did they
Paimon,
not hear
Paimon,
Paimon?
Paimon.
Hey!
Paimon,
You
Paimon,
over there!
Paimon.
Could you give us some directions?
You fool. You forget, knowledge is a commodity here.
What's going on
Why
here?
would she tell
There's
us
no way she
anything?
could have missed that. Wait! Could she be ignoring us?
Yeah,
Who
no.
is she?
She's probably actually just ignoring us. You forgot the biggest
Well,
part of this entire
even
thing.
so,
Knowledge
we
is a
left it at some place
commodity
where we
here.
could find other people to ask.
It is bought
Let's keep
and
our
sold
distance
with
and
other
follow it.
knowledge.
When we
Like,
get the chance, we'll
if
just
you
ask
want
someone else for
directions of where
directions.
something is, you have to give them something of value. You can't just expect them to tell you. I can't say I'm necessarily the biggest fan of that
let's follow her.
concept.
Just keep quiet. Make sure she doesn't notice us.
We're gonna stalk her now, apparently. And boom. There's the map. I mean, couldn't I technically now just go there because I know where it is? No, because, of course. I have to follow the story. Oh. Hello there, little fella. The Mushroom Kid. I'm assuming that they're enemies. I saw them. Little rat. Yeah, no, Paimon, I saw them. I know it. They're probably just mushroom people. I wouldn't be too annoyed by them. The only thing I have to say about the, like, blink points is they're a bit, like, there's a bit of lag when you use them. Not, like, lagging as in lags my PC, but, like, it puts you in a cooldown timer for a short period of time.
She just walked near that small waterfall and then suddenly vanished. Let's go take a closer look.
Well, there's the giant opening over there that looks like a building.
Paimon thought this cave would lead to a village or something, but it looks like that's not the case. Look, she's sitting over there. Wait, she couldn't possibly be living here, could she?
Could she not?
What should we do now? Do we try asking her for directions again?
Maybe we shouldn't bother her.
It looks like she's meditating or something. If we bother her now, she probably wouldn't let us off very lightly.
Yeah, and once again, knowledge is a commodity.
Oh! What a lovely smell.
She's a
It's coming from that
partaker of
sensor over there.
incense.
This is definitely not your typical place to call home, but at least it smells nice.
I mean, incense burners are
Maybe
great.
living here wouldn't be too bad after all.
Oh,
Huh? What's the matter?
am I having like
You
one
don't
of
look
my
too good.
iconic main character flashbacks? Something's not right.
What? Is the smell making you feel sick? Strange. Paimon doesn't feel anything.
I've got to get out of here. Oh no. I'm going to pass out.
What's happening? Traveler? This is new time.
Oh no, we're scaring Paimon. That's very sad. I don't like scaring Paimon. Where the hell am I? Paimon's not here. I guess this is the Tree of Knowledge. Well, for a Tree of Knowledge, it looks quite beautiful. I don't have any of my abilities because I don't have Paimon here, and it's not real anyway, so I don't see why I would have like a sword in a fictional realm. Oh, I should... It's a cutscene. The Tree of Knowledge seems to be falling apart. What's the problem? Let's find out. Hopefully something not horrible, but... Oh, was that, like, minor amount of noise a voice that I'm supposed to be following? Are we just gonna go from one cutscene to the next? Okay.
Yes, you can relax. Believe
Oh,
me,
it's
Master
Kali.
is extremely knowledgeable. If he says that she's going to be alright, then there's absolutely nothing to worry about.
Hello, Kali.
Oh, are you awake?
Of course I know your name, but Traveler
Thank
doesn't.
goodness, Traveler, you're finally awake!
Good old Lamine. Where am I?
We're at... Good question. Where are we? Paimon was in such a panic when you passed out that she even forgot to
I
ask
wonder,
what
will
place this
trivial information
This
be
is
a
Gandharville.
commodity as
It
well?
was originally built by scholars
don't
from
assume.
Sumeru as a place to rest in the rainforest. Now it's mainly used by the forest rangers as a base of operations.
She's
My
so
name is
a woo
Kali.
voice.
I'm a trainee forest ranger. My
Yeah.
master and I found you passed out during our patrol, so we brought you here.
Thank you for help. Thank you for the help.
Oh,
Thank you for help.
no thanks are necessary. I didn't do anything really. By the way,
I mean,
How are
I
you
could
feeling
have
now?
died. I was in
Any
the
discomfort?
wilderness. I feel like that's worth thanking someone. No, it seems to be fine. It's an exception.
oh, that's Master's herbal medicine you're tasting. He gave you some while you were unconscious.
Oh.
Before I forget, Master mentioned you should take more medicine once you wake up.
Interesting. Well, you see, I saw a giant tree and it was calling out to me to tell me to forget. Wow.
Kale, what's the matter? Were you trying to retrieve the medicine? As I've already told you, you must be careful with these. All right.
I
I'll
like
get it
his
for you once
voice.
I'm
I
finished
mean,
here.
I don't like I
Sorry,
don't like
Master.
certain aspects of some people's voice, but
Now,
his is
the
relatively
guide to
soothing.
Avidya Forest's edible fungi is clearly posted on our bulletin board. But if Farbode forgets which mushrooms to avoid one more time, I'll have no choice but to leave the guide somewhere a little more visible. Like right smack on his forehead so others can remind him to be careful.
Right? This is the second time he's come down with food poisoning this month. I'll be sure to give him a good talking to.
I
Yes, please do.
actually
If,
love
on
his
the
sense of
off chance
humor.
Farbode simply enjoys having little imaginary fairies dance before his eyes, then we'll just let him be. But the next time he requires any of our medicine, be sure to charge him accordingly.
Of course, of course. You know what? Tonari, you're really growing on me. At first, I was like I didn't know how I felt
So,
about you, but now I'm
How are
like,
you doing? Feeling better?
yeah, I would say
this
I'm
is my
feeling all
master,
right, probably.
Forest Watcher Tainari. He's chief officer over all the rangers here in Gandharville.
I already informed
Garnarvaville.
Paimon about the reason
Interesting
you fell unconscious
word.
earlier. But now that you're awake, let me explain it for you as well. It
Okay.
is common practice for Sumeru scholars of certain darshans to dedicate themselves to training and meditation in isolated areas, particularly the nearby forests. While meditating, they use a certain incense known as spirit borneol to help calm their minds as they enter a state of deep rumination. In
Okay.
hopes of asking directions, you two followed a scholar named Hypatia into her cave. The incense you smelled inside was the spirit borneol I just mentioned.
Yeah,
That
well,
incense
I could
typically
assume
has
that
no
one,
effect
but
on most people. But for a very select few, it can have profound effects on one's cognition, as you experienced firsthand. Does that make sense?
yeah, no, that all makes sense. Pretty much, completely. Yeah, no, I totally get that.
Very good. Now, answer me this. Did you feel anything after passing out? Say, any out-of-body experiences? Or did you see anything while unconscious?
Yes, a giant tree. It was pink. There were voices. It was Doesn't sound like a good
Kale,
response.
let the others know to stop bringing their patrol logs here for now.
Huh? Why?
Because this is a bit more of a
Because
serious
these two will
case,
be
I
staying
assume.
here for the next few days. They can have my room and I'll bunk with Amir. Now get a move on and be sure to do as I've said.
You're gonna bunk
Yes,
with
Master
Amir.
Tainari.
Cool. Wow.
Wait,
I
hold on a
actually
second.
kind of like his
Can you tell us
personality.
what's going on?
He's a
Let me
nice
fill you in.
person.
I originally planned to send you on your way once you finished your medicine. However, it appears now that you should stay a while longer in Gandharville for further observation while you recuperate.
Yes.
Further observation?
But we need to get to Sumeru City. You see, we had someone we had to meet there, a lesser lord that we had to talk to. She's probably not even there, to be honest, but it was worth giving it a try.
No need to be hasty. As long as you have the capacity to judge between right and wrong, I promise that you'll understand the gravity of the situation once I explain everything to you. Based on what
Okay.
you saw after smelling the incense and losing consciousness, we can conclude that you experienced a powerful hallucination, which suggests your mental state is not in the best of shape.
Probably
If you're
not,
skeptical,
to be honest.
have a whiff of this.
What?
Whoa, are you okay?
You're experiencing a similar sensation as when you passed out, aren't you?
Yeah,
So
probably.
even though your condition is stable as of now, if I were to haphazardly let you leave, it's highly likely that you'd suddenly pass out again somewhere else.
If I
The
encountered the same
rainforest is home to
sensation,
many
yeah, I
fierce
could see
animals in
that.
hazardous areas. If something were to happen to you again, I'm afraid you might not be so lucky.
Yeah, no,
For
that
now,
would probably
I
not be
suggest
for the
you
best.
continue taking your medicine each day and avoid wandering off on your own. At least until you stop having adverse reactions to this kind of smell, okay?
Okay, alright.
Good. Now continue resting while I fire up another bowl of medicine for you.
You never did tell me how long it would typically
Seriously?
take for
We
this
just
to not
arrived
be a...
in Sumeru and we're already having problems left and right.
Yeah, you never told me how
Paimon
long it would
knows we're
typically
set on
take.
meeting Lesser Lord Kusanali as soon as possible, but you really don't look too good. It'd probably
Damn.
be best to let you recover first.
You don't look great.
Hey, are you even listening to Paimon?
Sorry, I'm just
Kinda
thinking
over
about
here
my
worrying about you,
hallucinations. It feels a little weird.
What's weird? You mean how you're feeling now?
Yeah, my body does feel a little weird, but what I mean is...
You mean the vision of tree roots and red skies you saw?
Yeah, I would honestly say that
What could
the
they be?
giant tree was kinda not normal. I'm not sure. When I saw the vision, it felt like I was standing deep underground,
Well,
but the red
Considering how
made it
unique
seem
you
like
are,
I wasn't,
Paimon
or
trusts
something
your
like that.
judgment here. But why didn't you say anything about it to Tainari? If he misjudged your condition, then there's a chance you could get worse, right?
He probably wasn't telling us the truth. Why would we have any reason to suspect he wasn't telling us the truth? I don't think that's the case. Well, I guess his
You
reaction
mean
was a
that
bit
Tainari
fishy.
already knows that what you saw weren't hallucinations? But if that's the case, why would he try to hide that from us?
Exactly, we need to get to the bottom of this. It's probably,
Oh,
once
I
again,
get
due
it
to a
now.
knowledge is a
That explains why
commodity
you were
thing,
so
and I'm
quiet
tied
earlier.
to the tree of knowledge even
That settles it
basically,
then.
so...
We'll stay here to rest
course,
up and figure out
If
what's
I'm in
going
the
on with your
good graces
hallucinations.
of the Lesser Lord, of course he's
But
gonna want.
it seems like asking Tainari might not be an option anymore. What do you think we should do?
Let's start by having a chat with Kali.
Good idea. Kali's pretty friendly. We can ask her tomorrow about what she knows regarding the 3.0 Archon and customs in Sumeru.
I can pretty much figure that it's gonna be pretty,
Rise and shine! Come on, it's time to go
both
find
pretty
Kali.
useful and not exactly what we want.
All right, next let's see your right hand. Yes, not bad. But please remember that you still need to be careful. Understand?
Yes, I will. By the way, Master, I still haven't received the patrol route for today.
Look, Kale, today's patrol will be a long one, so you won't be coming along this time. Besides, there's a chance we may encounter... well, you understand.
But I have a vision too! Am I useless to everyone now?
I don't
Don't
think
talk
so.
like that, Kale. This is not something you need to be worrying about right now. Ah, there you are. Feeling any better?
Yes, feeling wonderfully. Is there something we can help with?
Yeah, since we'll be staying here for now, we thought we might as well try lending a hand around here.
Seems you're not the type to sit back and take it easy for a while, huh? In that case, perhaps Kale could take you two for a patrol south of Gandharvaville for the day.
That
And if you're feeling up to
doesn't
it,
sound
you
too
can be
bad.
responsible for cleaning the Statue of the Seven.
Oh, you clean those.
Benari, we're ready to head out.
I didn't know you actually took the time and
Roger,
effort
I'll be
to
right there.
clean your
All
statues,
right, we'll be
but
heading into the forest now. I'll leave
Good-
any
good
further
on you.
details to Kale.
Yes, you can count on me.
I mean, I will be counting on you. That's for sure.
Kale, what exactly are we going to be doing today?
Good question.
I mentioned cleaning the statue just now, but, that doesn't really sound like the job for a ranger.
We're looking for
Well,
withering,
forest
aren't we?
rangers' responsibilities can be pretty diverse. They handle a variety of tasks, like checking the condition of outlying roads, maintaining forest facilities, ensuring fire prevention standards are met, and providing assistance to travelers and locals. As for Master, well, he has to handle more dangerous areas of the rainforest. Today
Where
we
the
can perform
withering's a
routine
bit
checks on the
more
pathway lamps as we make our way
adverse.
to the Statue of the Seven.
Also, it's cool the aspects of the
Come on, traveler,
forest
this way.
that we. Oh, I
You can
really
leave
like
the task of
Kale's
checking
voice.
the lamps to me. In the meantime, you two can keep an eye out for anything unusual.
Okay. But yeah, no, I like the aspects are like sort of split. We don't get 100% of Sumeru right away, which is really nice because I'm gonna be able to get a tiny bit at a time. But here's,
Nothing wrong with these two lamps. Let's move to the next ones.
by the way, these these like yak like animals, they're lovely and I love them. They're so wonderful and I want to give them a kiss.
Oh, this lamp seems to be getting a little wobbly. Let me make a note of it.
Okay, so we're looking at lamps.
No problems with this lamp. Good.
A bit of busy work, but I mean, someone has to do it.
The Statue of the Seven is up on top of that large rock formation. You
Is
must
this
have
where
seen it
you're
when you
gonna
came down this road
teach me
before.
how to do
It's
the
pretty high up there, isn't it? Don't worry. If you're
teleportation
afraid you can't make it
things?
up there, I'm sure Master wouldn't mind if you don't clean the statue.
No need, I'm a terrific climber.
Oh? I guess I'll leave it up to you then. There's not much footing once you reach the statue, so be careful up there.
I could,
With you and help you with those hard-to-reach areas.
I mean, I don't
by
know
the
if you
way,
know
Kale,
this. I have the
you know
ability
anything
to
about the
climb up
Dendro
sheer
Archon?
cliffs.
You know, what's
Don't
she
ask me
like?
how I have it. I don't
That
exactly know.
depends. Are you referring to Greater Lord Rukkhadevata or Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Huh? Greater Lord Rukkhadevata? Oh, is that the name of the former Dendro Archon?
Uh-huh. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata was Sumeru's first Dendro Archon. She created the rainforest as well as the wall of Samiel around the desert. Her works provided a means of peaceful living for everyone. To the
Peaceful.
people of Sumeru, she's not only a symbol
Peaceful.
of wisdom, but also of power and
I
kindness.
doubt it was peaceful.
Unfortunately, she disappeared in a great calamity that occurred a few hundred years ago.
Does it, is it a coincidence that, a lot of other people
According to what
disappeared
Masters
a
told
couple
me,
years
the
ago?
sages later found the newly born Dendro Archon and whisked her back to Sumeru. To celebrate the reinstatement of their lost deity, the sages dubbed her Lesser Lord Kusanali and let her reside in the sanctuary of Sarastana.
Uh-huh. Then what happened?
Well, and then... I'm not too sure what happened, to be honest.
Huh? You're not too sure? But aren't you from Sumeru?
I mean,
Yeah,
you
I'm
expect
from
a
Sumeru.
lonely ranger in the middle of the forest to know
but-
everything about their culture?
Maybe
A
it's
bit
difficult to
culturally
discuss this
insensitive
topic
of
with
you,
strangers.
Paimon.
If that's the case, then don't worry. We understand.
No, it's not that. I'm not trying to hide something from you. Besides, I don't consider you two strangers.
What? I don't see why not. We literally
Anyway,
just got here like
to
a
know
day
Amber,
ago. Oh,
Wait, Amber? You mean
that's why. Avid glider from Mondstadt?
Yes, that's her. I once lived in Mondstadt for a while, and she helped me a lot during that time. You could even say that she helped me become a new person.
And
There's
that's why
no
you
one
stole
like
her
Amber. She
personality.
lives life to the fullest while always adhering to her strong sense of justice. She's ready to answer the call for action at any moment, but is also very understanding of others.
I don't think she
She's like
stole
the
her
spark that lights
personality.
the fire in everyone's
But
heart
she is
around
very
her.
similar, I'll be
If you
honest.
ask me, she's a prime example of a true outrider. She's the first person anyone coming to Mondstadt will meet. You can't help but be
Yeah,
enthralled
she
by her
was the
charm
first
and
person I met.
enthusiasm, causing you to fall in love with the lands of Mondstadt and...
You're getting a little fangirly. I know her
sorry.
personally. I can, like, talk to her for you. I also have the ability to teleport. No one ever really talks about that. Wow, I've never seen this side of you, Kali. Once again, how would I have? It's been a day.
Paimon thought the work of Outriders was a little different from what you just described, but one thing's for sure, you really like Amber.
I see that.
Sorry, I was rambling on just now. It must have sounded kind of weird.
I mean, you're either
It's
gay for
alright,
Amber,
Kale. Knowing
or
that
you're a
friend of
fangirl.
Amber
I
somehow
mean,
makes Paimon
either way, I
suddenly
get
feel
it.
a lot
You know,
closer
you
to
do you.
So, how do you know that we've met Amber?
I assume she talks to you.
Well, after I returned to Sumeru, Amber and I have stayed in touch by writing each other letters.
I'm not surprised. That
In
does
one
sound
letter,
like a very
she
Amber
mentioned that
thing to
Mondstadt
do.
was attacked by a fearsome dragon, but the city was saved by a mysterious blonde traveler and their floating companion.
Oh, I mean, it is kind of hard
I
to
knew
come
you two were
across
the
a
one she
blonde
mentioned in the
traveler and
letter
a
the moment I
floating
saw you.
companion.
But, considering everything you've been through that day, I thought it'd be inappropriate to bring it up.
I mean,
That's how you
I
knew.
guess. I passed
So
out.
please know that you two have my complete trust. Really.
I
wish I
mean,
could tell you more about the 3.0 Archon, but I have been away from Sumeru for some time, and I haven't read any books. Sorry.
I find it hard to read
That's
books, so
alright.
it's okay.
already had
I
this a lot.
understand.
We had never even heard of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata or the Sanctuary
I
of
did.
Surasthana until you mentioned them.
I mean, yeah, a
I'm
traveler
happy that was
hasn't.
helpful. There is one thing I want to ask, though. Why do you two want to know about the 3.0 Archon?
I want to see if I can talk to them. Oh, I guess I'm just gonna explain it all to them.
So that's why you're here. Thank you for telling me your story.
Don't mention it. We are friends after all, right?
Right. But Paimon, right, we're friends. I mean,
Alright.
I'm cool with becoming friends after a day of knowing someone, but like,
Well, you two were up there cleaning.
we can't
I'll
act
go
like we
ahead and inspect the
knowed
forest
each other
with you.
for
Let's
15
meet back here
years.
shortly.
Which I feel like sometimes I'm like, damn, we really be making it sound like we've known each other for like ever. This is where I pull my masterful trick, the ability to teleport to the shrine.
Now that Paimon looks at it, the deity that's carved on the statue is kinda small.
Yeah,
Do you think she's supposed to be Greater Lord Rukkhadevata or Lesser Lord Kusanali?
maybe that's up to discretion. I'm assuming it's Lesser Lord.
The name does seem to fit the statue somehow. Well, anyway, we'll have to figure that out later. Let's get started on cleaning the statue. Paimon,
She
fly
lives
up
in the
and take care
shadow
of
of
the
her
top and you
former
clean everything below.
her former deity, which has some interesting
Nice work. That's
circumstances.
one clean statue.
Well,
Let's
I
head
guess I
down
know
and
how to
look at the
clean
colors.
statues. Kind of useful, but... Oh, you're just sitting around? Are you doing okay? I know some things about you. I don't know exactly 100% of her backstory, but I know she's not necessarily the best of health.
Welcome back. You must be tired after all that climbing. Let's take a little break. I brought some fruit and water.
Yes,
for us.
all that climbing. I didn't just dematerialize
What kind of
before your
goodies
eyes
did you
and then
bring?
rematerialize at the top.
Hey, don't be a party pooper. It's not like Kale is a stranger or anything. Besides, the best way to compliment a chef is to show passion for their food. Xiangling taught Paimon that.
I mean,
I prepared a nice portable dish that forest rangers like to eat called pita pockets. I
pita
hope you'll like them.
pockets. I mean, it has a good name to it.
Whoops!
Paimon nearly had a heart attack there.
I mean, Paimon, you would have a heart attack over food. It is very fitting.
Those pitas are amazing! You're quite the cook, Kale.
That's good to hear. I mean, a
Thank
good
goodness
pita
you wrapped
can
them
be
in paper.
pretty good.
Paimon wouldn't have been able to sleep at night knowing something so tasty had been wasted.
Hmm.
You really know how to compliment the chef, Paimon.
I
Since
mean,
you liked it so much, I'll
Paimon
be
just
sure to give
likes
you a
food.
copy of the recipe sometime. I'll even include all my personal cooking pointers, so you'll be making your own pita pockets in no
wow.
time.
Wow, I get the whole thing?
Kale, it's hard to believe someone as diligent as you could have clumsy moments too.
Oh, I guess it happens from time to time.
It definitely isn't affected by any adverse life
think
effects
that
at
Tainari's a
all.
little
What are
too
you
strict
on
with you?
about?
He won't let you touch anything without his permission. Paimon knocks stuff over all the time flying around the Traveler, but she's never said anything. Everyone has their clumsy moments.
Yeah, but I think this is
No,
different.
you've got the wrong idea about Master. Sure, he may seem a bit harsh at first, but with some time, you'll see that he's actually very kind-hearted.
Yeah,
The veteran rangers say that Master is from some ancient and mysterious race that is known for their cunning wit and reclusive nature.
I mean, he looks like Fox, so I'm
Oh,
gonna say he's a
by the way,
Fox boy.
You've heard of the Academia, right? Well, there's a group called,
Something?
something? Well, anyway, because Master does a lot of research on plants, sages from the Academia have written him many times, inviting him to take up an official position there. But
Ooh.
Master declines their offers every time, saying, Sumeru City is too noisy. It'd be bad for my ears.
Dude, I totally relate. Speaking of his ears, I'd really like to pet them.
I know, right? I've always wanted to pet them too.
I can agree.
Anyway,
It's like,
Master
you know, you
could
just
have
go
easily
like,
left the
I just wanna
rainforest to
touch
take up a
it.
position
I
at the
just wanna
Academia,
touch it.
but he chose to
Gonna
stay here
touch.
instead as a forest watcher, helping the locals every day and passing on his knowledge to trainees. In
Okay.
fact, Master's the one who taught me how to make pita pockets.
I'm not surprised. You really like the alliteration of the pita pocket, and you really like saying pita
Oh,
pockets,
speaking of
and
Tainari,
now I
he
really
was the
like
one who
saying
took
pita
care of you
pockets.
After finding you passed out yesterday.
I have to
even
figure out
carried
what's
you all
in
the
a
way
pita
here.
pocket so I can make myself a pita pocket. But
Paimon's still kinda upset though. He kept scolding Paimon the entire way here.
what did you do?
Oh no, I'm sorry. Master might have been overreacting a little.
I'm not
But
surprised.
it's mostly because Paimon wouldn't stop yelling, Why, oh why? Is she going to die? It probably started to get under Master's skin after a while.
I can maybe understand that, but like,
Genuinely concerned about you.
and I would be genuinely concerned about you too, Paimon.
Hey! Now even Kale started to laugh.
And we're not laughing at the fact that you felt something.
It's time for some primordial wrath.
Primordial wrath. No, I hate that.
Don't touch me!
What's the matter?
Oh, sorry, Kale. Paimon didn't mean to scare you.
No, I just... I didn't mean that.
Kale, are you okay? What's the matter?
She doesn't want to get into her long-winded backstory yet.
I'm fine. I'm sorry. I must have startled you both reacting like that.
Just set up
Oh,
some boundaries.
Well, it's getting late now. Let's
Or
hurry back
just
to
ignore the
Navarro.
problem and move on.
I think Master and the others should be back by now
That
too.
doesn't solve it, but okay.
Huh? What was up with Kale just now? And why is she in such a hurry all of a sudden?
You touched
she's
one of her
practically running
sensitive
back.
parts, which is
can't
that
even
she
see her
doesn't like
now.
people touching her. Probably because of her illness. That once again, I don't know exactly everything about. I know some things, but not everything. It's kind of hard to know everything. Once again, those yaks are beautiful.
Ah, Traveler, you've returned.
Yep. Nazrin?
Have you
Didn't
seen
know where
Kale
I
by
picked
any
up your name,
chance?
but
Oh, Kale? Yes. I saw her go into her room just a moment ago.
you've got nice hair.
Okay. Guess we'll just have to wait and talk to her tomorrow then.
She's not necessarily the best, with certain things I can tell. I truly wonder to what extent.
All night about what happened with Kale, and still can't figure out what the problem might be. Maybe she's in a better mood now. Let's go check on her.
I really wonder to what extent this quest will be going to. Because it's complicated. You know, this could be a very, very long
it's you
quest,
two.
or it could be a
I
very,
was
very
just about
short
to go look
quest.
for you.
Huh? Tainari? What are you doing here? Where's Kale?
I came to check on Kale's condition. To put it simply, she's not well.
You mean she's sick? How could she be... Oh, wait a minute. Could it be because of what Paimon did yesterday?
I don't think so.
No need to worry. Something as small as you could never harm her. This sickness is something that Kale has been dealing with for some time.
I can
Kale has
imagine.
been more excited than usual since you two arrived. A little too much so, to be honest. She hasn't remembered to take care of herself. I suppose it's
Wait, you're telling
understandable,
me
though.
you could
She
forget to
hasn't been
take care
around
of
anyone
yourself?
she considered a friend for some time now. It must have been refreshing for her to have you two here.
So, Tainari, what's really wrong with Kale?
It's complicated.
Let's take this conversation elsewhere. Kale just fell asleep after taking her medicine. She needs some peace and quiet.
And let's not talk directly in front of Kale. Acting like Kale isn't there. That's kind of awkward. So what's up with
All right,
Kale?
let's continue our conversation here, shall we?
Sure.
To be honest, I hadn't realized that you're that honorary knight from Mondstadt until Kale told me just now. I've also heard all about your deeds in Liyue and Inazuma.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, what I'm about to tell you about Kale is not because of who you are or your past feats. Instead, I am going to tell you because... well...
Because we're friends?
because Kale asked me to.
Okay.
And honestly speaking, I was against Kale revealing her past to you. But she insisted, saying you two treated her with sincerity and as a friend. So now she wishes to reciprocate the gesture.
Okay.
So, Tainari, what exactly is wrong with Kale? You said this is something
Is this
she's
when
been
we get our
dealing with
dark,
for some
long
time.
backstory?
Just how serious is it?
Right. Ever since she was a child, she's been afflicted with a disease called Elazar.
Elazar.
Elazar?
Yes, it's a disease unique to the lands of Sumeru. It is characterized by dark and hardened scales that form on the body.
Oh.
At first, the afflicted may only feel mild numbness on the affected area of the skin. However, as the disease progresses, one may begin feeling fatigued and even experience peripheral paresthesia. In its
Ooh.
final stages, the disease strips a person of the ability to control their own body, and they effectively become completely immobile.
That sounds terrifying.
Yeah, no. I would not want to experience anything like that. You'll lose control over your entire body, essentially.
Wait, hold on. So when Kale seemed to be acting a little clumsy earlier,
Yeah.
it was because...
Correct.
She
That
feels
would be the
numbness
effects
in
of
her
Elazar, which
body.
is precisely why I do not want her carrying or holding anything, lest she ends up hurting herself.
Yeah. And I don't assume there's any cures.
With appropriate treatment, the disease can be effectively controlled before it progresses to a more serious stage. However, there is unfortunately still no true cure for Elazar.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Nevertheless, Kale's mother still hoped that there was something out there. She handed Kale over to an organization known as the Fatui after one of their members lied and said they had a cure.
What? The Fatui?
Ah, it appears you're already familiar with them. That'll save me some explanation.
Yeah.
Anyway, the person who eventually rescued Kale and brought her to me for care said that she had been given to a harbinger known as the Doctor.
The doctor.
I have no idea how this doctor managed to do it, but her case of Elazar was completely stable for all the years that Kale was with them. However, Kale's days with the Fatui were anything but pleasant. Kale is a
They
resilient
probably
individual
resorted to
and always
extreme
tries to
measures.
appear cheerful, but her experience with the Fatui has left deep scars. Even now, she can still feel deathly afraid of someone touching her.
I can imagine.
Paimon had no idea Kale's been through so much suffering.
Oh, by the way, Paimon,
Have
Kale
to.
wanted me to tell you that she's sorry for scaring you yesterday. She also wanted both of you to know that she's sorry for hiding her illness.
I have to say, it's good story writing. I honestly think it's pretty good story writing. This is one of the darker characters that I feel like that they've added in a long time that has truly emphasized realistic darkness. It's not just something that, you know, illness is not something that you can really joke around with too much. It has affected many people and taken many people away from other people. And so in the fact that they chose to go over these topics, it's kind of brutal. It is rough because I know people who are very similar in the sense that they've lost like sensations in parts of their bodies, and because of it they're super clumsy. Like I have people in my life now that I can actively think of, and to imagine them, you know, being like Kale, where they're tormented by so many things, it's like I truly feel bad. I can sympathize for this character.
She doesn't need to apologize. None of this is her fault at all.
Not at all.
Well said. I hope you'll get a chance to tell her that in person the next time you see her.
I will try.
Kale once thought that it would be impossible for her to have any real friendships. I trust that you two will never let my trainee experience such emotional pain again.
Of course not.
Don't worry,
I don't see
Kainari.
why I would
We'll
just
take good care of her.
throw her out just because she's, you know, ill.
Well, it's not too serious at this point. She overexerted herself the last couple of days, which is what led to her breakdown this time. As long as she has taken her medicine and gets plenty of rest, she should get better.
Okay.
I must admit that Kale's condition was much more stable when she first arrived here in Gandharvaville. She was interested in the work of the forest rangers the moment she saw us. I could see that she was serious about learning, so I felt compelled to ask her to join us. Her stamina has gotten much worse recently. Though a moderate amount of physical exercise is always necessary, I'm afraid the long-distance patrols are a little too much for her now.
I can imagine.
All right. Now that I've told you about Kale's past, I think I'll head into the rainforest to find some ingredients needed for her medicine. I'll see you two later.
Can we come along, or is there something else you need?
Yeah, we'd like to do something to help Kale too.
All right, but I must warn you two. The rainforest is a dangerous place, especially for someone who's still recovering like the Traveler. You must follow closely and listen to every instruction.
No problemo.
Let's go then.
Do you
for a
even
plant
know who
known
I
as lunar
am?
Lotus. It's often
I
used
killed
to
a
help those
fucking
affected with
dragon.
Elazar recover their energy.
I killed a fucking dragon. You're really gonna... Oh, I'm recovering. Dude, I was recovering from emotional damage when I was
Lunar
killing a
Lotus can
fucking
be found
dragon.
all over the rainforest, but it often grows right here around Gandharvaville.
Oh, well.
Given the name, it sounds like we should be looking for it in the water.
You are correct. Lunar Lotus grows in the water. When fully mature,
Oh.
they look like giant blue flowers floating on the water's surface.
Lunar
Quite an attractive
Lotus.
species, if you ask me.
Similar to these
The
big
large
flowers.
petals are actually the plant's leaves and sepals, which surround a very small flower. You should note that many of the plants found in Sumeru have names that are contrary to their species. Take the
Okay.
Kalpalata, for example. The plant is not a lotus at all, but rather a vine. And then there's the Sumeru rose, which is not a rose, completely contrary to its name.
I mean, understandably so.
Huh. Okay then.
Paimon,
To Paimon. Never bring up the topic of flowers with kind of...
Paimon, how do I tell you this? I'm actually interested in flowers. I'm a person who's very interested in flowers. So Tanari going into a big, long, detailed, oh, hey, you know, this, all these flowers have these different things. It's like, oh yeah, no, I totally relate. That's actually kind of cool. I like hearing about that. I know you're not a fan of long-winded explanations that don't really make sense to you, but
There should be lunar lotuses growing somewhere in this area. Let's split up and begin searching.
the
If you could manage
Nepalis.
to gather 4 of them, that would be sufficient.
I didn't realize
We'll
that those
rendezvous here
are,
once
you
you've
know,
gathered the needed amount.
he referred to them by their general name and then also their scientific name, which is a very cool aspect. I didn't exactly realize that at first. These flowers, by the way, look absolutely beautiful. Gotta say that. Love them. I understand that this
gathered
is...
enough lunar lotuses. Let's head back to meet Tainari.
I assume that this is Kali's ascension material as well. I'm pretty sure it is. I mean, I will be getting a Kali when I do
Hey, Tainari! We found
The-
the lotuses you requested.
event.
Let me take a look. Good, very good. These are all excellent quality.
Oh, I didn't know
I'm
about
quite glad you two came
S-tiered.
along. Your exploration experience helped save me a lot of time here. It seems we even have
I
enough
walked
time
in
to
a
stock up on some
circle
other things I
grabbing
need.
flowers.
Hey, Tainari!
Oh,
Oh, Tainari! Someone's calling your name. They're dressed like a forest ranger.
Ah yes, that's Amir and the others. But didn't they just set off not too long ago? What are they doing back so early?
is
Let's go find out what's going on.
something going on with Kali or something else? Hopefully nothing too bad.
Tainari, thank goodness we found you here. We were just about to head back and find you at Gandharvaville.
Oh,
What's going on?
We just discovered a withering zone.
oh.
The Withering is back? But the patrol route you were on should have been already cleared just a week ago. It reappeared so quickly. Can you tell me the exact location?
It's up ahead, deep in the river valley. It's appeared in a spot that blocks nearly the entire narrow part of the valley area, so we decided to come find you as quickly as possible.
And
That
the radius
sounds
of the contamination?
major.
Sorry, I couldn't get a clear enough view to tell.
No one in our patrol team had a vision, and it appeared to still be spreading. So we didn't risk getting any closer.
Okay, I understand. You made the right decision. I'll go deal with it right away. In the meantime, please guide these two back to Gandharvaville.
Wait, Tainari! Why don't you let us help you?
I mean, once again, I killed a
You
fucking
two have only
dragon.
just arrived in Sumeru.
I did
You're
actually
still
kill it.
unfamiliar with many things in these lands. There's a unique type of anomaly that occurs in the Sumeru rainforest.
Called the
It's
Withering.
called the Withering.
Yeah, I know.
The affected areas not only cause nearby vegetation to wither, but it's also lethal to wildlife and even people. If you don't carry a vision, then you should think twice before approaching such
I
places.
am a walking
Yes,
human
Amir is
vision.
absolutely right. I wasn't kidding when I said the rainforest is a dangerous place. As Amir said, only someone with a vision, that is, the power to manipulate elements, will be able to resist the Withering's corrosive effects.
Well, the
for a
funny
time.
thing is, I can
That's right.
manipulate
If
any
of the
element I
forest rangers
want
without a vision
as long
come
as I
across the
resonate
Withering
with the
zone,
correct.
we first make
Archon.
a record of the location and then have a ranger with the proper abilities deal with it, like Tainari here. Only someone with a vision can venture within a Withering zone and find a way to deal with it.
I can control the elements.
But you don't seem to carry a vision.
It's a long story, and
Don't worry, she may not have a vision, but she's a real pro at using the power of the elements.
It seems the rumors about you are true. In that case, all right, you two may accompany me. We typically only teach visitors how to identify the Withering as they're about to leave Gandharvaville. We'll make an exception today and show you what it looks like up close.
Tadari, I'm gonna. Tighnari, I swear to all that is good in this world. Please stop underestimating the Traveler. I've literally fought a god hand-to-hand combat. It was more like sword to sword, but still, it was really good at sword combat. It's not like I'm doing something pathetic.
Stop. Don't move any further. Look there in the distance.
Oh?
Huh? Where? Oh.
Am I looking
look,
to where
those plants have
my
withered.
screen has,
That
you
whole
know,
area is kinda
turned gray?
gloomy. Even the air looks like it's filled with ash. Oh, Paimon doesn't like the look of this.
I don't like the look
That
of it either.
is the Withering. All right, Traveler. We're going to have to enter that Withering zone. Once inside, we'll need to look for what we call tumors of the Withering. If we eliminate those, then the area will be saved.
Gotcha. Let's do it.
Thank you. But I must warn you. Don't push yourself. This is your first time handling this sort of thing, after all. Even with elemental powers, once you step inside the Withering Zone, you may experience extreme discomfort. If at any point it becomes too much, return outside the zone and take a breather. It could become a matter of life and death.
Oh,
You
so
ready
you're
then?
saying it's like
Let's
I'm
go.
gonna be constantly affected with like something like corrosion or something. I'm gonna take damage over time.
First, we must locate any branches sustaining the Withering Zone.
I was gonna go. Oh, I see. There's a weird mechanic. Is this what I have to do? Oh yes, actually,
royal decree.
completely.
Shadow Raven, let
I
night
mean,
fall.
Gotta say, pretty
guide us.
intuitive game design. You have to summon those things and then shoot the branches. Where's the other one? Oh, it's right there.
Great work. Now that all the branches have been cleared, we'll need to take care of the tumor.
Oh, dude, I caused a blooming effect.
Gotcha.
Now, destroy the tumors of the Withering.
Oh, that wasn't that hard. I mean, compared to
Did it!
curing a
Everything's
dragon,
returning to normal now.
that was kind of
Yes.
easy.
Thanks to you two. We were able to quickly restore this area back to normal.
Tighnari? You make it sound like we did well, but why does Paimon have the feeling you're worried about something?
It's because the
It's that
withering
obvious,
always
huh?
comes back.
Alright, it's like this. Recently, the rate at which the Withering Zone appears has been increasing. Even though we were able to quickly clear that Withering Zone, it won't be long before another one appears. If that simply meant more work for me, then that wouldn't be an issue. But it's far more severe than that. The Withering is leaving lasting effects on the rainforest itself. For instance, even though we cleared out the Withering Zone, many of the plants that were affected will not recover.
Yeah.
This presents a crisis for the ecosystem itself. Many plants in the rainforest are already in decline, directly impacting the wildlife that depends on those plants.
I can imagine.
And most disturbingly, as the appearances of withering zones have started to increase, Kale's case of Elazar has also become more serious.
Ooh.
Well, why's that?
I'm still not sure of the exact reason. However, I've received word from acquaintances at the academia that similar cases are being reported for patients with other conditions.
Is there no way to permanently get rid of the withering? I don't think there is, and if there is, it has to do with Lesser Lord.
No, none that we know of. The withering has been recorded in Sumeru for millennia. It's said that it originates from the depths of the world.
Oh.
By the way, have you heard of Irminsul before?
I remember that line. I don't know where I heard it. I think it was in one of the trailers, but it's like, have you ever heard of Irminsul? I think I've heard of it somewhere, from somewhere. I don't
Irminsul is a tree located deep beneath the surface.
Oh.
Although it isn't like any tree we know in a biological sense. You can basically think of it as a large tree that grows downwards rather than upwards. I'm sure you've heard of ley lines, right?
Yes.
They're like the roots of Irminsul, spreading and extending from a massive cavern deep underground all the way up to the surface. Ley lines continually absorb the memories of this world, which are then funneled into Irminsul, allowing it to collect knowledge and wisdom from ancient times to present day. The 3.0 Archon is known as the God of Wisdom because her consciousness is directly connected to it. It is also said
So
that the
when
3.0
seeing
Archon's
the
power is a
Irminsul be
manifestation
damaged?
of Irminsul. And as for the Withering, its emergence is related to a disease that's affecting it.
Oh. So you're saying that the god
That's
is
right. My ancestors learned of this from Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's familiars a
not
long time
doing
ago.
well.
But even those mysterious creatures did not know of a cure for Irminsul. I'm afraid we Rangers will be battling the Withering Zones here for a long time until a cure is found. Alright, that's enough on this topic for
Imagine
the time being.
I
Now that
just
we've taken
crack
care
my
of things
knuckles.
here,
I'm
it's time
like,
for us to
okay,
head
time
back to
to
Gandharvaville.
solve this entire nation's issues in the matter of several months. You know, it's my way of life. I go around absolutely destroying any sense of oh. So Bloom normally explodes, dealing more dendro. So dendro and water reactions aren't bad. Well, we're back to the village. Hopefully Kali's doing a bit better.
Oh, Tainari, you all made it back. How did it go?
The
Wonderfully.
Withering Zone you reported has
But-
been taken care of. No need to worry. Huh. Wait, is that?
Oh. I love birds.
Oh no, Hypatia!
Hypatia?
Huh? What's wrong, Tainari?
Good question.
This
What is
dustbird
actually
is
wrong?
Hypatia's designated courier for urgent news. You do remember her, don't you? She's the scholar you and Paimon were following when you first
Oh.
arrived in Sumeru.
Yeah.
Her? How could we forget? So did something
I
happen?
almost forgot.
Let me see what's written in the letter first. Oh.
So what's it say? And what's with that weird expression on your face?
It wasn't
Just let
urgent.
Paimon read it. Huh? All Paimon sees are 3 squiggly lines.
Yes, allow me to explain. After we brought you from Hypatia's cave to Gandharvaville, Hypatia resumed her meditation. She must have just finished. It's been nearly 3 days since she's had anything to eat, and it appears she's forgotten to prepare some rations. This letter is her asking us for help. We need to go.
Oh.
What? You mean she's been sitting there for 3 days? Hey, wait.
I
How
mean-
did you know all that from just a few lines on the paper?
She's done this before.
Well, obviously because this has happened before. Last time she drew 5 lines, and by the time we found her... well, I'd prefer not to remember that. Needless to say, Hypatia's been through worse, but we should still get to her as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
I've got some emergency rations set aside for times like these. Paimon, Traveler, could you two bring these to her?
Could you
Wait,
take care of
want
Kali?
us to bring her the rations?
It's not that hard.
But will the traveler be okay if her cave is still filled with that funny incense?
Let's find out.
Probably not.
Here, Traveler, take a smell and see. So, how do you feel?
No unusual feelings this time?
Huh? Really? You're not feeling even a little drowsy?
No.
But
I walk
how'd
away
you
and
know
I
that
just
she'd be okay
collapse.
this time, Tainari?
Back when we were clearing the Withering Zone, I observed that she could adeptly manipulate the Dendro element.
That's
I
funny
knew
because
then
I
that she would
never.
be fine. And if I may ask, when I
never
was telling
did
you
that.
two about Irminsul's ley lines, was what I described similar at all to what you saw while you were unconscious?
I what I saw weren't hallucinations, were they?
That's correct. Those weren't hallucinations at all. Though I don't intend to apologize for deceiving you.
Okay.
Because what you saw is of significant importance. Not just for the nation of Sumeru, but the entire world of Tevat.
Yeah.
My forefathers were shown much favor by Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. We took an oath to protect this nation together with her. Now that that duty has fallen to me, it was part of my responsibilities to ascertain whether you could be entrusted with the fate of Sumeru.
Well,
Now,
can I be
after seeing you
trusted?
in action with my own eyes, you have earned my confidence, and I no longer feel the need to hide any secrets from you.
So what exactly did I see?
When you passed out, your consciousness had connected directly with Irminsul. What you witnessed were actually real memories contained within Irminsul itself.
Oh,
I could try to tell you more, but it would be better if you went to ask Hypatia instead. Her focus on meditation and use of Spirit Borneal are aimed at establishing a connection with Irminsul, just as you did.
I did it in a matter of seconds. She's been trying for her entire life. I love just stomping on people's dreams.
That was because when you ran into her, she was in a special phase of her training. During that time, she must avoid communicating with others.
Ah.
Please, wait here for a moment.
I just assumed it was a tradition in Sumeru to not talk to strangers. I mean, it's not a bad tradition. If it was, I wouldn't judge. When you told me to wait here a moment, I didn't think you would actually have me sit here and wait. Wow, they really did that to me, huh? He just
Take
walked
these.
off the
It's a
screen
meal
for
I
2
packed for
seconds,
Hypatia, as
deloaded
well as
his
some other
model, and then
ingredients.
walked
I'm sure it'll come in
and
handy.
turned around
Also,
like,
here's a letter that I would like you to give to her. Just show it to her and she'll answer any questions you may have.
thank you.
No. I should be the one thanking you. You've both been a great help these last few days.
I mean, I'm planning to be a great help for a lot more than these last 3 days, but...
Let's go inside and see how she's doing.
Well, Hypatia, are you dying on the floor like I normally am when I haven't eaten in like 2-3 days?
Maybe she went out to look for some food. Let's try looking around the area.
Shatter? What's that sound? Oh, hey look, it's Hypatia. It's also one of those spirit things that normal people can't see. They have the cutest sounds in the world. Oh, it disappeared. I don't know why you had to do a whole loading screen for something disappearing.
So hungry.
She looks famished.
Eat water.
There's no way we can get her to eat in her current condition. Let's try finding some water first.
Yeah, we should actually slowly ease her into it.
Wait, why does it look super foggy outside all of a sudden? Anyway, let's go look around.
Oh no. That's why, because you were loading an entirely different area.
Huh? How things out here end up looking like this? What happened? And where are we?
Relax, Paimon.
Really? Oh, maybe you're right. Let's go investigate the area.
I mean, who knows? We could just be tripping on drugs, Paimon. Who knows? Just breathe. You'll be fine. Don't do anything drastic. We're just after water after all.
Wow, this place is huge.
And beautiful for that
I
matter.
knew there's something off about that cave. Let's think of a way to get over there and have a closer look. Who knows? Maybe we'll find a lead of some kind.
Yeah, maybe we will. Or maybe we won't. Bouncy mushrooms. I like them. Spoiler. I mean they're a tried and true gameplay element in platformers, so it's totally understandable. Okay. Don't know why we couldn't use the water from that cave. Am I okay? Now I'm in Inazuma.
Huh? What happened just now? Why'd everything around us suddenly change?
Welcome to Inazuma. Wait, isn't this Kazuha's house? What are we doing in Kazuha's house? Like, the only thing I can remember is this looks like Kazuha's house. Where am I gonna end up next? Am I gonna end up in like Mata's family home or something? Like, no? Okay. Rock, gate, cool. If you collect 3 of them, you can open the big door. I mean, they could have made these bouncing mushrooms bounce you a little higher or a little faster, and I wouldn't have minded. But overall, pretty solid gameplay element. Been used in game after game after game, so I'm not surprised.
Oz, reveal thyself. Midnight fifth.
I wonder how much they've changed.
Busted.
I mean, they did add the new Dendro reactions. I wonder how many Dendro enemies they've added.
Wind, hear me.
Probably quite a bit, if I had to guess.
By royal decree.
Oh, for this. I'm now a small little butterfly. Or like Sealy. This is a cool, like, travel mechanic. I like it. I didn't know that they would be doing this, but like, cool. Am I gonna fight something down here? Nope, I'm just gonna collect my second rock. I definitely didn't notice that. I was like, well, what am I supposed to do? I just totally didn't see it. How like a couple seconds ago. It doesn't help that those things don't indicate that they're even there very well until you're like 2 seconds away from it. Like, and you have to then look at it. Okay. Back to Inazuma.
What is going on here? This place is getting weirder by the minute.
How many times have they
What's the matter?
reused this
You don't
room?
look so good.
Ah. Oh. Oh, my brain. Don't do that to me. They turned a 3D image into a flat 2D one and my brain just broke. Like, actually though, like, my brain is fried. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Don't do that, please. This is what I get for commenting that it looked kind of flat. I mean, it is nice to have a domain. Oh? Ah, it's an Abyss Herald.
Well. Looks like we meet again, traveler.
The Abyss Herald! What are you planning to do in this strange place?
Strange place. Plotting. You needn't worry about such things. They don't concern you.
Well, what if they did?
Oz, reveal thy...
What if they could? You know, ever think about that?
I swear by my sword.
No rest for the wicked.
Shadow Raven, let night fall.
By the way, the Electro reactions with Dendro are insane. I don't know how many people have paid attention to how good they are. I know that everyone keeps singing their praises, but like, actually though.
Wind, hear me.
This thing seems absolutely insanely
down.
beefy. Please tell me I don't have to. Okay. Like, please don't tell me I have to kill it.
Why can't we beat this guy? Oh, Paimon doesn't get it! We faced others like him before! What's wrong this time?
Yeah, no, like, what's the problem?
Though you may have managed to avert countless crises before, your good fortune was bound to end sooner or later. It's time you realize how weak and powerless you really are.
My journey will not end here.
Your brother. Oh, pitiful traveler. Are you really so ignorant? Or are you just living in complete denial?
Neither.
His Highness has long since forsaken you. Your meager existence in his eyes is that of an annoying bug, only to be stepped upon.
Well, that's funny, because I don't remember him and I talking through that. Like, at all. Like, at all.
But don't you fret now. Today will be your last. Now die!
Okay. It was a hallucination. Am I really that surprised? No. I mean, I don't think an Abyss Herald would actually say something like
I
that.
haven't seen Hypatia anywhere out here.
Well, that's because she's in here.
There she is! Quick, let's see how she's doing.
She's been in here.
Well, the good news is that she's still conscious. Hey, why'd you drop her food on the floor like that?
Oh. I zoned up for a second.
Are you okay? That's really not like you.
I'm
Anyways,
perfectly
we can talk about
fine.
this later.
No
Better make
adverse
sure
side
she's
effects.
all right first.
None at all. None at all, Paimon.
Whoa, wait a sec. Look at all this fruit lying around her. We can put that to good use.
Could we? Oh, we made some water into some fruit juice.
Who is there? Tainari, is that you?
No. Ah.
Huh?
Boo. Boo.
Hey, you can relax, Hypatia. Tainari sent us here to bring you some food and water. Here, we have a letter that he asked us to give you.
Yeah, it should explain the entire situation. You probably don't remember us much. You probably barely remember us from the first time you saw us, let alone anything else.
I see. So, you're friends of Tainari. I apologize for all the trouble I've caused you. I'm grateful that you came so quickly to save me. You even brought all this fruit.
I don't know about that one.
Actually, we didn't bring the fruit. It was already here when we arrived.
Oh, that was the tree
I was
spirits.
kind of wondering about that, actually. When we found you here, there was all this fruit lying around and even some juice dripping from your lips. How did you end up like this anyway?
Oh, really? I seem to understand now. All the fruit was likely from my, neighbor. Must have come by and saw me like this.
Yeah, no,
Your
definitely
neighbor?
not the
You mean
forest
there's someone
spirits.
else living nearby?
Is it like a little round creature?
Oh? So you're able to see them too?
Not most people are able to see them, I assume. I'm unique.
Wait, hold on a second, Traveler. You say that before we arrived, you saw some mysterious creature and suddenly had a strange dream? Isn't that a little too crazy to believe?
No.
No, I actually do believe what the traveler is saying. I myself had a similar experience once before,
those are
and ended up
giants
scaring my
inside of
timid
us.
little neighbor here. You needn't worry; they mean you no harm. They
And
only
giant
dragged you into
apples,
the
they're,
dream
like,
because they hope to buy
huge.
themselves a little time in order to scurry away.
So, Hypatia, just what kind of creature is your neighbor exactly?
I'm not
A
sure
mushroom
what it's
spirit or
called,
whatever.
to be honest.
It doesn't really
But
matter.
I do know that they have some sort of deeper connection with the 3.0 Archon.
Oh, that's cool.
I know this because the first time I saw them was also the exact day my consciousness was able to form a connection with Irminsul.
Well, funny enough, I've been able to
Even
connect
after I
my
opened my
consciousness
eyes
with
and stopped
Irminsul
meditating,
and that.
My heart was still pounding, and my mind was racing with all the knowledge that I had touched. And at that very moment, I suddenly noticed a small figure at the opening of the cave.
Oh,
In
cool.
my curiosity, I began to walk over to the creature. They must have already been used to me living in the cave, because they didn't seem to mind me approaching them. They just kept doing whatever they were up to. It wasn't until I crouched down next to them that they suddenly realized that I could see them.
Oh, cool.
And then?
And then I had a dream. By the time I came to, they were nowhere to be seen.
Ah,
I was convinced
so they
they'd never
use
show up again.
little tactics
But
like that
sure
to
enough,
disappear.
I saw them nearby a few days later, and they weren't alone. I feel like they aren't as afraid of me as the first time I approached them, but I never would have expected them to save me.
Sounds like a great neighbor.
Yes, no doubt about that. By the way, Tainari mentioned in his letter that you had questions for me regarding Irminsul.
Yeah, I kind of like...
Sorry about that. Sounds like just drinking juice still isn't quite enough for my stomach.
Well, you need
if
to be a bit
somebody hadn't
hesitant.
dropped the food earlier. Anyway, looks like we'll need to prepare something ourselves. Besides, Paimon's getting hungry too. Let's
Maybe
eat
I can
first
make
and
some
talk about Irminsul
of
later.
those pita
All right, we're up, traveler.
pockets.
Today's menu will feature sweet madame and a radish veggie soup. You'll love them, Hypatia. They're our specialties after all.
Are they really?
Sounds
I guess I don't know what
good.
our specialties
I've never
are.
tried any dishes from other nations before. I certainly look forward to it. It's been so long since I've had a decent meal, too. To be honest, the last time had to be when Tainari came to visit.
Well, he did bring you a good meal. I just kind of threw it all over the ground. Ah, I have a matchbox. Yep, 100%.
All done. Let's use the empty box that... Oh, it smells amazing. And the box is a nice touch, too. Let's go serve this up and start eating with Hypatia.
Yes, yes. Let's eat together. Because apparently I'm just a great chef. I do know about my chef skills. I'm just like...
Are you already
It is a
finished
bit
cooking?
different.
Smells delectable. I'm truly thankful whenever I can enjoy a proper meal like this. Cooking really isn't my forte.
I can understand that. Here you go. It's a chicken dish. Pretty good. I mean, if I could eat it in real life, I would.
Even though everything you mentioned was in Tainari's letter, it's still hard to believe you were able to connect with Irminsul immediately after smelling Spiritborn eel for the first time.
Yeah, it was like
It took me
2 seconds
2
after.
years before I could do so.
like
And
I
everyone
said,
at the academia even lauded me as a genius. You should
absolutely
know that some
destroying,
researchers spent their
stomping on
entire
people's
lives
dreams.
without ever successfully connecting with Irminsul as you have.
Yep,
So why does this incense allow people to connect to Irminsul?
I don't know.
The ingredients used to make Spiritborn ale primarily consist of plants created by Greater Lord Ruka Devata. These special ingredients are conducive to heightening our senses to the 3.0 Archon's power. Since the root of the 3.0 Archon's power lies within Irminsul, we can occasionally tap into her powers to peer into the depths of the earth.
I think I understand.
Naturally, anyone who can establish a connection with Irminsul in their first ever attempt must be a person of great understanding.
Makes sense.
Nope, I'm a complete
Paimon's got a
dumbass.
question. Why was she sensitive to the smell of those plants for such a long time?
That was primarily due to her body's unique constitution. Stimulated by the incense, she could perceive the 3.0 Archon's power and experience the sensory overload, hence the adverse reactions. Taking in any sense similar to the ingredients of Spiritborn ale would cause adverse effects.
Ah, I
Not
see.
to worry, though. It appears you've already fully recovered. Technically, your body should still be sensitive to the powers of the 3.0 Archon. But unless you're using intentional meditation techniques, the scent of spirit-born ale should no longer trigger such reactions.
Okay.
Well, that's a relief.
Yes, it is a huge relief.
I must
I'm not
admit,
gonna go
I am
faint
quite
at
envious
the
of
edge
your
of a cliff
abilities.
and just fall off.
Even if it meant suffering from pounding headaches for the rest of my life, I'd consider it worthwhile so long as I could connect with Irminsul at will.
Whoa, you're really serious about this whole thing, aren't you?
I mean, most of the scholars are. To be connected to
I am a
all-knowing
researcher after
knowledge
all.
is a lot.
As a member of the Ritaoist Darshan at the Academia, my main area of research is the stars and their connection to the fate of living beings. But there is still
The stars
so
aren't
much
real.
we don't know.
Scarbush
especially
told me that
regarding the
once,
mysteries that lie
and I
in the starry
believe him.
skies. Which is
Don't
why I must
speak your
turn to the
foul
all-knowing
magic
Irminsul
to
for
me,
answers.
witch.
If only my perception wasn't so limited. Unfortunately, I cannot guarantee that my every attempt to attune with Irminsul will be successful, or that doing so will leave my consciousness intact. I am currently in the stage of training known as Satyavada life. Many researchers in Sumeru have lost their minds while seeking to attune with Irminsul during this stage. Sages have said that Irminsul contains divine knowledge, and touching such knowledge without the proper preparations and abilities will only lead to one's mind caving in on itself.
I
That's
guess.
why we meditate alone. We need to ensure that our minds will be calm while minimizing the possibility of involving anyone else.
Whoa, so knowledge from Irminsul can be super dangerous. Aren't you afraid of the risks, Hypatia?
Nope.
Of course I do.
Well, yeah,
Especially during
to some
nights that are
extent.
pitch black with no moonlight, and dead silent without even the sound of insects. However, I've been feeling better as of late. I don't get as scared anymore knowing that I have a little neighbor living nearby. I believe that
Especially if
being
he
able to
takes
see
care
them
of you
is a
from
sort of
time to time.
blessing from the 3.0 Archon. But what's strangest of all is that they're clearly an envoy of the god of wisdom herself, and they have the curious power to make people dream.
Yeah.
What's so strange about that? It doesn't sound so out of place for a divine being, does it?
Well, it's strange because nearly nobody in Sumeru can ever dream.
Oh, is that true?
I'm not surprised.
Yes, well, to an extent. Only children can dream in Sumeru. Adults, however, never do.
Weird.
The sages say that wisdom implies rationality, but that which occurs in dreams is often neither rational nor logical.
I mean, yeah, it was a big, chaotic mess.
Yes, if one struggles with anxieties, those emotions could influence their dreams.
Yeah.
The fact that the people of
Yeah.
Sumeru do not have dreams is seen as a blessing by the sages.
I don't know.
They believe
I'm
that
kind
Greater
of.
Lord Rukadevata, the god of wisdom, is keeping us away from the foolish delusions you encounter in your sleep. I was born into a family of scholars in Sumeru City. Ever since I was a child, my parents would always tell me that I'll know I've grown up once I stop dreaming. I studied hard,
I always
enrolled
struggled
as a
with
student in the
dreaming
academia,
in
and
real
went on
life.
to become a researcher. Sure enough, I never dreamed again. But then, on the day I scared the little Aranara, I suddenly saw a dream again. It was incredible. Though I don't exactly remember what I saw, I clearly recall the feeling. I suddenly felt like I was a child again.
Well,
then,
child
I was
ignorance is
foolish and
great.
ignorant as any youth would be, but I was free of fear. Maybe dreaming isn't as bad as we've made it out to be.
Well, yeah, it comes with the side effect
Just be sure
of
not to speak of
not
this if
living
you
in
travel
the.
to Sumeru City. They'll look at you as if you've lost your mind.
Yeah, you'll.
Do you have any thoughts about the things she saw when she connected with Irminsul?
Sorry, I'm afraid
You'll
I don't
lose
have any answers as
all
of now. All I
rationale
can say is
with
that what
the
you saw is a
real world.
memory contained within Irminsul itself. World forget me. What could that possibly mean?
It means that Lesser Lord wants to be
If only I
forgotten.
could ascend past Satyavada life and begin Paripurna life. I might have some more answers for you. If you two are ever in the area again, please be sure to come and see me.
Thanks, Hypatia.
There's no need to be thanking me. You two are my saviors.
I mean,
Besides, I'm already looking forward to tasting some more of your cooking.
I can cook you pizza. It's kind of a weird concept for people who don't know
Now
what
that we
pizzas
know
are.
Hypatia is alright and had the chance to ask her some questions, Paimon thinks it's about time to head back to Gandharvaville.
I agree. Maybe we'll actually be able to, you know, meet Kali there. So are we gonna see Kali?
Think about
Hopefully.
it, Tainari. Refusing to join is tantamount to burying your head in the sand. I understand that you're a forest watcher and that it's your duty to combat the effects of withering zones. But isn't it evident that such work is not a lasting solution to the problem? As Sage Kage clearly stated, your presence and guidance in Sumeru City is pivotal in finding a cure for Irminsul. How could you possibly refuse?
Keep your
By
emotions
saying
in
no.
check, Gulam. Let's at least listen to Tainari's reason for declining. We're here to invite him to the Academia, not to cause a scene.
Sage Kage, I am truly honored that you came here in person, but I'm afraid I must still decline your invitation. I am
That
merely a
squirrel
forest
be
watcher.
acting up.
How could the great minds of the Haravatat have any need of someone like me?
Well, it turns out that your refusal letter had some implications on your master's reputation. He is a renowned sage of the Immorta, after all. So now I've come here in his stead.
I see. Huh. And I figured that given his temper, he would come here and berate me personally.
Tainari, your master is an integral part of this effort, and now he requires your assistance.
And what exactly does my master need of me, Sage Kage?
You'll know once you've arrived in Sumeru City, that is.
You can't.
And how long will I be required to stay?
There's no definite answer as of now.
Then.
Do you mean to tell
Then there's
me
no
that despite
use.
coming all the way here to Gandharvaville, you still can't answer the questions I laid out in the letter to my master? If that's the case, then I'm afraid I cannot give you a definite answer either.
Tainari, but you...
But whatever.
So be it. Come, Gulam, we're leaving.
I mean, it makes complete sense that Tanari would refuse if he can't even learn the basic information of what he would do in the first place.
Tainari, what was that all about?
The scholars.
It's nothing. Some people from the Academia wanted me to go to Sumeru City to assist them with a project, but I had to refuse on account of all my responsibilities here. But all that can wait. How did things go with Hypatia?
Went well.
It was quite the eventful trip, but the main thing is that she's safe and sound. She answered a bunch of questions for us, too.
Yeah.
Very good. Now that the traveler has made a full recovery, there shouldn't be any reason for you to tarry here longer. I assume you will be heading to Sumeru City, correct?
I mean,
That's right. We want to meet Leslie
I assume so.
personally and ask her for advice. Do you have any idea on how we can find her?
Sorry, I'm afraid I
Probably
don't have
not.
any advice for you there.
yeah, I don't see why, once
Do you
again,
at
a
least
lowly
know
little
anyone we
ranger,
can
even
try
one that
asking
has
in
a
Sumeru
great
City?
scholarly experience, would know anything about
me
where to find the
think.
gods.
My trips to Sumeru City have been fairly short, and most of my acquaintances are researchers. How about this? I'll write you a letter of introduction that you can give to a researcher I know. He's from the Immorta Darshan and is adept at gathering information. Asking him might prove worthwhile. Also, when you enter Sumeru City,
Interesting.
you'll probably end up receiving something like this item here. I'm not sure if it will ever come in handy for you, but maybe you can give it a try.
Oh,
What is it?
It's
it's
called an Akasha Terminal.
an Akasha
It's a tool
terminal.
produced by the Academia that utilizes the legacy of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. Some say that this very item is the basis of Sumeru's reputation as the City of Wisdom. Needless to say, this device and its usage fall under the Academia's expertise, so
Aww.
I'll leave it to them to show you how to use it.
Great! Next up, Sumeru City!
We need to say goodbye to Kali.
That's right! Tainari, we have something important to say to Kali before we leave. Is she doing better now?
Yes, she's doing much better. After being confined to her bed all this time, I thought a little walk would do her some good. Last I saw her, she was taking the path towards the North Crossing. She
Okay,
knew
maybe
you
we
two would
could
be
meet her
leaving
down
soon,
there.
so she must have wanted to see you off.
Thanks, Tainari. All right, let's go.
Okay.
Farewell, and good luck to you both.
I mean, might as well go to Sumeru City. After all. I'm really curious on how long this entire story Archon quest will be. My guess is it's gonna be a good 2 hour.
I've been waiting for you two.
Hello, Collie.
Never mind. I guess I should just wish you two a safe and successful journey.
Thanks for waiting here just to see us off, Kale. We're headed to Sumeru City.
Please take care of yourself.
Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. My condition
Says
won't
the
be getting in
person
the way
who
of my
didn't
duties.
take care of
I want
themselves.
to be a forest ranger after all. It's up to me and the others to protect the rainforest here.
Yes.
And, I'm sorry. I should have told you both about my condition when we first met.
I mean,
I just wanted you two to treat me as a normal friend. Not some girl that needs your sympathy. But I
well,
guess
you
now
don't
I
need my
understand that
sympathy,
the most important
but
thing is for friends to be genuine with one another.
it's
No need to
complicated.
apologize, Kale. We should be thanking you for trusting us enough to be your friends and sharing your past with us. We're probably still gonna worry about your condition.
It's one of those,
That's because
you
we're
didn't
friends and
have
we
to
care about you.
necessarily tell us in the first place. I don't see why people
Thank
make a
you.
big deal out
That
of,
means a lot.
hey, tell them.
Uh,
I
before
blinked
you
my
leave,
left eye way
I
too
have
much.
something for you.
Come on, me.
Oh? What is it?
It's my recipe for pita pockets. I told
Ah,
you that I'd
yes,
give
the
you a
pita
copy, remember?
pockets.
My
Yes.
handwriting is a little, messy, so please don't laugh.
I don't see why I would. My handwriting is atrocious.
Scrumptious
So,
little pitas
don't worry.
whenever
I get
and
it.
wherever we like.
I hope that whenever you eat them, you'll both remember your time here in Gandharvaville.
It's kind of hard not to, but
Well then, I, trainee Forest Ranger Kale, bid you both farewell. Please visit Gandharvaville again. The Rangers will always be ready to assist you here.
I mean, I don't see any reason why we won't visit again. Grr, I'm gonna never see you again. This is the last time I see you. I mean, I wonder if I'm gonna be able to see Nilu. That's my biggest thing about with the town that I'm really excited about. Because if I get to see Nilu, it's like, ooh. Well, here we are. Sumeru City. The city built on a tree. Or what is left of one. I don't exactly know if that's like a giant tree stump or if it's just like half of a tree stump. I mean, I am completely new to here.
Sumeru City! We finally made it.
Yes, we did.
Did you see that? When those people entered the city, something on their heads lit up.
One
They
moment,
have
please,
the
you
little...
two. It appears this is your first time visiting Sumeru City.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's right. But how did you know that?
We don't have
Because
the
there's
device.
currently no information on either of you in the Akasha. But no need to worry, that won't prevent you from entering the city. In fact, the Academia conveniently provides each traveler to Sumeru City with a device. Perhaps you two have heard of the Akasha before. It's our beloved Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's lasting legacy, a treasure trove of collected knowledge. After centuries of tireless research on the Akasha, the Academia created one of its most ingenious inventions, the Akasha Terminal.
Okay.
As long as you are within Sumeru's borders, you may use an Akasha terminal to connect directly to the Akasha and access any knowledge you need. I should mention that due to technical limitations, the operation of Akasha terminals will be much smoother and more effective in large cities such as Sumeru City and Port Ormos.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
This is the thing that Tainari was telling us about. It sounds pretty amazing.
You two are quite fortunate. Until recently, it was standard practice to only issue Akasha terminals to outlanders who spent an extended amount of time in Sumeru. However, this policy was recently changed, and now all travelers are issued one upon arrival.
That's nice.
Here are your Akasha terminals. Please handle them with care.
A Paimon with an Akasha terminal is going to be
It
interesting.
kinda looks like a leaf.
To activate it, simply hold it in your hand and say the following phrase to yourself. May the mighty god bless us with their voice of wisdom.
Okay.
Oh, so
Can I
this way to do
deactivate
that
it
lets
by
us
saying the
access
same
knowledge.
thing?
Maybe we can use it to find a way to meet Lesser Lord Kusanali. Let's give it a try. Ahem. May the mighty god bless us with their voice of wisdom.
May the mighty gods bless us with their voice of wisdom. I was gonna say rhythm. I don't know why. Oh, so Paimon does get one.
Whoa. Just now, something clicked, and Paimon suddenly knew how to use this thing. It seems all we need to do is concentrate on what we want to know, and bam! You get it. Oh, that'll come in real handy.
Too bad I can't actually read any of the text in the terminal.
And with that, let me officially welcome you both to Sumeru City. May the wisdom of the 3.0 Archon always be your guide.
May they always be my
Now
guide.
that we're in, we can check the Akasha about Lesser Lord Kusanali. Let Paimon try. 500 years ago, the sages found a newly born deity from within some scorched ruins. The deity now resides in the sanctuary of Suristana. Seems pretty similar to what Kali was telling us. Okay, next, let's concentrate on asking how to meet her.
Huh. Same thing happened to me.
Paimon doesn't sense anything. Oh, come on!
Maybe because they don't want you to meet her.
This question feels like when you have something you're trying to remember and it's on the tip of your tongue, but you just can't think of it.
I
Paimon's
suppose.
brain is exhausted.
I'll try asking the Akasha something else.
Oh, smart idea. But what are you going to ask it?
Why doesn't the Akasha answer my question? The Akasha does not unconditionally.
Huh. Could it be because we're Outlanders and we've only just arrived in Sumeru?
That we're not qualified for the answers.
Qualified to receive an answer to
I
this sort of
suppose that
question
makes
or
sense.
something.
Where do I get to meet Nilu?
Uh-oh. Paimon's getting all teary-eyed all of a sudden. It feels like the people of Sumeru really miss their Archon.
Yeah, and they really despair the current one.
You too? Well,
I wonder why they emphasize that thing floating over there. Maybe there are people watching us. Is this some sort of police state? Even your thoughts are monitored now?
Guess our only choice now is to try meeting with the researcher that Tainari recommended.
Maybe.
He's from Sumeru and even has a position in the academia. Maybe he'll be able to access more
I
info
wonder if
from the Akasha.
I wonder if it will be his mentor. It would be kind of funny if it was.
Tainari wrote an address on the letter's envelope. Oh, it's not far from the city's gate.
Yep, it's literally right at the start.
Hello, are you Rohawi?
Rahawi.
Yes, that's me. Can I help you?
We have a letter of recommendation.
Tainari sent us here and...
What? Tainari?
Yep.
Please, there's no need to say anything, really. Sure, I admit that the article I published last month wasn't my best work, and maybe the data didn't produce the most convincing results, but...
I think you misunderstood us.
Here, this is a letter from Tainari.
Oh, let me see. Ah! Ooh, what a relief. You two nearly scared the life out of me. So
I didn't know
just have
you
some
kept
questions for me?
Tanari's word in
Seems
such
even
high
Tainari
regard.
acknowledges my innate ability for procuring information. So, what is it you two would like to know?
About Lesser Lord
We want to
Kutanari.
meet with Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Or
Do you know a way we
Kusanali.
can do that?
You mean you want to meet the 3.0 Archon herself? This isn't exactly my area of expertise, but let me see what I can find in the Akasha.
There's nothing.
Sorry, the Akasha didn't respond to my query.
Paimon was sure you'd be able to access more info than we did.
Well, as I said, this isn't my area of expertise. I am but a lowly researcher, so the Akasha doesn't see a need for me to know more about the 3.0 Archon.
Okay.
All I know is that ever since Lesser Lord Kusanali returned to Sumeru, she's never left the Sanctuary of Sorasthana or made a public appearance.
To our knowledge. Maybe not a public appearance, but we don't know if she left the sanctuary.
The 3.0 Archon is somewhat of a recluse. Perhaps she just doesn't want to entertain visitors, which would explain the lack of information in the Akasha.
Perhaps.
Aw, but then
Or
what
maybe
can we
the
do?
government is keeping her hidden.
No need
Or
to
maybe
worry
she
just yet.
dislikes
I'm only
herself.
hypothesizing
Because
here.
everyone
You
just
could
really
certainly try
likes the
asking
newer
around and see if
Archon.
anyone else
Or
has
the older
ideas.
Archon.
And besides, you two should consider the bright side of things. Not being able to see Lesser Lord Kusanali may not be a bad thing.
Why
In this
not?
world, there will always be information you cannot obtain from the Akasha and things you can never accomplish. Knowing when to yield is a form of wisdom. Take me, for example. It's a miracle if my brain cells can spit out one paper every 3 years. But Tainari? That guy can publish 3 papers in just a single year.
Okay, thanks for your advice.
Don't mention it. If you two ever want information about things like who's been promoted within the academia or relations between the 6 great sages, come find me.
Oh, you meant that kind of stuff.
Hey, come on. This is a survival skill at the academia.
Yes, I guess covering the drama of the academia does make kind of a lot of sense for a lowly scholar.
So what do we do now? Even if we want to talk to someone, we don't know anybody here.
There's still one other person we know.
Huh? Like who?
The Ad Astra Abbasas.
Oh, you're right!
Catherine of the Adventurers Guild.
Guild has its own intel network. Let's hurry and find her.
She's gotta be somewhere, right?
Ad Astra Abyssask. Hello, Traveler and Paimon.
Hello.
Catherine, we need your help with something.
Understood. The Adventurers Guild is always ready to serve you. With what do you require assistance?
We want to meet with Lesser Lord Kusanali. Do you know a way we can do that?
You two wish to meet with Sumeru's Archon. Understood. Please wait.
Don't tell me she's just gonna use the quarry.
I apologize, but I am unable to call up any relevant information in the Akasha.
Of course.
I'm also unable to locate any pertinent information in my personal memory.
Aww, another dead end. Well, if Catherine can't help us, then we really don't know anyone else to ask now.
I mean, I'm sure we could go meet
Please do
someone.
not worry. I may know of someone who can help you two. In Sumeru, the
Okay.
Adventurers Guild does not serve as the vanguard of information. Rather, there are numerous active mercenary groups collectively known as the Eremites. They take on
Eremites.
various contracts and work all across Sumeru, so they naturally accrue intelligence. An Eremite brigade called the Corps of 30 is in charge of Sumeru City's defenses. Not only are they the oldest brigade, but they are responsible for managing and coordinating the affairs of
Okay,
all
so the
other
mercenaries
brigades.
directly work for.
Corps of 30? What a weird name.
Supposedly,
The scholars.
they are named as such because their ranks numbered 30 at their inception. Asfand, an advisor with the Corps of 30, maintains good relations with the Adventurers Guild. Though he's already retired, he and his words carry great weight within mercenary circles. If you'd like to get in
Okay.
contact with him, you can find him at the Corps of 30's headquarters, the Citadel of Rexar.
Thanks a bunch, Catherine.
You're welcome. I wish you two the best of luck. We look forward
We're
to your
definitely not
exploits
going to
in
draw
Sumeru.
any attention to ourselves asking about questions about meeting the Archon. Definitely doesn't. Definitely not going to call any greater powers to pay attention to us exclusively. Hello, mercenaries.
Welcome. The Adventurers Guild told me to expect you two.
Yes, yes.
It's nice to meet you, Asfand. We'd ask you about something.
Don't tell me you're gonna immediately just query it as well. I'm
I
sorry.
see. So, Catherine's the one who sent you this.
The Akasha can't tell me anything about it.
It's true that the Eremites' network is vast, but even I can't help you meet the Dendro Archon.
No?
Wait,
You didn't even have to ask.
that's it?
You just knew.
Afraid so. The Eremites aren't terribly religious, so we don't know much about divinities. As far as the Akasha goes, we can access even less than you.
Oh.
We originally came from the desert. The gods there died off long ago. Since those days, we've used our own two hands to carve out a living.
I see.
We don't beg gods for their aid. It isn't just us, though. If you ask me, I think most in Sumeru aren't interested in Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Why not?
Why's that?
Just take the Academia, for example. They're the ones who truly rule Sumeru. Although they believe in gods, most of them only care for the late Greater Lord Rugadavada. In their eyes, she
Kind of
was
sad.
the one who founded Sumeru and gifted us with the Akasha. Lesser Lord Kusanali just happened to inherit her legacy. Because of the Academia's influence, most citizens are more familiar with Greater Lord Rugadavada and hold her in greater esteem.
Of course.
Not to mention that Lesser Lord Kusanali never
Sword.
makes an appearance, and the Academia never announces anything about her. As far as the people of Sumeru are concerned, she's just a god that exists. And that's all.
Really?
It's sad.
Aw. After hearing all of
I
that,
feel like the government's probably suppressing
for
her.
Lesser Lord Kusanali.
I don't know why. That's mine.
But who knows?
But that's what I'm getting
We're
from
all
this.
just
I
guessing
think
when it comes
she's
down
just
to
being
it.
held down by the government.
Besides, I'm sure the God of Wisdom doesn't worry about her reputation among people like us.
I think she does.
Thanks for the info, Osfond.
No problem. Always happy to help out the Adventurers Guild.
No problem. Well, I guess we're all out of luck.
Seems Osfond was right about most people's attitudes here.
Yeah.
Not only are they not interested in the Dendro Archon, they even say stuff like, if the Akasha doesn't think I should know, then I don't need to know about it. We've been asking for information non-stop ever since we got to Sumeru.
I like free will
The harder
too
we
much.
try, the more helpless everything seems. Isn't there at least one person in this entire city who cares about Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Us.
Oh, you two are interested in Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes.
Huh? Who are you?
From the sound of it, you two are Outlanders who recently arrived here. You've been asking around for information on Lesser Lord Kusanali, right?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Dunyarzad, one of Lesser Lord Kusanali's faithful followers.
Whoa, really? Then do you know how we can meet with her?
I'm afraid I can't help you with that. But your conversation earlier did happen to remind me of a legend about the Dendro Archon.
Can you tell us the legend?
Sure. It goes like this. Long, long ago, there was a man who heard a prophecy. It predicted that a great calamity was about to befall him. Panicked by what he heard, the man sought out the Dendro Archon in hopes that she would bless him with the wisdom to help him escape his predicament. The man journeyed across deserts and through rainforests and experienced tribulations of every kind. However, he still couldn't find any trace of the Dendro Archon. In despair, he thought, alas, the Archon has abandoned me. He then had no choice but to sorrowfully resign to his fate.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then, the calamity came. But to his own surprise, the man felt somehow emboldened by the trials of his journey. By relying on his own strength, he managed to overcome the adversity. At that moment, a bird perched upon his shoulder. This bird was, in fact, an avatar of the Dendro Archon. She said, Oh, Archon Seeker, do you now understand? She and her wisdom have long been found by you. Along your journey, we were in every flower and blade of grass, every ray of sparkling sun, and every breath of dancing wind. So long as you continue to think and ponder, we'll be wherever you go.
It's an amazing story, but it doesn't help me find my brother.
Yeah, thanks for the story. Paimon feels all warm and fuzzy inside after that.
In a way, it seems like this story is also one of the Dendro Archon's avatars.
Dunyarzad, since you worship Lesser Lord Kusanali, can you tell us anything else about him?
Of course. So did you two know that, I'm terribly sorry, but it seems something's come up now. Let's chat another day.
It seems that we have acquired that that unaccepted attention that I thought of. I think those people over there
It looks like they're searching for someone.
are following us.
Dunyarzad was acting super nervous just now. You think they're looking for her?
No, probably just us.
Thanks! We finally managed to find a lead about Lesser Lord Kusanali. We can't let them get in the way now. Let's see if we can get rid of them. Then we can catch up with Dunyarzad.
Maybe.
Hey, have you two seen a brown-haired girl wearing a purple top and a
so
long
they are
blue
looking
dress?
for her.
We're looking for her.
Did she have bandages wrapped around her wrists?
Yes, that's her. Did you see which direction she went?
Yeah, she
Don't exactly remember.
Quick, after her.
I remember seeing her at least. That should be something.
That should keep him busy for a while. Let's hurry and find Dunyarzad. There you are, Dunyarzad. We thought you might have been long gone by now.
Oh, it's you two. Oh, you startled me there.
You can relax now. We threw those people looking for you off the trail.
Really? Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I believe there's still more of them out there looking for me.
Oh?
Uh-oh. Looks like there's some coming this way.
Huh? More of them? Then what are we standing here for? Run!
No, wait, my body isn't in the best shape. It's difficult for me to run.
How about we find some place to hide?
Okay, sounds good. There's a tavern on the other side of the port we can go to. They probably wouldn't expect me to hide in a place like that.
Yeah, probably not.
Stay behind us.
I wouldn't expect you to hide in a pub that is very noticeable to be hiding in. I guess they just don't find you to be the alcoholic type. Also, it's like, you don't think that anyone here would ever just spot us moving around? That's my main problem with it. And this stuff is like, all these witnesses, like, you can't just hide that quickly and that easily. Okay, let's find a quiet and reclusive area in here.
Find us now. Wait, stand down, Dia.
Oh, hi, Dia.
My lady, who are these two?
We're just casually wandering
They're
through.
travelers that I met on the street just a moment ago. They happened to notice that you were all searching for me, so they helped me hide.
I see. In that case, you two should scram. There's nothing here for you.
But
Wait a sec. Who the heck are you? And why are you shooing us away?
I'm Miss Dunyarzad's bodyguard, here to see that she returns home safe and sound.
well, I want
My lady,
information from
let's get
her.
going. You've been gone for so long that your parents are worrying themselves sick.
And if I refuse to go with you?
It'd be easier for the both of us if you cooperated. But if you insist on not going, then I'll have to carry you like a sack of potatoes.
Hey,
Cute.
Dunyarzad already said she doesn't want to go back. Why are you still pushing her?
Stay out of this. You don't understand the situation.
Sorry,
my lady. Even though I'm your bodyguard, your parents
but
are
I need
my
information from her.
I have to answer to them.
How much?
Wait, what?
How much more do I have to pay you to become your employer? So you never listen to my parents ever again. Double? A triple? Give me some time and I'll get that much.
My lady, this isn't about Mora. I don't know what you think of us Eremites, but let me say this. I like Mora, but I'll never go against my principles. That's why I'm here looking for you. Sure, it's an order from my employer, but my conscience was also telling me it's the right thing to do.
That's completely fair.
Carelessly running around like this is gonna hurt ya. For the sake of those who love you,
I like her
don't be
personality.
stubborn.
No, you're wrong. I'm aware of my limits and I know what I'm doing. Honestly, the only people being stubborn right now are my parents. And they know perfectly well that it makes no difference if I'm at home or not. They still won't accept reality. And every time I bring this up, they just change the subject. Dia, you've been living with us a long time already. This should be old news to you. Dia, I know it hasn't been easy for Mother and Father, and I'm grateful for everything they've done for me. But there's someone else in this world I'm also grateful to. Because she saved me. The love I have for her is the same I have for my parents. This is my life and my last chance. So I want to do something meaningful.
My lady, are you sure what you're doing now is meaningful?
Yes, I'm sure. At least, it is to me.
Fine, I won't ask you to return home anymore. But let me make something very clear. I'm only doing this because I respect your determination, not because I agree with you.
Of course not.
Thank you, Dia. Sorry for being so rude just now.
I'm trying
My
to get a
nerves were
grasp
acting
on
up.
the situation.
And I even brought up your payment in such an offensive way.
Don't worry about it, my lady. I did say that I like Mora. Besides, that's our next topic of conversation. Today's little excursion caused such a ruckus that every single bodyguard at the estate was deployed. It wouldn't be easy to hide things from your old man. Since this definitely won't be your last escapade, here's a little tip. You should at least make it look like your room and things are still in order when you leave. Also, you'll need someone to cover you for when you're out and about. So, I'll let you hire me, my lady. This way, everyone wins. As for the pay, let's say half of what your father pays me. We can settle the bill when we return to the estate.
Okay.
Of course. Of course. Money is good. Money always talks. Are you alright?
I'm fine, really. I just feel a little tired now that things have calmed down.
My lady, stop trying to look tough. We're already in a tavern, so let's rest up and grab some grub.
I'm sorry for worrying you two. If you don't mind, I'd like for you to join us.
Well, I still want my information.
After you rest up, we want to hear more about Lesser Lord Kusanali.
I mean, that is why we're here. But yeah, no, Dahaya.
Ha! Well, if it isn't Dia.
Or
Haven't
Dia.
seen you in nearly half a year. Word on the street is that you're a bodyguard for the Homayani family now. Ha! Don't you find that kind of work boring?
Nah, you get used to it. How about a menu over here?
You got it, huh? Isn't this little Miss Homayani herself? We don't get to serve personages like you very often. We'll be sure to prepare our very best.
Thank you, sir, but there's no need. I don't have a lot of Mora on me, and I really ought to save as much as I can. But please bring these two the best food you have.
I
They're my
can
new
pay for it.
friends, so I want to be a good host for them.
I could totally pay for it. I probably have about half of what your dad has on him most of the time. I don't know. I have no concept of money. You could tell me to pay like 10,000 Mora and I'd be like, yeah, that's normal. No need to break the bank. I'll eat whatever you order.
Yeah, we're already super grateful for everything you told us about Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Honestly, when your bodyguards were looking around, I thought they were for me at
They're our
first.
signature snack, and they run cheap. Look, other customers over there are eating some now.
Wow.
They look kind of burnt and dry. Paimon will pass.
Picky Paimon? Now that's a first.
Hey, come on! Paimon has personal preferences too, you know.
Yeah, I know. I'm well aware.
Dunyarzad, we asked a lot of people when we first arrived, and almost nobody was interested in Lesser Lord Kusanali. So, what made you want to follow her?
Well, remember when you asked me if I knew how to meet the 3.0 Archon? Even though I don't know how, I think I've actually seen her before.
Oh.
Huh? Really?
Yes, it was when I was a child. At the time, my illness had kept me bedridden for the better part of a year. I was stuck inside and couldn't make any friends, and my parents did their best to find treatments for me. But even then, the Akasha didn't have any helpful information. My younger self no longer had any hopes or dreams. One flare-up was so bad that I was in a semi-conscious state for several days. Then one night, I woke up alone in my room. I was terrified. My body was paralyzed. Even if I cried, there was no sound. At that moment, an ethereal voice spoke in my mind. Dunyarzad, don't be scared. You don't have to cry.
Dunyarzad, don't be scared. You don't have to cry. Who are you? How do you know my name? How do I explain this? You might not be able to understand, but actually, I know everything about you.
That's not terrifying at all.
Of course. I know that you're scared of thunder, that you hate taking medicine every morning, and that you love counting the petals on your mom's skirt.
That's a very weird detail.
You really do know everything.
If that's your entire personality, damn.
Is there anything you want? Want? Not really. I can't go anywhere or do anything. Huh? But aren't you a child? All children have wishes. Tell me what you want, and maybe I can make it happen. But can you make my illness go away? Oh. I'm sorry. But I'm not powerful enough to do that right now.
Wow, huge letdown.
Can you be my friend?
After that, the voice said, "Okay, I'll be your friend."
Mm.
Although my body was suffering during those days, that voice encouraged me and told me many wondrous things. Beyond my window was the flourishing Sumeru city. Beyond the city was a lush rainforest. And beyond that was the wall of Samiel, deserts, and all of Tevat.
Oh, so she
Once I
shared
finally made it through
her
that
knowledge
bout of
with you.
illness, I couldn't hear that voice anymore. I told my mother about it, but she said that I must have been dreaming. But I know that that voice wasn't a figment of my imagination.
It was
Before
Lesser
that, I had
Lord
never heard of Tevat.
Kusanali.
Yes, for sure. If it weren't for that voice, I would have never grown curious about the outside world, nor would I have learned how to read and enjoy so many books.
That's honestly
that voice
fair.
sparked a desire for wisdom. It had to have been the 3.0 Archon. I've been hoping for a chance to repay her kindness. In fact, I was running around today to help prepare the Sub-Zero's festival for her.
Oh,
What's the Sub-Zero's festival?
she has a
It's
festival?
Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday, which was the day that she was found by the sages. It's actually an old holiday that originally celebrated Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's birthday. When she passed away, the holiday eventually became a celebration of the Lesser Lord's birthday. I
Okay.
heard everyone was overjoyed when they welcomed her back to Sumeru. In those days, the festival was a huge deal.
And
But
it sort
because
of
the academia's
has
influence,
changed.
people have gradually lost interest in the festival.
Hmm.
The academia actively participates in Sumeru's many holidays dedicated to Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. But when it comes to the Sub-Zero's festival, forget any funding. They practically act like it doesn't exist.
They don't
Maybe they
care
see
about
Lesser
their
Lord
new Archon.
Kusanali's birth as confirmation of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's death, so they're reluctant to celebrate it.
Aww,
It's sad.
that's awful.
It is. It's absolutely terrible.
I can't
Sure,
imagine
the
living
Greater
like
Lord
that.
founded Sumeru, but hasn't Lesser Lord Kusanali been the one quietly protecting us for the past few hundred years?
Probably.
Just remember that we're still out in public. don't get too carried away now.
I know that people over by the Grand Bazaar still hold the Sub-Zero's festival to this day. But I hadn't met any of them before, so I was never able to contribute. But recently, I made a friend there who also follows Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Ooh?
I gave her my savings because I want her to throw a wonderful festival this year. That's the least I could do for Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Is it who I think
my
it is?
lady, does this friend happen to be Nilu, the one who sends flowers to the estate?
Yes, that's her.
I love Nilu.
I saw her leaving the other day with a nervous look on her face. It seemed like she was hiding something in her arms. Did you give her something?
Probably.
Yes. Initially, I didn't have much Mora prepared, so I had Nilu sell one of my skirts. I've agreed with Nilu to meet up at the Grand Bazaar today and see how things are coming along. Dia, would you accompany me?
Sure. That's quite the trip, though. I'll carry you.
No, that would be too much, even for you.
You might as well just accept the lift. If I let you walk, who knows how long it'll take us. And if anything happens to you, then I'd really never hear the end of it from your father.
Yeah. We can also come along.
But of course. Nilu
I want to see Nilu. I want to see Nilu. Show me Nilu. Well, here we are. Let me see Nilu. Let me see Nilu. Let me see Nilu. There she is. I'm satisfied.
Sorry I'm late, Nilu.
Oh, Dunyarzad. It was taking you so long that I assumed you got trapped at home, but you made it in the end.
She has such a calming voice. I
Dia's
wasn't
here.
expecting this.
That means you got caught, right?
You could say that, but everything worked out. She's on our side now.
On our side.
Oh, and who are these two?
You could call
meet
us
the Traveler and
followers of the
Paimon,
faith.
My two newest friends. They're visitors who just arrived at Sumeru City and are looking for information on Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Yes.
So you're followers from another land?
Truthfully, I'm gonna say yes.
That's wonderful. You two absolutely mustn't miss the Sub-Zero's festival.
Agreed.
By the way, Dunyarzad, we've already started decorating the Grand Bazaar. It looks spectacular.
Dude,
Thanks to your
she meets
generous
too many of my
contribution.
criteria.
You're very
I don't know
welcome.
how to
It's
feel
the only
about
thing I
this.
could do. Do you still have enough Mora?
Probably? But don't sweat it. We've already finished renovating the stage. Come on, I'll show you.
Please. Please show us. Give us a little dance. I don't know. I don't know. Nilu's gonna be one of my favorite characters. I love her design so much.
Bad.
And her voice isn't
Last time I
annoying,
was here,
which
the
is
stairs were
my
full of
biggest
holes.
problem with most
The
people.
stairs were nothing. A little while ago, we discovered that the tree above the stage had a huge chunk of bark ready to fall off. Mr. Zubair was worried sick.
Oh,
We
I can
reported it to
imagine.
academia many times, but they never sent anyone to deal with it. We didn't want anything bad happening, so we were going to cancel all the stage performances.
No, that's not okay. I want to see dances.
Oh, probably because it was the theater asking.
The academia looks down on performers like us. They probably think it would be best if the theater closed down completely. We can't let that happen, though.
You can't
Not
let the
only will
arts be
everyone involved in the
destroyed
theater
by
go
intellect.
hungry,
I'm sorry,
then we
that's
wouldn't
not
be
how
able
it
to hold
works.
the Sub-Zero's festival anymore. Thank the 3.0 Archon for Dunyarzad. With the Mora she gave us, we hired someone to patch up the tree, and we also gave the stage a much-needed makeover. The stage is going to be even prettier when it's festival time. I can't wait for you to see it.
I can't wait to see
you on
it.
the stage. You've been practicing so long already. It's almost time for your dream to become reality.
It's our dream. I'll do my best for
The
the two of
people's
us.
dreams.
Nilu, what are you gonna be doing at the festival?
She'll be dancing the dance of Sub-Zeros, the most important performance at the Sub-Zeros festival.
Dunyarzad, have you told him the origin of this holiday?
I only told
To
him
some
about the Greater
extent.
Lord and Lesser Lord so far.
Okay. Then I'll tell you two about how this holiday came to be.
Okay.
According to legend, The Sabzeruz festival was originally the Goddess of Flowers' birthday celebration for the Greater Lord.
Okay.
A long, long time ago, on one of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's birthdays, her friends threw her a celebratory banquet. Some
Cool.
of the gods got drunk. One started playing music, and the Greater Lord started singing, so the Goddess of Flowers began to dance. As she danced upon the grass, countless beautiful parisaras began to bloom wherever she stepped. Those brilliant purple flowers became her dazzling stage. All the gods clamored, "Oh, if only time could stop at this very moment."
It sounds like they had a great time.
Of course they did. When people mention the gods, they always think of the Archon War. But Sumeru's gods also had happy times. Although they aren't around anymore, they're preserved in our tradition of dance. This outfit I'm wearing is apparently based on how the Goddess of Flowers looked. Though we're just tiny people compared to the divine, we still have to do our best to make sure that the birthday girl feels loved on her special day.
Of course,
Lulu,
of
you of all
course.
people will definitely be able to convey our well wishes to the 3.0 Archon. I also noticed that you went the extra mile and scattered parisaras around the stage.
They symbolize the Goddess of Flowers, after all. It's just a shame that all the real parisaras went extinct after her death.
Oh.
The Greater Lord brought forth parisaras in memory of the Goddess of Flowers, but she ultimately could never truly replicate that beautiful purple.
Thinking about the Goddess of Flowers dance makes me wish I could have seen it. If my stage were anything like that, I'd be thrilled if I had just 2 real parisaras on the stage. So, Traveler in Paimon, what do you think? Interested in the Sabzeruz
Yes,
festival?
yes, yes,
Will you
yes.
two be coming?
Yes.
All of Lesser Lord Kusanali's followers
Yes.
will be there for her birthday.
Yeah,
It'll be
yes.
a good opportunity for you to learn more about her.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Ooh, Paimon thinks that's a great idea.
I'm going. You sure it's not just because you want to see Nilou dance? Shut up, me. I want to see Nilou dance.
There's nothing wrong with enjoying a festival. Besides, it's Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday. She'll be happy to have more people who are celebrating it.
Yes. Probably.
So how about we all attend the
I don't know.
Sabzeruz festival together?
Either way, I want to see Nilou dance. Sounds like a plan.
Junior Zod, let me show you which stage decorations we've picked out so far. Traveler in Paimon, if that doesn't sound interesting to you, then feel free to explore the area. Everyone at the Grand Bazaar loves Lesser Lord Kusanali, and we're all looking forward to the Sabzeruz festival.
In that case, we'll take a look around.
I mean, I would like to talk more with Nilou, but I mean, if I have to. Hello there, kid.
Whoa! What's with your yellow hair? And why do your clothes look so funny? Are you an Outlander?
Oh, I forget that my
Sabzeruz festival is about
yellow
to happen?
hair is
There'll be loads
instinctive
fun
of
things to do
not
at the festival.
being from
The best
Sumeru.
part is when Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, passes out candy to everyone.
Ooh. Ferris, the Knight of Flowers. Hi.
Huh. Revamping the stage for the festival couldn't have been easy, that's for sure. I bet this year's festival will be one to remember. I don't
Hopefully.
know much about the Grand Bazaar,
Good.
but I do
Hopefully
know
good
that the
things.
residents here have a penchant for
All
song
I
and
ever want is
dance.
good things for
Two
Nilou.
things that the academia doesn't particularly approve of.
Of course not.
And the perfume sold around
They
here
don't
is a
care
lot
about
better than
arts
what
and
you'll
they
find
don't care about
elsewhere.
their god.
The fragrances are longer lasting and they're gentler on your skin and... I mean, that's what I've heard at least.
You can I find it funny that people are afraid of confiding in others. I'm like,
Things are really shaping up, and there's a buzz around the festival.
and
this
yes,
year.
I like
We're
hearing about
expecting
other
people
people's
from all over
interests.
to
I
come
don't see
by
why
this
you
year
wouldn't.
and buy things during the festivities. Don't be fooled into thinking that Sumeru City has the best of everything. Some festival snacks are only offered here in the Grand Bazaar. And when it comes to musicians, dancers, or singers, the Grand Bazaar's got the best of the best. Sure, those folks at the academia might not like it, but what's a festival without song and dance?
Yeah, honestly, screw the academia. The more I hear about them, the less I care about them. When I was thinking about two factions, I wasn't thinking about the academia and the arts
Dancing
being
at
at
the
heads.
Sub-Zero's festival. You know, I also danced when I was younger. As a child, I even asked my grandmother why we performed the dance for the Lesser Lord when it was originally done to honor the Greater Lord. My
To screw the
grandmother
Greater
said
Lord.
the Greater Lord Rukkhadevata is a beloved deity and honored by all. And Lesser Lord Kusanali is too. If the goddess of flowers ever knew Lesser Lord Kusanali, then she would certainly have wished to be her friend and hold celebrations for her too.
Of course.
The Sub-Zero's festival
And I mean,
has been losing its appeal
you
over
can
the
see it as
years.
a...
That is, until a wealthy benefactor stepped in this year and brought the festival back to life.
Yes.
I heard she forked out a lot of mora to make
I
it
don't
all happen.
I don't want to know about the more. I don't care. I just want to see Nilu dance. I'm a Nilu fan. I love Nilu.
Nilu, your outfit looks amazing.
Agreed.
There's also something different about you from when we first met up.
Oh.
I thought I'd add a little extra pizzazz to my dress for the festival. See?
Wow, did you sew all that yourself?
Ooh.
Sewing is a fundamental skill for everyone in the theater company because
Well, of
we make all our
course.
own costumes.
I mean,
Did you know that Mr. Zubair not only can make costumes, but props too?
wow. That's
I
actually
noticed that
kind
you
of
can't take
impressive.
your eyes off that crown over there. Would you like to try it on?
May I?
Of course.
I mean, you did pay
The
for like
legends
half
say
the
that The
stage.
goddess of flowers had beautiful horns on
Or
her
if
head.
not,
So
the...
this crown was made to reflect that.
Okay, so it is a crown. I was always wondering.
Dehazad, you look absolutely stunning with it on. It's like I'm looking at the goddess of flowers herself.
Hey! Is that who Paimon thinks it is? It looks like Catherine.
Of course it's Catherine. What is Catherine doing here? I mean, I wouldn't expect Catherine to not take part in events.
Huh. Come to think of it, Paimon's only ever seen her behind the counter at the Adventurers Guild.
Yeah, she kind of is a human.
First time we've ever seen
I
her
think.
taking a break. Hey, Catherine.
Huh? Oh, hey! It's the Traveler and Paimon. What's shaken?
Break time Catherine sure sounds a lot less formal than usual.
Yeah, no.
Paimon was still waiting for her to say Ad Astra Abyssosk.
Honestly? Yeah.
Sure. Standing behind the counter at the Adventurers Guild doesn't require any complicated functions. But saying and doing the same old things over and over again can get pretty monotonous. Like watching the same Fontaine movie day after day.
But Fontaine has movies?
Example, you travel across the vat to enrich your lives and gain new experiences.
Oh.
We enjoy traveling across the vat and all that.
I
but
guess
we're mainly looking for
that
clues
does
about
make
her
Catherine a perfect candidate for
Yes.
being the
You should keep
mascot of the
searching.
Adventurers Guild.
Sometimes the answers we're looking for aren't necessarily at our intended destination. Instead, they're found along the way.
Okay.
Haven't we heard someone say something pretty similar recently?
Yes.
Anyways, what brings you out here, Catherine?
Are you also a fan of the festival?
No, not particularly. I guess you could say that I'm loving the recent atmosphere here. If festivals bring happiness to everyone, then that's where their true value lies.
Okay, so you just like happy people. I get that.
Oh, it looks like it's about time for me to be heading back now.
Okay.
We'll see you next time at the Adventures Guild. Oh,
Paimon
by the
just
way,
doesn't care.
thanks for connecting us with the Eremites.
Uh.
We've already made some great friends in Sumeru City thanks to you.
I'm sure you two will get along well with the people here. You've already been blessed by the element of Dendro after all. See you around.
See you around, Catherine. It's kind of weird to not actually see you behind the Adventure Guild counter, but I mean, You do you, Catherine.
Really different about Catherine today.
I don't know. It seems
Hey,
less
traveler.
robotic.
Paimon.
Hi.
Oh, hey, Dia. What's going
Dia.
I've got something to tell ya. My lady knows you're looking for ways to meet Lesser Lord Kusanali, and she's been trying to come up with a way to help you. Well, I have an idea that might help.
Oh?
Are you serious? We'd love that.
It might not necessarily pan out, so don't get your hopes up too much. I'll need to take you two somewhere and ask someone some questions.
What about her? Dahara,
My
Zara.
lady is feeling a little worn out at the moment. Nilu's found a place for her to rest. After I take my lady home, let's meet in front of the Citadel of Regzar.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
So you're more helping us as a friend of both Nilu and your master.
The Citadel of Regzar and wait for Dia.
Okay, it's time to go meet up with her. Hello, Daiha.
Sorry, I'm late. It took some convincing for the master and mistress to believe that Miss Dunyarzad was only sitting in the port for a while because she was in a bad mood. Anyway, I guess I should be thanking you. I haven't seen Miss Dunyarzad that happy in a long time.
I don't need
If it
thanks
wasn't
for
for you
that.
two, she probably would have been caught and dragged back much earlier.
You sure sound a whole lot nicer than when we first met, Dia.
Dia. I don't know why I keep calling her Dara. Dia.
Called being a professional. I'm a bodyguard, and I work for whoever's paying.
It's definitely not the fact that...
Look, Dia's blushing.
Yeah.
Listen, you two. I don't expect to be working for Miss Dunyarzad very long, but I hope to finish things on a positive note if possible. Let's cut the chit-chat and head into the Citadel. We'll see if the person I know has a way for you two to meet with the Lesser Lord.
Okay. I wonder who this person is. Are they... They're not gonna do any funky screen transitions with that? They're just gonna...
Oh, hey, Chief.
Oh.
Ha, Dia! What are you doing here? And well, didn't expect to see you three together.
Why not?
I take it you all know each other already?
Yeah, we came by earlier.
Adventurers Guild pointed us to Osfond for more info.
No kidding. Huh. So, where's Ruksha? I thought I'd help these two out by
Ruksha.
asking about the theft. Anything you can tell him?
Rukshaw's gone over to the Academia. The Grand Sage recently ordered Sumeru City to begin bolstering its defenses, so people from all over have been called back to the city. Since you've already mentioned the theft, I suppose I might as well tell them what we know.
Oh?
Appreciate it, Chief.
Theft? Sorry.
Theft of what?
Talking about?
Just recently, the Academia lost something, and there's a chance the item is connected with the 3.0 Archon. This case might just somehow help you in meeting her.
Oh.
I suppose that's
So
one
I have
way
to
look
steal
at
the
it.
thing that's been stolen.
If you ask me, the case is more
Oh.
about the Academia than anything else.
Is that the, like, all-knowing
The
thing?
Academia recently sent a convoy to pick up an important package from Aru village. Word got out, and the convoy was robbed on its way back. The Grand Sage took the whole matter very seriously. Not only did he dispatch the Matra, but also enlisted our help in the search for leads. All we know so far is that whatever was stolen is currently in Port Ormos.
Oh,
You two
so I have to
heard
go
of
to the
Ormos,
port.
haven't you? It's the largest commercial port
Yes.
in all of Sumeru. You can travel there by leaving Sumeru City and heading south along the river.
Cool.
The Academia's grip isn't long enough to reach all the way to Port Ormos, so the city's a little more laid back, meaning the population's also a mixed bag. You never know who you'll meet there.
Apparently
Probably
what
some
was lost
mercenaries.
has a great deal to do with the Akasha, knowledge, and even the gods. I'm afraid I don't have any other details for you, though.
Okay.
If you're interested, maybe you could head to Port Ormos and ask around yourselves. If you want my advice, try introducing yourselves as students of the Academia once you're there.
Huh. Students of the Academia?
Are you serious, Chief? All the Academia students are in Sumeru City, you know. Why should they pretend to be students in Port Ormos?
If you're also interested, just go there and see what happens.
Oh.
Count me out. I've got plenty of work to do here for the Homayani family. And take it from me, if you
Okay,
two really
Dia.
do decide to visit Port Ormos, you best watch your backs. Let's just say that the Eremites there aren't nearly as friendly as those here in Sumeru City.
Yeah, I
There
can
are even
imagine.
some extremists who go around shouting slogans like, "Retake Sumeru for the Scarlet King." Word is that more and more are joining their movement. They're becoming a real headache for Chief and the others.
Okay.
You bet they are. The Scarlet King's been dead for thousands of years. Now they start spreading rumors of his return.
Of course.
Ridiculous.
Not everyone's like you, Chief. Even the desert natives who abandoned their homes in the wilderness still wish to have a god of their own. Well, Traveler, that's about all the information we have for you.
I bet a bit of that unrest is also due to the lack of a Dendro Archon.
Gathered all we could for the moment in Sumeru City. Let's head to Port Ormos and see what we can find next.
Alright.
Miss Dunyarzad is looking forward to seeing you both at the Sub-Zerus Festival, so be sure to get yourselves
won't
back here in
forget.
time for that.
I won't.
Good. Then we'll see you both at the Sub-Zerus Festival.
I want to see Nilu dance, and I'm not gonna end this until I see Nilu dance. Dude, if this ends prematurely before Nilu dances, I'm gonna be upset. Oh, apparently I unlocked the event. That'll probably be the next video I make after this. Also, oh my goodness, this is gonna be a long video. It's already like 2.5 hours, and it's a long one. Okay, we find ourselves finally here. Oh, I came in through the other side. That's kind of awkward. I guess, but yeah, what's the deal?
Come and have a good look yourself. Traditional spices of the highest quality, made with pride and experience.
Spice merchants.
You've got a deal.
A
I can't
goldsmith.
thank you enough for always looking after my business.
Believe me, I'm not making this up. Several Eremite mercenary groups are nearly in open conflict, but does the core of 30 care? And that's not all. Did you know that...
Wow! Talk about hurly-burly! This place is busy!
Busy, but
Guess that's only to be
in a
expected
certain
for the
type of
largest
busy
port in
way.
Sumeru. Maybe it's because of what Dia told us earlier, but Paimon can't seem to shake the feeling that there's also danger lurking in these crowds.
I wouldn't really call these crowds, but I understand that's limitations of the technology.
We know that whatever the Academia lost is related to the gods. But other than that, we don't have much else to go on. Oswald told us to try posing as Academia students while asking around. Paimon checked the Akasha on the way here, and the Academia doesn't seem to have any research facilities in Port Ormos.
Maybe it's a...
Won't we look even more suspicious going around saying we're Academia students and asking about the stolen item?
Figure that out to be crucial for the rest of our right? Yeah, we need to figure it out.
Come through here every day. If there's any information to be found,
I mean,
bets we could find
since there are no scholar students out here, maybe it's a terminology, a code to, you know, get the attention of certain people.
Welcome. Welcome.
Hi there. We would like to ask you a question. Do students from the Academia ever come to Port Ormos?
Of course. Especially around this time of year. Students from Sumeru City that are about to graduate often come to Port Ormos to cut loose a little.
Okay.
Many people often talk about how hard it is to get accepted into the Academia, let alone graduate. But those who finish their studies and go on to become full-time researchers at the Academia have it even harder. Sure, we may not be Sumeru City,
but Port Ormos offers beautiful scenery and a stress-free environment. Some even say it's good luck to come to Port Ormos, so students and researchers come flocking here when things get to be too much at the academia. Ah, you see over there? Those are students from the academia.
They look pretty serious.
They've been looking worried and miserable ever since they got here a few days ago. If you ask me, the life of a merchant is better. So long as the Akasha teaches us what we need, then life is good.
I suppose.
Those students seem to be discussing
But if you don't, I really don't like the Akasha. I find it, I don't know, something about it just feels off.
It's no good. I've tried asking around, but I haven't been able to learn anything useful. Not to mention that a bunch of scary-looking Eremite mercenaries have been posted along the streets now.
There's been a lot of fighting between the different Eremite factions in Port Ormos. If we choose to move on our own, then it would be wise to steer clear of them. Especially the group that's constantly shouting some stuff about the Scarlet King and some resurrection. I've even heard that the Citadel of Regzar is starting to get fed up with them. What was that group called again? Ein something or other?
They're called Ein El Akhmar. Today, I heard that the thing we're after might be in their possession at the moment. Wait, come again?
Interesting.
Many of the Eremites in Port Ormos deal with trading this kind of thing. They're usually pretty wary of outsiders, but not so with students of the academia. It's because the kind of goods that students are looking for aren't the kind of goods that Eremites are after. As long as they know you're a student, then deals can be made. I've heard that Ein El Akhmar likes to set up shop at the Jafar Tavern. Supposedly, if you're willing to part with 500,000 Mora, they'll give you info on anything.
Ooh, 500,000 Mora?
If information alone costs that much, then how could we ever afford to buy what we're looking for? I guess we might as well give up on trying to graduate this way. I wouldn't worry too much. Our field of research is very niche. Who else could possibly be after that kind of shady knowledge? I bet it's practically worthless to anyone aside from us. Well, I guess that makes sense. Then the only thing left for us now is to find a way in. Why don't we all just pool our money together and pay for the information?
Whoa! Did you hear that? A niche field of research and shady knowledge? It all sounds pretty suspicious to Papa.
Yeah, very suspicious indeed.
People just buy and sell like that? So, what's our plan?
Let's go to the tavern.
Wait, didn't you hear what they just said? Buying information is going to cost us 500,000 Mora!
Reliable information is worth the price, Paimon.
Oh, all right.
I have 500,000 Mora that I can part with.
Agree to parting with that kind of Mora. But if you know what you're doing, then we should give it a shot.
I mean, I pay the right price. I'll take the right price for the right information, you know? Okay.
This is the place we heard those students talking about.
We find ourselves at the tavern.
Oh, you've arrived. Please take a seat.
Gladly.
So, they think that they can go toe-to-toe with the boss? Ha! Once we reclaim the power of the Scarlet King, they'll be the first that the boss punishes.
Okay.
They're nothing to be afraid of. Our main rival now is the Caracal Battalion.
The
They've
Caracal
also amassed a significant
Battalion.
amount of more this time, so we mustn't underestimate them.
How can the Caracal Battalion compete with the boss when they're nothing but a bunch of money-grubbing opportunists out for a quick Mora?
Yeah.
Who knows?
With boss's fervent devotion, he'll be able to use this power to bring our god back this time.
Huh. All these guys talk about is the Scarlet King, so they're probably the ones we're looking for.
Greater Lord Ruka Devata. That traitor and her followers must not be spared. The day will come when the Scarlet King exacts vengeance on Sumeru, and all of them shall be punished.
A traitor?
Yeah, Paimon
Interesting.
was wondering what they meant too. We should ask about that if we get the chance later.
I mean, I'll pay them some mind. Hello there.
Huh? Who are you? What do you want?
I'm a student from the academia.
A student? What's a student from Sumeru City doing in Port Ormos?
I'm looking for some info on some certain things.
Ah, well, if it's info you want, you've come to the right place. The question is, can you afford it?
Hand him $500,000 and Mora. It's honestly not that bad, Paimon. I have like 6 billion.
Here, this is the merchant's address. Whatever you're looking for, you'll find it there. Well, what are you waiting for?
Okay, no problem. I have just one more question.
We heard you mention the Scarlet King just now. We're actually interested to know more because we're archaeology students.
Yes.
Fine. Since you've already handed over the Mora, I guess I can throw in a little extra info. As you can see, members of Ain al-Ahmar are devout believers of the Scarlet King.
Yeah.
Years
What's
ago,
the deal with
Scarlet King
that?
founded the great desert nation that was our homeland. It was an advanced
I
civilization.
didn't know that they didn't
far
live in
beyond
the
anything
desert
we'll see in
anymore, by the way.
present-day Sumeru.
I guess there might be
The
still
Scarlet
a
King was
few
the
people who
rightful
live
god
in
of
the
wisdom,
desert.
But he was betrayed by a companion he trusted. She even stripped him of his title, God of Wisdom.
So,
Huh.
you mean the traitor was...
Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, yes. That shameless wretch destroyed the Scarlet King's civilization, and our ancestors were forced to flee to this land where we were made to suffer the tyranny of our enemies. Furthermore, she conspired with the Academia to cover up the truth of her actions, and create the merciful and benevolent facade for which she is now known.
I wouldn't actually be
Just
surprised if
thinking
that
about
was
it
the
sickens
case.
me. But the story doesn't end there, oh no. The Scarlet King isn't truly dead. The voice of the Oracle has been heard in the desert, prophesying his resurrection. Mark my words, our god shall return. And when that day comes, all followers of the traitor and all the desert dwellers who have forgotten their true god will suffer retribution together.
Okay.
If what I'm saying makes you shiver with fear, it might not be too late for you to become a believer of the Scarlet King.
Can you tell us more about the Oracle?
I don't have anything to say to you academia people about that. I think this conversation has reached its end.
Okay, that's
Not
fine.
just yet. This man is a fraud.
Oh?
You again? Deranged academia lunatic.
Yes, it's me again. I already warned you that if you weren't willing to sit and discuss things with me, I'd take measures to make things uncomfortable for you. Listen to
Oh,
me.
boy.
That address he gave you is fake. Or at least, you won't find a merchant waiting for you there. This group has been boasting all around that they can provide information on a certain item as a means of luring people into their territory. Once you show up, they keep up the act until they have hard evidence that you want to purchase said item. Then they use that to squeeze you for all the Mora you're worth.
Okay, so I'm not actually going to pay him anymore. I see. This is how they get around it.
I told you the other day. I wish to discuss my terms with your boss.
Ha!
I like this
the
dude.
boss made it perfectly clear that he won't negotiate with you.
Who said he wanted to
and
negotiate?
in no uncertain terms. But that was then. It does not preclude him from changing his mind in the future.
I'm warning you. Don't push us, or this could get ugly. We don't
Ugly
usually
for
get rough
you.
with
I'm on
people in
his
the academia
side.
because it just complicates things.
I've
For
beaten a
lunatic
dragon
like you,
before.
though, we might just have to make an exception.
If you're suggesting
And literally
that we
God
escalate this from
toe
a
to
verbal
toe
exchange
with
to
a
visible
god.
one, I
Not
accept.
once, not twice,
After
but
all,
like
even
4
the
times.
Archons used war to negotiate the ownership of Teyvat. If, on the other hand, we can't agree on any means of negotiation at all, then I'm afraid my next course of action will sting a little more than the mere falling through of a few business deals. I
Oh,
will
no.
jeopardize the Eremite's reputation, which I know you value above all else. I am quite confident that if I began to take such action, your boss would willingly approach me himself. However, I fear that by then, some things will have happened that cannot be undone. Also, a word of advice. I suggest you tell your boss exactly what happened here today. Otherwise, he might blame you for not telling him in the future.
What did you say?
Yes, that was a threat.
Have I ever failed to follow through on my word in the past?
This guy is really out of his mind.
No, in my opinion, but
Okay,
I don't
if
exactly
you really have
know.
a death wish, let's meet a week from today. The pier in front of the Pharos Lighthouse, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, sharp. Don't
A week
expect
from
us to
today?
hold back.
That's a long amount of time. Am I gonna have to wait a whole week?
Not so fast. First, you return the 500,000 Mora to
I mean,
them.
I didn't need the Mora. Like I said, I didn't need the Mora.
Please, I beg you, don't provoke them. We can't afford any trouble with this crowd. They haven't even paid for their food yet.
Ah, Mr. Iman. There appears to be fewer staff in the restaurant recently. This wouldn't happen to be because they're all busy spreading the word to the students, would it?
It's possible.
Someone who chooses to do business with a group like that really can't afford to get so flustered the instant someone confronts them about it. Consider the meal compensation for our silence. I'd say you're getting an excellent deal.
Whoa, did you see that? He not only got us our Mora back, but sent the Amorites running too.
I mean, he's kind of cool.
He know a lot about what's going on around here.
I want it.
Let's catch up with him and ask some questions.
Yeah. I guess I'm just gonna be tailing him now. He's gonna see that I'm tailing him and just disappear.
Wait up! It's Al-Haytham, right?
Al-Haytham?
What do you want?
Thank you for helping us back
No
there.
need for thanks. My goal was to get to them, and you two gave me just the opportunity I needed. We're even. Oh, I advise you to keep your distance from them. Since they weren't able to make off with your Mora in the end, they might harass you again in the future.
That's fine. I can take a
All
little
right.
harassment.
Goodbye.
Wait.
Hold your horses! We still have something to ask you about! Since you tore through their scam right in front of them, you must know the real story about certain something, no?
Who exactly are you two? And why are you inquiring about that?
I'm a student from the academy.
A student? Right. Look, you should know that those thugs conducting business with you had nothing to do with your lie.
Perhaps you're also on talking terms? I know a thing or two about swordplay. I really do.
Huh? Oh, yeah! She's really strong! Weren't you saying something about a physical exchange? We can help with that.
She doesn't even have a vision. Forget it.
I do.
Maybe not, but she can still use elemental energy. Otherwise, there's no way we'd go asking for info from from guys like that. Those high-headed thugs are definitely gonna bring a lot of backup for your next meeting. Even if you don't go alone, you won't regret taking us with you.
I mean, yeah.
All right, I accept. Got a pen and paper? If you're searching for someone who sells that kind of merchandise, I'll give you one of their addresses, and you can try your luck. We'll reconvene at the appointed time by the pier. It doesn't
Okay.
matter if you show up
So
or
it
not.
looks like he ended up being the businessman we really were looking
Give us
for.
this merchant's information. Does that mean you can tell us exactly what we're after?
You were willing to part with 500,000 Mora for something and you didn't even know what it was?
Yeah.
Well, if you truly are as skilled as you claim, then you can beat the answer out of them when they become hostile. Look, if you've been making inquiries, then you have to know something by now. Tell me what you know so far, so I don't waste time repeating information.
We know it's connected to the academia somehow, and that not only do the Eremites deal in it, but some students want to get a hold of it too.
It's like some kind of knowledge.
You know almost everything there is to know, but you're unable to compile this information because you've never seen the object before. This is what you've been looking for.
Oh.
Paimon can't tell what it is. It looks like some kind of ornament.
This is a knowledge capsule. To put it simply, it's a vessel that can store a fixed quantity of canned knowledge. It's like a miniature Akasha. Anyone who links it to their personal
That
Akasha
is actually
terminal
pretty
instantly
cool.
becomes privy to its contents.
Anyone?
Correct. Anyone. Unlike the Akasha, which heavily regulates who can access what information, knowledge capsules confer their contents without any requisites.
Okay, that sounds like a great
It's
item,
essentially a
but
convenient and harmless vestibule for knowledge. Unfortunately, it's illegal in Sumeru to privately possess or trade them. They were created as a means for scholars to transfer knowledge gained from Irminsul into the Akasha, and are intended to be destroyed immediately after use.
Okay.
But despite strict regulations, some of these knowledge capsules will always escape destruction. After all, there will always be those in this world who are dissatisfied with life as designed for them by the Akasha and wish to change their fate.
Well,
over the past century,
I don't
a wide
like
variety of canned knowledge has been leaked from the academia.
the more I dislike the
in Port
Akasha, the
Ormos,
more
the valuable
I
ones
hear
are
about
means
it.
to Mora for the Eremites. Meanwhile, those which the Eremites deem to be useless to them occasionally prove useful to the common citizens and hapless academia students. Well, I think that about sums it up.
Okay. I heard the academia lost one recently.
Oh, so that's your true objective.
I want to learn more about it.
With our current arrangement, I don't believe I can offer an answer.
What do I have to do?
You're still resolved. Fine. Let's talk somewhere with fewer people.
Okay. Yes, I am very determined to figure this out because I'm still just trying to talk to a god so that I can ask them, hey, do you know where my brother is? For them to go, no, I have no idea where your brother is. And for them to go, okay, and me go, bye.
Let's continue our conversation here. If you wish to learn more about the knowledge capsule that the academia lost, then you must help me with something.
What is it?
I need you to find someone named Dory, a traveling merchant.
Dory?
Unlike the peddlers
Wow.
who hawk inferior knowledge capsules, she often has quality goods in stock. Some say that as long as there is profit to be made, there is nothing she won't dare to sell.
I'm not
She's guarded
surprised.
against people from the academia because most of her wares don't comply with academia regulations. I think she blacklisted me. I met with her informant, but it soon became clear that they had no intention of letting me get any further. Become one of Dory's customers and earn her trust. This is my condition for further collaboration.
Okay, so I'm becoming your informant to her.
Until you complete this
Interesting.
task, you don't have question privileges.
Fine. So how do we go about doing this?
You two are outlanders who haven't been here for long, so Dory should view you as safe clients. I'll give you the informant's address and their contact password.
Okay.
Beyond the password, though, I have no way of knowing what other tricks she might have up her sleeve. You'll have to improvise.
I'm not very good at that. And Paimon's really bad at
The
that.
true challenge begins after you meet her. She has a keen nose for Mora and a shrewd eye for wares, and she only likes customers who she deems to have good taste. I'll prepare some funds for you. Buy her highest quality wares and earn her approval.
Okay.
We only just saw a knowledge capsule for the first time. We don't know how to tell which ones are good and which ones are bad. Is that something we can learn quickly?
That's true.
It comes
Have
down
you
to
two heard of
oh
elemental
yes,
sight?
no, I haven't.
Oh, that's a surprise. Guess I'll have to hold you in higher regard. Anyway, that ability should resolve your issue.
Oh, okay. That's all I get. Okay, use elemental sight and a
Here
bit
are
of
2 knowledge
intuition.
capsules. Tell me, can you detect any difference in their quality?
Maybe.
They look the same to Paimon.
I mean,
Try inspecting them with elemental sight.
okay. Oh, the one on the left.
How'd it go? Did you see anything?
One on the left is way, yeah. One on the left
Rumor
shine
has it
brighter.
that higher quality knowledge capsules generally appear brighter when viewed through elemental sight.
Okay.
That's because knowledge originates from Irminsul, the root of Dendro
And
power
Dendro
itself.
power.
The more
and-
powerful the knowledge, the richer it is in
Okay,
Dendro energy.
I see that. I see
However,
that.
some canned knowledge with a high concentration of elemental energy is of little use in contemporary times, so those capsules are of little value. Using elemental sight is merely a stopgap measure. but it should suffice for earning Dory's trust.
That sounds pretty impressive.
Here's a sheet with the informant's location and contact password, and here is the mora for purchasing canned knowledge. Don't be cheap. You'll need to spend to catch Dory's eye. If there's any mora left over, just keep it. Oh, and be sure to exercise some caution. There have been Matra present in Port Ormos lately. Your efforts will be for naught if they catch you. They belong to the Academia's regulatory body. They also handle cases of illegal canned knowledge transactions. Like I said, the Academia has banned both their trade and possession. The Matra
So just don't get caught.
You're in for nothing good if they lock their sights onto you. If you two want to back out, now's the time.
I'll help you find Dory.
Then we have a deal. If you succeed in your dealings with Dory, come find me at the Wikella Funduk. We'll have an open discussion.
The Wikella Funduk. That's a name and a half.
Looking at what Al-Haytham wrote, Dory's informant is a trader near Old Ormos. Let's follow these instructions and try to get in contact with him.
Hello.
Hello. What are you two looking to buy?
I don't actually know the correct answer.
Wait, are you sure you're remembering that right? Paimon doesn't think it was that on the paper.
I want to buy unripe.
What a unique palette. We have unripe horror fruits, but we usually keep them in the back. I'll have someone escort you.
Okay.
Following the paper got us past the first round.
Also, I've got very
These two
unique
want to
hair
buy
color.
Unripe horror fruits. Show them to the warehouse.
Got it. You two, please follow me.
I'll gladly follow you.
You
I
two
should.
have a fascinating fashion sense. We haven't seen a customer wearing a Sumeru rose for quite some time.
Oh?
Hold on. Let me think. Sumeru rose means common merch. No, look again. We're obviously wearing morning flowers.
Morning flower.
Ah, my mistake. I do apologize.
Whew. That pop quiz sure was scary.
Paimon, you're just too
Warehouse
stressed.
is up ahead. Please follow me.
Am I gonna like sneak
Before I
under the
retrieve your
rafters?
products, I need to confirm a few things. Please
Alright.
forgive me, but we may not have sufficient stock for you today. Earlier, many of our hara fruits were taken by mice.
Congratulations to you.
Thanks. If better goods come in, you'll be the first to know. You look like you have some skill. Why don't I pick out some fruits that'll make you dizzy?
Dizziness is a side effect of tinnitus, please? I would prefer something that causes heart stroke.
Yep, that's the right answer. But eating hara fruit that makes your head and ears ring?
Would you like your hara fruits to be packaged in the Sumeru City or Port Ormos style?
I'm gonna say Port Ormos style.
Wow, you two sure are generous customers. We'll be sure to package your products beautifully.
Oh wow, I did that trust really well. By the way, I did not read that paper ticket at all. I totally went along it.
What? The matcha? Where? Al-Haytham said we're done for if they catch us. We gotta get out of here. We don't know this area, so let's follow that informant.
He went up here, didn't he? I assume he's just guiding us. Yeah, he's probably actually guiding us to where Dory is. And that's why he has to run, to ward off any potential people tracking us.
Hey, if you're hiding from the Rishbaland tiger, come this way.
Another password. Huh? Oh, that voice came from behind the building on the right.
Here, over here.
Hi,
You can
Dory.
stop running now.
So you were the one who was calling out to us just now. But, Are we definitely gonna be safe here?
These two good customers wish to buy some horror fruit, Miss Dory. And if there's nothing else, I'll just excuse myself.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
Very good.
Hi, Dory.
Wait, you're Dory? Paimon sure thought you'd look a whole lot scarier.
Hey, what are you trying to say, Princess P-Brain? I can be scary enough when I need to be, believe you me.
I know.
What you say, then you can forget about doing any business. But it seems you two have actually done pretty well so far. Not only did you manage to find the informant, your reactions were also pretty sharp. You don't really look like criminals or anything.
Yeah, no, we're...
I bet my Mora that you've been involved in some shady dealings, haven't you?
Paimon's not sure if that's supposed to be a compliment, but we'll take it.
I can't risk doing business with people who start huffing and puffing after just a few paces. No matter how much Mora they might have. Not only will they get caught by the Matra, but they'll also get us into trouble.
Yeah.
As decent folks trying to run an honest business. We don't need any of that. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, no.
So that's why I prefer to have customers like you. It's your first time here, but don't worry. I won't ask too many questions. Even if you wish to buy enough knowledge capsules to decorate your house with, please, knock yourself out. As long as you have lots of round, shiny Mora, then we're all good.
Can you show us your product?
Ah, yes, of course, of course. Go ahead, help yourselves. Voila!
Voila.
Wow, she has a trove of canned knowledge. Whew. She'd probably be in serious trouble if the Matra caught her with all this.
What kind of products do you seek, my dear customers? Don't worry, I'm not interested in your reasons for buying. I can, however, offer some suggestions.
I'd love to hear your
For
suggestions.
example, an analysis of the sociological ideology and dialectics of the Hilichurls.
Ooh.
Only 3 people in all of Teyvat have ever studied it, making it extremely rare.
Okay.
It's on sale now for 350,000 Mora.
Yeesh, who would want to be an expert in that topic?
I mean, I'd be cool with being an expert in that topic.
The architectural styles and construction methods of Teyvat in the early Archon War period. With this one, you can become an expert in historic architecture preservation.
That one was
and
that one's less enticing. I'd rather learn Hilichurl.
Ooh, now this sounds like it could be useful.
2 million Mora, and it's yours. No discounts.
Whoa, that's a lot of Mora!
Of course, you are free to pick whatever your heart's desire. The contents and price of each knowledge capsule are indicated in small text on the body of each one, down at the bottom.
Alright, let's try the method that Alhaitham mentioned.
Okay, let's look for some good product. So, if I had to guess top one, I'll take this one, and that one, and this one as well.
Ah, you've really got a good head on your shoulders, and quite the eye for quality.
Okay, I'm just gonna...
Take these, please and thank you.
My oh my, you are blessed with a taste for both the exquisite and the extravagant. Customers like you are a rare breed. 1 in 100. No, 1 in 1,000 even.
Of course, of course.
Listen, I have a special offer for you two. If you spend just 100,000 Mora more, you can pick any knowledge capsule of your choice up to a value of 1 million Mora.
Say what now? Hey, did you hear that? Spend another 100K and we get a capsule worth a whole million!
Calm down, Paimon.
But all the canned knowledge we just bought is easily worth 500,000 Mora. If we spend just a little more, we can get something worth 1 million Mora. Think about it. We've gone to all this trouble to get this canned knowledge. And so far, everything we bought belongs to Alhaitham. Aren't you even the least bit curious about how this whole canned knowledge thing works? We're talking instant knowledge here. Don't you want to try it yourself?
I think you're the one who's curious. You just want to see me try.
Come on, come on. We still have around 100,000 of Alhaitham's Mora left, so let's put it to good use by finding something useful for you. Ahem. You've got a deal, Dory. We'd like to spend an extra 100,000 Mora.
Excellent. Then please, select from this fine collection of canned knowledge over here.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Paimon thought we could choose whatever we wanted. Why can't we choose the ones from over there?
Oh, but my dear customer, the knowledge capsules over here are worth 1 million Mora each. I'm sure discerning customers like yourselves will be able to find something to your liking. Please, take your time.
Okay.
Paimon has a bad feeling about this. Let's use Elemental Sight again to check these. So, what did you see?
They all seem to be quality bright.
So they're all worth
Equally
about the same amount?
Right.
Well, anyway, the Mora's already been spent, so let's at least try to find something useful. Let Paimon take a look here. An introduction to traditional Sumeru brewing techniques, the art of growing spices, an overview of ancient runes. Oh, how about this one? Sword Fighting Techniques 8.
That could be
Never
cool.
find volumes 1 through 7, but at least this knowledge should be useful, right? Let's go with this one.
Fine by me.
Dory, we'll take this one.
All right, very good. I'm expecting some new goods in the next couple days, so be sure to check back again soon. Whether it's canned knowledge or anything else you need, bring your Mora to Dory and doors will open.
I mean, that's a good jingle.
Our dealings with Dory went smoothly enough. Let's head to Wakala Funduk and meet up with Alhaitham.
How much do we want to bet that
the Academia lost?
we have a canned knowledge now, so how much do you want to bet that that's going to be a problem later on? Well, I'll face them.
You two made it. And from the looks on your faces...
Whoa, there's so many people from the Academia here. Why would you pick this place as our meetup spot?
Well, Wakala Funduk is under the Academia's control, so naturally the Academia has people working here. I came to Port Ormos under the pretense of conducting official business.
Okay.
Pretty daring guy.
Relax. No one here is interested in anything we say, and the Matcher won't come here. Okay now, tell me how your encounter with Dory went.
I'd say it went pretty alright.
Okay, we did what you asked. So, can you tell us about the knowledge capsule that the Academia lost now?
Before that, I have to ask, why are you two so intent on tracking it down? You don't have to answer, of course.
I mean, we want to meet the 3.0 Archon.
Yeah, she just wants to meet the God of Wisdom and ask her about something important.
That's all.
We've been in Sumeru for a while now, but we still haven't found a way. When we heard that the Academia had lost something that might be related to the gods, we came here in case it turned out to be our lucky break.
Okay, yeah.
In that case, you're on the right track. A short while ago, the Academia lost a knowledge capsule in the desert. It's supposedly a divine knowledge capsule. Use it, and you'll gain the wisdom of the gods.
Oh.
Wow, there's really such a thing as that? Hey, if we find it, do you think we could learn how to meet the 3.0 Archon? Ooh, or even how to find your brother?
It's possible.
I highly doubt it has any mystical properties, but it does indeed exist. And it's right here, in Port Ormos.
Oh, so is it now?
Where exactly?
That's what we need to find out next.
Okay. Your goal is to find it too.
I won't deny that. I am investigating because I'm curious as to what the divine knowledge capsule truly is. As you know,
I mean,
the Eremites in Port Ormos also have their eyes on it. It is an extremely precious item. The knowledge contained within may bring great power or wealth to whoever has it in their possession. Several brigades have been vying for ownership of it as of late, but there is still no victor. My personal finances and connections cannot compete with those of the Eremites. After attempting various methods, I finally managed to reach a tentative agreement with several brigades. I agreed to forego ownership of the Divine Knowledge Capsule in exchange for the opportunity to study it. After all, there's no harm in understanding what it is. However, there are those who are less amenable to negotiation.
Yeah, I can imagine.
They adamantly believe that the Divine Knowledge Capsule contains the Scarlet King's power, and that he will return to this world when they obtain it. They refuse to let anyone from the Academia tarnish their deity's soul.
So you kept hounding them because they refused to cooperate with you?
Yeah, probably.
Yes. Ain al-Ahmar isn't exactly wealthy, but its members are determined to get that capsule by any means necessary. To that end, they've resorted to many methods more foul than fair in order to amass sufficient funds.
Stealing money from
I've been
people.
sabotaging their business to force them into negotiating with me. The Divine Knowledge Capsule should be up for a secret auction within the next few days. Each brigade will place their own bid, and the prize will be covertly given to the winner. To ensure the capsule's security and to evade the Matra's notice, the winning brigade will not publicly disclose their victory. Unless I know whose hands the Divine Knowledge Capsule ends up in, my agreements with them will fall through. Dory is the most reliable source of information, but that avenue was previously closed to me. With you on board now, the situation is different.
In other words, you wanted us to befriend Dory so you could find out where the Divine Knowledge Capsule is.
Yeah.
Yes, you can say that. But this arrangement harms none of us. The day after tomorrow, go back to Dory and try to purchase information on the Divine Knowledge Capsule's whereabouts. If she has no information, wait 2 days and approach her again. If I get the opportunity to study the Divine Knowledge Capsule, I will relay my findings to you. Will that suffice as compensation?
Yes, I'd say so.
Okay, then we'll meet up in 2 days.
Alhaitham, before you go, we actually bought a knowledge capsule for ourselves, but we're not sure how to use it.
You two want to try using a knowledge capsule? Sure, I can teach you. Doing so right under the Academia's nose is a bit problematic, though.
Yeah, I can imagine.
What do you say we head to the outskirts of town?
Sure. Well, here we are.
All right, this place works. Show me the capsule you purchased.
Here.
Sword Fighting Techniques 8. Huh. A combat class knowledge capsule. This class is something of a rare find these days, since most have been taken by the Eremites to augment their battle capabilities.
Oh.
Ah, yeah, what a great buy!
If you want to determine the efficacy of this capsule, I can evaluate your combat ability. However, effects will likely be minimal if you already possess a high amount of strength.
Oh.
We can conduct a controlled experiment where you fight 2 battles. One before using this knowledge capsule, and one after.
Okay.
While you fight, we can use an Akasha terminal to monitor your various physical parameters. There may be variances in your physical strength between the 2 tests, as well as a disparity in your opponent's abilities. But don't worry. I'll run statistical analyses afterward to mitigate any confounding effects.
Damn, he's really a, scientist.
You must have been one of those guys at the Academia who got top grades on everything. Paimon's curious about something, though. You definitely weren't one of those students who needed canned knowledge to graduate from the Academia, right? So why are you risking getting caught by the Matra for this capsule?
I'm also curious about this.
When you are unable to understand a researcher's actions, most cases can be attributed to curiosity. This is but one theory.
Okay, I get that.
The question.
He might just be
All right,
curious.
let's begin the test. Just fight.
Okay, what am I fighting? Oh, a bunch of mushrooms.
Illusion shattered.
Also, isn't it sword fighting technique? What if I didn't use a sword at all?
Gotcha.
Just not at all. Obviously, these strategies
I'll
wouldn't
link your
be much
Akasha terminal
different.
to record data. The next step is to use this knowledge capsule. Hold it in your hand. I'll help you establish a connection with it so you can activate its power.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, open my inventory and use it. Cool. Now I know sword technique 8 or whatever. And I have to watch this long cutscene. I felt something for a moment.
You mean that it worked?
I would
Alright.
suppose.
Time for round 2. Fight with the same composure as before.
Oh, okay.
By royal...
Shine down! Barbados, guide us.
I guess I went like the tiniest bit faster.
Now, I'll start recording data again.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Well, the knowledge capsule you purchased did improve her combat capability. During the second fight, her overall fighting performance
was
increased by 0.073%.
0.073.
Wait, how much?
0.073%. Basically 0, but you could also say it was basically a 0.1.
Jerk! She totally scammed us!
Well,
1 million
no.
Mora? This thing isn't worth a tenth of that amount!
Well,
of course, this could be because she is so powerful that the capsule's contents were unable to produce a substantial
exactly.
increase. At the very least, this test allowed me to
Saying
gain more insight into
saying
Vitora.
Dory scammed us because we
deal
already
seems
knew the
increasingly
information
worth my
in the
investment.
capsule. Isn't necessarily
I'm heading
the
back to
best.
Akela Funduk. I await your response in 2 days' time. This is Mora for when you ask Dory for information. Pay her as much as she requests.
Yeah, okay. Gladly. Paimon still seems very flustered and annoyed. That's kind of... I mean, it's fitting, and I don't know if I necessarily agree with her annoyedness. I was just stronger than the capsule really could provide any information to. I mean, they're meant for lesser grade swordsmen. Hello, Dory.
Here, over here! Oh, welcome back, my loyal patrons. What can I do for you this time? You name it. Can knowledge, supplies, or anything else you need. I'll find a way to get it. Where there's a waterfall of Mora, there's a way.
Well, we're here for some information.
Anything at all?
Aha! So it appears that canned knowledge alone is no longer sufficient for your opulent appetite. Then please oblige me. Tell me what you have in mind.
I'd like to buy some info on the whereabouts of a divine knowledge capsule.
Oh! I knew customers with pockets as deep as yours would undoubtedly crave something more profound than ordinary canned knowledge.
Of course.
But you know, that kind of information isn't going to be cheap.
Okay, how
After all,
much?
I had to work really hard to weasel my way into the auction site. Not to mention that if anyone found out that I was the leaker, I would be in big, big trouble.
Of course, of course.
Can we be sure your information is accurate? Paimon's curious how you just happen to have this kind of info the moment we need it.
Because to me, anything of value is what I consider to be my supply. Therefore, I must always be aware of what's hot on the market in order to secure more sales.
Yes, so she tries to know everything that's hot so
you've no
she
need
can
to
sell
worry
it.
about that. I used a camera to take a picture of the transaction. That way, no one can dispute it.
Okay, name your price.
It's always a pleasure doing business with such sterling patrons. Now that you've paid in full, here's the scoop. The Divine Knowledge Capsule was purchased yesterday by a certain Misery, the leader of Ain el Ahmar.
Oh.
El Ahmar? You mean the Eremites who worship the Scarlet King?
Okay, that makes sense.
Ah, so you're already familiar with them. The group has done everything in their power to obtain the Divine Knowledge Capsule. After all, they believe it contains the power of the Scarlet King.
I don't think it does.
Knowledge Capsule is
Judging by the fact that everyone's building it up to have it, probably not.
The capsule is clearly visible in the picture I took. You can look for yourself.
Okay.
Thanks for the info, Dory.
Please, it's my pleasure. It's all thanks to discerning customers such as yourselves that my efforts yesterday were not in vain. Please, don't hesitate to contact me if you ever need anything else in the future. More effort, Dory, opens doors.
I'm sure. And I'll make sure not to leak this information.
Divine Knowledge Capsule is. It turns out it ended up in the hands of Ain el-Ahmar. Let's head back and talk to Al-Haytham.
I am a bit of a loyal patron after all. Why would I betray someone I've paid so much money? I've built up such a reputation to them.
Al-Haytham, we got the info you wanted.
Really? All right. Let's hear it.
It's in the hands of Al-Haytham or whatever.
Dory even gave us evidence to verify the intel. Have a look.
Huh, look at that. Clear as day. It must have taken some guts just to infiltrate the scene of the Eremites' transaction. But then to get close enough to take a picture like this.
Dory's very bold.
Very bold move. All right. The person in this picture is indeed Misery, the leader of Ain el-Ahmar. And the glowing red capsule he's holding appears to be the Divine Knowledge Capsule. In which case, if we play our cards right, when we confront them next week, we should be able to force them to show their hand.
At first, Paimon didn't get why you were provoking these Ain el-Ahmar guys. But now, it's sort of
does,
sense.
yeah, it does make a lot of sense when they've put this much effort into obtaining that.
Defeat them, we can finally have a serious talk with their boss and get them to lend us the Divine Knowledge Capsule.
Thank you for your time and efforts.
A talk with their boss might be a bit hard.
Let's meet up again on the afternoon of the arranged date, 3 o'clock sharp.
I'll be there.
See you then.
3 o'clock sharp. So, should I arrive early?
Al-Haytham sure is taking his time. Where could he be?
Right there.
Oh, there he is.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's head to the pier in front of Pharos Lighthouse.
No problem.
Let's go.
As long as you're here, I don't want to charge in there all by myself. After all, I have no idea what necessarily I'm getting into.
Al-Haytham. I knew you were crazy, but I didn't know you were crazy enough to actually show up.
Yeah,
It
we're
was
here.
I who demanded that these negotiations take place. I was more worried that you might go back on your promise.
I'm
But
not
to your
surprised.
credit, it appears that you're sticking to your word. This is turning into quite an occasion. I also brought some backup. I assume you don't mind.
Backup? Aren't you the brat from the restaurant the other day? You've come to support this lunatic because he helped you out?
Not
Fine.
exactly.
Your funeral. I'm not going to mince my words. Once we're done with you, you'll be nothing more than fish food. Get 'em, boys!
Okay. Oh, is this where we get to see his strength?
Uh-oh, here they come. Good luck, you two.
Oh, we actually get to fight them.
Quietly now. Busted. There is no
I mean, like,
Go as one.
a bunch of mercenaries? Really?
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
I did think that these guys were kind of buff at first. They have a lot of HP.
Academia scum!
Oh, it's a nice cutscene.
Boss, finally! Did you use it? Great! Now we can... Boss?
He's the divine.
We have to cut his Akasha connection now.
Target acquired. Arrest him. Do not impede our work. Is that understood, Al-Haytham?
Of course. I was only trying to help.
Take him away.
Ooh, sly hand.
World, forget me.
What in Tibet just happened? It's like that big guy suddenly lost his mind.
It looks like he used the divine knowledge capsule.
You mean
Okay.
the divine knowledge capsule did that to him?
I would think so. Speaking of which, Hypatia did mention you do lose your mind in certain states.
I've heard of numerous incidents of researchers in Satyavada life going insane. The state that man is now in suggests that this is a similar situation.
Okay, that makes
This divine
sense.
knowledge capsule does appear to be linked to the gods.
He
but beyond
consumed too
that,
much
it doesn't seem
information for
anything
his
like
small
the rumors
brain,
suggest.
and it imploded.
Possessing it doesn't grant you divine wisdom or power. Did you hear what he said? World, forget me.
What could that possibly mean? It's linked to yeah, it's linked to the Airman soul directly, and probably later or Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Still, Paimon didn't expect the divine knowledge capsule would be so dangerous. Imagine if we tried to open it. Oh, who knows what would have happened to us?
Who knows?
As things stand, there is no reason for me to remain in Port Ormos. I believe our collaboration has also reached its end.
Well, thank you.
We were so busy trying to find the divine knowledge capsule that Paimon forgot to ask you something. Since you're a member of the Academia, do you have any idea how we can go about meeting Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Truthfully, I don't. Lesser Lord Kusanali appears
Of course
to exist
not.
outside of Sumeru's entire administration. Most of the time, you wouldn't know she exists at all.
Yeah.
Moreover, since the Academia possesses the Akasha, a symbol of our deity's wisdom, scholars have no reason to desire to make contact with the deity herself anyway.
Everything about Lesser Lord Kusanali is such a mystery.
I mean,
I'm
it's a
heading back to
welcome
the
mystery. I like the story
about
so
you two?
far, even if it's like the longest.
Festival. Maybe we should head back too.
It's been the longest Archon quest by far so far. You have a point. Let's return.
Then we'll part ways here, Al-Haytham, until we meet again.
Hopefully we do.
Now, do I deal with this thing first? Or should I produce the report that the higher-ups require?
I know you're working for the government. Was that supposed to be some form of surprise? Like, you're like shadow ops. It's kind of, it was kind of very obvious to me, but like, someone so skilled with so much mora, a lucrative industry. Knowing him, he'll probably leave us out of it, but who knows?
We didn't miss the Sub-Zero's festival, right? Let's hurry and find Dunyarzad. Paimon thinks she must be around the Grand Bazaar, since she showed us around there last time.
But yeah, no, I've been absolutely loving the story so far. It's been Very, very long, though. I gotta say, good story for this first quest. The standards are definitely higher than I was expecting. But, I mean, at the cost of it taking me like 3 hours to even like get through it. Hello, Dunyazard.
There she is! Dunyazard, we're back!
Just as promised, Traveler and Paimon. I'm so glad that you two came back to celebrate Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday.
Looks like we made it back in time.
Indeed. The festival's tomorrow. We've been preparing for so long that I can't help but feel a little nervous.
Understandable.
No need to be nervous.
As the one who's bankrolling the whole thing, you really hope that it works out.
Thanks, Paimon. I hope that everyone who comes to the festival will also have a good time.
That's all that really matters, even if they
Speaking
don't
of which,
find love for
did you
her.
manage to make your way to Port Ormos? Discover anything over there?
Of course we went.
Some things.
A lot of things happened there.
Yeah, unfortunately we didn't get any information on Lesser Lord.
I see. Sounds like you two had another exciting adventure.
I guess.
If there is another chance, I would love to join.
I mean...
Lady, if you went to Port Ormos in your current state, we'd both be in for a lifetime of trouble.
Yes.
You were eavesdropping!
Of course.
It's called covert protection. Keeping an ear out for what's going on around my employer is part of the job.
Yeah, no,
It's our
like...
idea. I merely said I would like to go. I know better than to think my body could handle it.
And I know better not to involve you in things that are way over your
but causing trouble
head.
for you.
That could put
So
you and
please
I
take some
in
time to
danger.
Even when you put it that way, it still doesn't feel right.
Don't worry, my guardian knight.
Okay, fine, but only tonight. Tomorrow's a big day, and many no-good scumbags are gonna try to take advantage of that.
Oh, you two must be exhausted from your long journey back to the city. My apologies for not realizing this sooner.
I mean,
I've
it's
already
not a
prepared
big
room for you
deal.
to rest. Please follow me.
Oh, we have a room.
You're so thoughtful. Paimon's so ready.
I mean, we have been involved in so many things. Oh, Act 2. Okay, here we are in our room.
Here we are. It's also fairly close to where I've been staying.
Oh, cool.
It's really nice.
It does look pretty nice. I mean, looks like every other building. Sorry for troubling you, Dunyazard.
Not at all.
Fun name to say, but
Just tell
gotta
me more about
say,
your adventures when you
Dunyazard.
next get the chance.
That's Paimon's specialty. Paimon can tell you stories next time.
About our plans for tomorrow? Like,
oh, if you don't mind,
what am I
how about
doing?
we all walk around together tomorrow?
Okay, I mean,
All of my friends will be
grr,
working the festival,
I mind
and
so
Dee's still
much.
insisting on her
Don't you
covert
know?
protection.
I don't care. Like, well, I thought it was obvious that we'd be walking around together.
Festival if Dee is constantly hovering over you, right?
I'll keep you company tomorrow.
Then let's meet at the nearby bazaar first thing tomorrow morning. Have a great night.
It's a deal. Good night, Dunyazad.
I may be too excited to fall asleep tonight.
Dunyazad, not Zard.
See you tomorrow.
Zod. Subtle difference.
Really look forward to the Sub-Zero Festival too. Will there be lots of yummy food?
Why wouldn't there be?
No, thinking about food is just gonna keep Paimon up all night. The earlier we sleep, the better. Let's go inside, traveler.
Food keeps you up in the night? That's a very Paimon thing, I guess. I've never heard that from any person ever, but
Did we oversleep?
hopefully not. I do have a habit of doing that IRL.
Right away.
Okay. It's definitely been a while, and I've definitely been, you know. I hope that this quest doesn't take much longer. I'm really feeling like this finale is gonna end with Nilou dancing.
Traveler, Paimon, I've been waiting for you two.
Yep, I'm here.
Dunyazad. We must have overslept a little bit.
Not at all. I arrived early.
Oh.
Today is finally here. I must cherish every moment as if it were gold.
Okay, yes.
So hard for this day. You gotta enjoy it to the fullest.
You know it. Oh, it's just that, as expected. I had some trouble falling asleep last night. I'm hoping my body won't be too much of an issue today.
I mean, maybe you should take it
Let's start with the stalls over
easy and not push yourself.
Many vendors came out of the blue to support the event, and they insisted on covering costs themselves.
Oh.
Let's go give them some business.
Making money is making money, you know?
Oh, sounds like they're not in this just for the Mora.
I mean, some of them
They
are.
all said that contributing to a lively festival atmosphere is more important than money. Especially since we don't often get to celebrate Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday.
Ooh, they're selling food over that way. Let's go take...
This is a stall offering foods from the Haftmewa feast.
Oh, you could tell straight away. I thought most people nowadays wouldn't know.
Wow.
Mushrooms, flowers, and all kind of fruit. It's all vegetarian stuff. Oh, Paimon's a little disappointed.
Why, Paimon? I mean, fruit can be really good.
Mewa feast you mentioned just now.
It's another Sub-Zero's festival tradition. People used to set their tables with 7 different foods.
Okay.
Generally speaking, the most common selections were foods like Rukashifa mushrooms, lunar lotuses, Sumera roses, sunsetias, capulatas, hara fruits, and zaytun peaches.
Probably because a lot of them were in...
Is a vegetarian holiday?
Yeah, it's...
You don't have to be a vegetarian to enjoy the spread. We just use the 7 foods to symbolize the 7 virtues of the 3.0 Archon.
Okay.
Wait, but if that's the case, if Sumera uses vegetarian food to represent the 3.0 Archon, then wouldn't the Pyro Archon's festival be full of food like roasted fowl, juicy meatballs, grilled steak?
That implies everyone worships
Traveler,
the pyro.
as soon as possible.
I hope your wish comes true one day, Paimon.
I mean, I don't know. Something's gonna tell me that Pyro Archon might not be nearly as friendly as we think it is.
Would you like to try your hand at alchemical divination?
Ooh.
What's alchemical divination? Those two things sound like they'd be fun to try together.
I mean...
Right? I thought the same when I first heard about it. It is said to be a mysterious craft invented by none other than Lesser Lord Kusanali herself.
Ooh.
So, how does it work?
Yeah, actually,
it's quite
though.
Simple. After you give me any 2 alchemical reagents, I'll use them to perform a random transmutation.
Okay.
Sure sounds random. So random that it will probably fail.
That is precisely what we need. After the transmutation fails, your one and only diviner here will interpret the remnants.
This is a bit too random, but...
Well, according to Lesser Lord Kusanali, everything is interconnected, and all that occurs can be traced back to fate. You could say this is a pearl.
I don't know how I feel on fate, personally.
Sounds so much more credible when Dunyarzad says it. Are you guys working together?
No, she's just a
That's
heavy
the true wisdom
marketer.
behind it. This young lady sure knows her stuff. So, how about it? Want to give it a try?
I mean, I'll give it a try as long as I don't have to pay too much. Let's go with a pearl and one of these. A mistflower.
Okay, one moment.
Paimon wants to
It's a moon.
Is it? It looks more like a pie that Paimon bit into.
Generally speaking, the moon signifies... It means...
Wait a moment.
Wait a moment.
Is he really looking it up in a book?
I'm assuming he's never seen a
I
moon.
remember now. It means illusions and lies.
Oh.
Illusions and lies? That sounds rather ominous.
Yeah.
Yes, but this book says that if you trust your intuition and overcome your fears, the sun will surely rise.
Okay.
He's not even trying to hide his book anymore.
I mean,
Naturally,
Paimon, do
fate
you
will only
really
ever show
hate
you the
him
beginning
for
of
not
the
knowing his stuff?
It is up to you to forge
It's not
your
his
own
area of expertise. He's learning it,
Thank you so
Paimon.
much. I'll
Don't
keep that in mind.
brutalize
It's
him.
nothing. I'm just learning as I go.
Guess that was still pretty interesting. Okay, on to the next stall.
I don't see why not. I kind of enjoy
They
I mean,
say the
I'm not like
Sub-Zero's
an
festival
Astro
was very
Sign
lively
person,
a long
but
time ago. Large flower carriages used to parade through the city. As they headed towards Port Ormos, people would throw flowers, candy, and liquor all along the way.
Liquor.
Dunyarzad's eyes are
Wow.
sparkling right now.
I wish I could have seen that spectacle. But if you ask me, I'm sure Nilou's Dance of Sub-Zeros will be just as impressive.
I want to see it. That's part of the whole reason I'm here. I'm not really here for any of the stalls.
Attention! Soldiers, fall into formation if you want any Yalda candies.
Yalda candies?
It's a weird guy with a weird hat.
I mean, he looks pretty cool.
Dunyarzad! Wow!
Miss Dunyarzad, the children love you even more than the Yalda candies.
I mean,
In the few short
that's
days
good.
it took to prepare for the Sub-Zero's festival, the children have all grown very fond of you.
That's good.
The Hallowed Knight of Flowers. It's an honor that you know my name.
Yes.
Attention! In the name of Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, I commend you on your contributions to the glorious Sub-Zero's festival. All right, little
He's
soldiers,
definitely playing an
take your Yalda
entertainer for
candies
the
and Don't
kids.
forget your loyalty to Lesser
I can
Lord
respect
Kusanagi.
that.
Dismissed.
Yes, Knight Ferris! Just what is going on here?
A bit of role playing, Paimon.
Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, is another Sub-Zero's festival icon, and one immensely popular with children. In the past, the actor portraying Ferris would also sit on a flower carriage.
It's all thanks to Miss Dunyarzad's sponsorship that the children can make such wonderful memories today.
As are we to you, Vihar.
Oh, not at all. Oh, speaking of tradition, do you want some Yalda candies? They're a festival staple,
mean,
and
what
happen to have
is
some
a
boxes
Yalda
ready to
candy?
here. Take a look and pick whichever one you want.
Whichever one.
That is the fun part. Each box contains a random flavor. It's up to the luck of the draw.
Ooh,
I want the white one on the right.
good.
And there's also Lizard Tail and Oni Kabuto.
Huh? What's up with those two flavors?
Oni Kabuto is a little spicier than Lizard Tail.
Dunyarzad, you tried them before?
I mean,
Traveler, help Paimon pick one. Paimon wants the Sunsetia flavor.
don't blame me if I choose the wrong one.
It's all right. Paimon believes in you.
I also believe in your intuition.
Great. These boxes of candy are numbered 1 to 5 from left to right. Which one do you want?
So, left to right. So, 1 to 5, left to right. Didn't say top to bottom. 3? No, I want the one on the right. I want 5. Yes, I definitely want the number 5.
Attention! That's unfortunately Oni Kabuto.
Ah,
Paimon thought you survived so many epic battles because you had incredible luck.
nope. I apparently have really bad luck.
The Sunsetia flavored candy was in box number 4. How about this? The most important thing is that everyone has a good time at the festival.
I mean,
So
I'll try the
please,
Ono
take both
Kabuto.
boxes.
Really? Thanks a lot, Knight of Candies.
It's Knight of Flowers, not Knight of Candies.
Paimon really wilted the carriageless Knight of Flowers.
They all basically sound the same. We got our candy, so let's keep going.
Oh, actually, I just remembered that I left something behind. Since you're here, can you come with me to get it?
Oh yeah, no, sure thing.
Dunyarzad, you probably forgot because you're so excited about the Sub-Zero's festival.
How embarrassing.
We're here for you after all. We are kind of your only escort. Oh, did she really give me the one right next to her? I suppose that's so.
We're too late. Who knew the little lady was such an early riser?
I know, right? Hey, wait a minute. Boss, isn't that her?
You'll come to learn that I am more of a body
That certainly
escort than
is.
most
We're in luck.
bodyguards.
She's walking right into our clutches.
Those Eremites don't look like they're up to any good.
Who are you? I don't believe the Homayanis hired you.
That's right. We haven't received any of their mora, but I wonder how much the Homayanis would shell out to get you back.
Well, I wonder how much you would pay to get...
Hey, did you scumbags even consider that the Homayanis might have hired a merc that outclasses you?
You're... Dia!
I mean, I could
Dia
beat
the
him up.
Flame Mane. No wonder we mercs haven't heard anything about you for so long. You sold your unruly mane to the highest bidder.
Don't speak so disrespectfully. My family started working with her as gratitude for her past kindness to us.
Don't worry about it, my lady. Just some friendly banter between mercs. One punch and those rabid dogs will expose themselves for what they really are.
Aren't your claws all dull by now? Don't get too
I
cocky.
mean...
Traveler, take Miss Dunyarzad to a safe location.
No, we're gonna stay and help. There's too many of them.
We can't guarantee any safety here.
You're right. All right, fine.
Please be careful, Dia.
Don't waste your time worrying about me.
I
This is
have
my
no
job.
doubt that she can
Look out for yourself.
handle
After I
2
wipe the
dudes,
floor-
maybe 3 or 4. It's like, yeah, no, she could totally beat them up. Okay. We're running. Oh, I'm going here. That wasn't too hard.
Dunyarzad, are you okay? You look a little pale. Are you in shock?
I'm fine. My body always reacts like this whenever I exert myself too much.
You sure you're okay?
I'll be fine after some rest. I'm more worried about Dia. After all, none of this would have happened if I hadn't insisted on coming out today.
Don't worry, she's tough.
Yeah, don't worry.
I have no doubt that she can beat up a couple mercs.
My lady, Traveler, found ya.
Dia! You took care of them so fast!
Any more of them? Or rather, did anyone follow you?
No, I just checked.
Dia, your arm.
That's some
Yes?
scratches.
Fine. It's just a scratch. Normally, they wouldn't have been able to land a hit on me at all, but I'm still getting used to this new greatsword.
Please, let me take a closer look.
Come on, it's nothing. Us mercs aren't as fragile as you think.
Hold on, you said something about a new greatsword. What happened to the one you were using before?
About that. Well, I sold it, because I was low on mora. Stuff like this happens every now and then.
It can't be. The anonymous donation that was used for the venue's final round of preparations?
That does sound like Deha.
Hey, Miss Dunyarzad, I wasn't trying to make you cry, and I'm not gonna lose my commission because I made my employer cry, am I?
It said
Okay,
tears
making your
of joy.
employer cry won't affect your commission, but selling her weapon without permission and getting hurt? I'll have to reevaluate your performance.
You're so unreasonable, my lady.
I love it. I love it.
Thank
So
you
great.
very much, Dia.
Don't be like that. I get embarrassed really easily.
Of course you do.
Are you feeling unwell again, Dunyarzad?
Can you carry her to
My
the
lady,
stage?
Your condition. Traveler, can you take her somewhere to rest? I'll look around the area to make sure we're safe from an ambush.
Leave it to me.
Truly. I'm sorry for the trouble, everyone.
It's not that big of a deal. Just aspects of life are always going to be present in certain things. You gotta come to accept this. I mean, as long as I get to see Nilu's dance, that's all I care
Are
about.
you feeling better, Dunyarzad?
Yes, much better. Just give me a few moments and I'll be good to go.
How serious is your illness?
I didn't realize you were concerned about it. I guess I shouldn't continue to keep it a secret. I was actually born with Elazar.
Elazar?
Terminal now.
Can't believe it's Elazar.
Oh, you've already heard of Elazar. In that case, you probably know about its severity.
Yes.
Sumeru's current medical advancements still haven't been able to find a cure. The disease's progression can only be delayed through environmental therapy.
Dunyarzad.
There's no need to be sad. I've always lived with Elazar and I came to terms with it a long time ago. Compared to the simple fact that I'm afflicted with this, its effects on my life have been much more painful. I know that my family loves me dearly. They've done all they can to provide the best environment for me so that I can live for that much longer. How did you know? Before I ran away from home this time, the world outside of my home didn't even know that I existed.
I'm not
Since
surprised.
I was a child, all I could do was sit on my bed and stare at everything outside of my window. I'm sure my family's worried and disappointed in me for running away, but I just didn't want to have any regrets.
I understand. It's
I wanted
hard.
to meet other people. To me, there's nothing more beautiful than being able to meet and speak with others. Not to mention the incredible time spent preparing for the festival. The joy on everyone's faces here, and all the support I've received from friends like Dia. This way, when my final day does arrive, it will be less sorrowful. At the very least, many people will remember that I once existed in this world.
I will always remember. Such is my role as the seer of this world.
As long as you don't forget Paimon, Paimon also won't forget about you. No, even if you forget Paimon, Paimon will still remember you.
Thank you two so much. I apologize for the depressing conversation. This is out of character for me.
It's
To be
not too
honest,
much out of character.
Lesser Lord Kusanali gave me the courage to do all of this. If it weren't for her encouragement, I wouldn't have taken that first step.
I mean, you are the one who remained strong through it
Thanks.
all.
There will always be frustrations in life, but I know that the point of living is not to leave behind any regrets.
Right. That's a wonderful mindset.
Oh, right. Isn't it almost time?
For Nilu? Yeah.
Almost time for what?
It's fine.
Isn't the Dance of Sub-Zeros about to begin? It's the part of the festival that I've been looking forward to the most. Nilu will recreate that legendary scene with her most splendid dancing. And the Sub-Zeros festival will conclude amid everyone's applause and blessings. And with that, my wish will also...
Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the stage!
Yeah, we should still make it in time.
Yes, we should. God, if I miss Nilu dancing, I would kill someone. I would kill those mercs. I would hunt them down, murder them, and then, you know, send their, I don't know. Either way, I'm here now. Show me the Nilu.
Were you not aware that the law prohibits this type of performance from taking place without prior permission?
Over there! Someone's yelling at Nilu!
I think I just saw the Academia's Grand Sage. Why is he here in person?
The Dance of Sub-Zeros is one of the key parts of the Sub-Zeros festival. If we can't perform it...
The Sub-Zeros festival. The law also prohibits the private hosting of large-scale religious festivals. Only the Academia can host such an event. If you continue to resist, we will have to order an investigation into every single event organizer.
Oh no!
The Grand Sage has already granted you much leniency. I advise that you exercise tact.
How...
I will make myself an enemy of the Academy if you
The
do
Academia
this.
was originally responsible for the Sub-Zeros festival, but they failed this responsibility for many years. I need to speak with them.
Don't go. They'll have the final say in it all.
This is a hard pill to swallow, but you're right. Things would only get worse.
Art, dance. Aren't you ashamed of pursuing such frivolous and meaningless activities in this land of knowledge and reason?
Aren't you ashamed of devaluing one of the most important aspects of life?
Archon created the utopia that is Sumeru City for all scholars who sought validity, verity, and truth.
Not our
But
god.
people like you wish to defile it.
No. I believe that our Archon never rejected the arts.
Even the goddess of flowers dedicated a dance to her.
With your lack of intellectual credentials, I do not believe you are qualified to debate with me. What you should be doing is finding workers to
I don't think you have the right to critique
when we
the
return,
arts.
have the scribe draft an ordinance before the next Nyargarbaha Day that prohibits public art performances. We will announce it to the public later via the Akasha.
Understood. I will inform him when I return.
The Sub-Zeru's festival.
You're making an enemy.
Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content.
Nilou, are you okay?
Oh,
I'm gonna see Nilou dance whether you fuckers want me to or
I saw
not.
that just now. The grand...
Yeah.
Let's go somewhere the academia can't find us and perform there. But how do we let everyone know? And what about the atmosphere and the stage? Or we could get people to block them off so they can't interrupt the performance.
I would be glad.
No, they just threatened to investigate the organizers.
Nilou, it's all right. Don't worry about it.
But you've been looking forward to the dance of Sub-Zero so
I'm
much.
gonna get this
and
dance.
I know how important this festival is to
I'm
you.
gonna get it.
I don't want you to have any regrets.
It's okay. Seeing you care this much about my feelings is more than enough.
I want to see the
It would
dance.
be
I
too
don't
risky
care.
to continue the Sub-Zero's festival at this point.
I don't
Get
care.
everyone in trouble.
If you say so.
I want the dance.
You can sneak out for the next Sub-Zero's festival, right? We'll make...
The next one. Yes. Okay, it's a promise. It will be a smashing success.
I can't believe this is how things turned out. Those heartless geezers.
Is there anything we can do?
It really is okay. There's nothing we can do about it.
I don't care. I want it anyway.
Still, I'd be lying if I said I had no regrets. I would have loved to see Nilou's dance.
A lot happened today. It's a shame the festival ended the way it did. Nilou and Dunyarzad promised to make the next Sub-Zero's festival a success, but Dunyarzad is running out of time.
This is why she can never be resolved. Or her regrets will never be resolved.
Yeah.
All connections have been secured to construct the most stable framework possible. The project is entered its most critical phase. Power has begun to flow from...
Huh? What was that?
We're gonna be late! It's all because you wouldn't get out of bed! We should go meet Dunyarzad right away!
Oh. Are we in a time loop? Are we in a time loop? What? Interesting, scholar.
Good morning, Dunyarzad. Sorry we're late.
Not at all. I arrived early.
You seem kinda tired. Did you not get enough sleep?
I'm doing well. There's no need to worry. Shall we go? Let's start with the stalls over there.
Sure! Traveler? Why are you just standing there? Let's get going!
We're in a time loop. We're in a groundhog situation. I'm a bit distant.
They're selling food over that way! Let's go take a look!
It's all fruit, anyway. I guess I'm the only one who really remembers. Dunyarzad? Are you okay? I guess she's distant because I'm distant.
This is a stall offering foods from the Haftmewa feast.
You are quite well informed, miss. I thought most people nowadays wouldn't know.
They're all plants! Oh, Paimon's a little disappointed.
Of course.
Actually, what is the Haftmewa feast you mentioned just now?
It's one of the Sub-Zero's festival's traditions. People used to set their tables with 7 different foods to symbolize the 7 virtues of the 3.0 Archon.
Something feels really familiar.
Remnants appear to be in the form of the moon.
Really? Paimon thought it looked like some kind of food.
The moon signifies... It's escaping me for now.
Is he really looking it up in a book?
Oh, right. It
Illusions
means
and
illusions
lies.
But if you trust your intuition and overcome your fears, the sun will surely rise.
I feel like I've heard this
Understood.
before.
I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just learning as I go.
Guess that was still pretty interesting. Okay, on to the next stall.
I guess me being quiet and distant isn't necessarily the most uncommon. And I get to be lucky. First try. Interesting. This is a fun little thing.
All right, soldiers.
Like this
Now that you
quest
have your
needed more
Yalta
padding,
candies,
let's be
don't
honest.
forget your loyalty
Not
to
at
Lesser
all.
Lord Kusanali.
Yes, Knight Ferris!
Wow.
What's going on? Is this a play?
Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, is
She
another
seems-
Sub-Zerus festival icon and one immensely popular with children.
Worse than normal.
It's all thanks to Miss Dunyarzad's sponsorship that the children can meet the Knight of Flowers. Oh, do you want some Yalta candies? I happen to have some boxes readied here. Take a look and pick whichever one you want.
I'll take 4.
What's to pick? Don't these boxes all look the same?
I'll take 4.
It's not that simple. Each box contains a random...
Ooh, how interesting.
And there's also Lizard Tail and Oni Kabuto.
Ugh, why do those flavors
Imagine
even
you
exist?
picked 4 on the first try.
Traveler, help Paimon pick one. Paimon...
Great! These boxes of candy are numbered 1 to 5.
4. Yep, I'll take it.
Ah, excellently chosen. Number 4 is indeed Sunsetia.
Paimon bet you had incredible luck, and Paimon was right!
Not just now. I don't think that was luck. I knew where it was. I don't know why, but I knew it must be the number 4.
How's that possible? It's obviously random.
Why do you keep having the sense of deja vu?
Maybe we didn't sleep very well last night.
Or why do
maybe
I?
we slept too much.
Who knows? Sorry, Daiha, but I need to leave for a moment.
Oh, sure.
Or Dunyazar.
Huh? Where are you going? You're just gonna walk... A feeling of deja vu? Oh, Paimon knows what that is. It's when you feel like you've already experienced whatever is going on. In that case, Paimon also felt something like that today. But that's just our brains playing tricks on us, isn't it?
No.
So, why'd you run here in such a hurry?
I wanted to do something I'd normally never do.
So that's it. You're intentionally doing things you usually wouldn't and seeing if you still get that same feeling of deja vu.
Welcome, you two. Are you here for lunch? What would you like to eat? Got it. You don't look
One
like you're
charcoal
from these parts,
coconut
but I
nut.
gotta say, you've got good taste. I'll give this order to the kitchen.
Coconut charcoal cake? Isn't it that burned thing that didn't look tasty at all?
I mean, maybe it's good.
Oh, Paimon understands what you're trying to do now. You'd never normally order something like this.
They give you sauce for your cake? I guess maybe it's frosting.
Are you really gonna eat it? Isn't this going a bit too far?
Here it goes.
How was it? The look on your face is telling Paimon that it tasted awful.
It actually tastes pretty good. I can imagine.
Then, you mean...
This flavor.
That's impossible! We were just talking about how gross it looked! So, would this be a case of taste bud deja vu?
I can't get rid of it, after all.
Paimon also impression that we've been here many times, even though we aren't regulars. How about we go out again and try something else?
Just starts killing people in the town. Commits murder.
Hey, Dunyarzad is sitting by herself on that bench over there. What a coincidence, Dunyarzad. We meet again. Why are you sitting here all by yourself?
Oh, I ran into some kidnappers just now, but thankfully Dia came to my rescue. I started to feel unwell after that, so I sat down here.
Kidnappers? Oh my goodness, are you hurt?
I'm okay. Dia's arm got scratched, but it isn't serious.
It's because she sold her greatsword, if I'm right.
Dunyarzad, you seem a little down today. It's the Sub-Zero's festival, and you've been looking forward to it so much!
Not at all. I've always been like this. Excessive physical exertion or strong emotions tend to aggravate my illness. Besides, no matter how amazing today may be, it is but a single day. After however many more days, my time will come to an end.
Paimon doesn't quite follow you, and Paimon feels like something's really got you down right now.
I'm sorry for leaving you behind earlier.
It really is fine. I don't mind.
I just experienced a number of strange events.
Huh? Did something happen?
Dunyarzad, have you ever felt deja vu? You know, like when you've already experienced something that's happening right now?
Deja vu? No. But my days have been the same for years now. Even if I were feeling deja vu, I suppose I would already be used to it.
Oh, Paimon sees. Then, is it only the two of us?
It's almost time.
Huh? Time for what?
Nilu's dance.
Nilu's Dance of Sub-Zeros is about to begin.
It's not gonna begin. It's gonna be stopped by the scholars. Delusions and lies.
With your lack of intellectual credentials, I do not believe you are qualified to debate with me. What you should be doing is finding workers to tear down this ridiculous eyesore. When we return, have the scribe draft an ordinance before the next Nyagarbha Day that prohibits public art performances. We will publicly announce it later through the Akasha.
Understood. I will inform him when I return.
The Sub-Zero's festival. Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content.
You can admonish your god all you want, but she's still your god.
Nilu, are you okay?
Oh, Dunyarzad. The Grand Sage ordered us to stop the performance.
It's okay. There's nothing we can do about it.
But you've been really looking forward to this. I don't want you to have any regrets.
It truly is unfortunate, but I don't want to cause trouble for anyone. Didn't the Grand Sage say that he might investigate the organizers?
True, but... well, okay. I'll just have to try again next year.
The next festival. I probably won't be around by then.
Wait, what did you just say?
No, nothing. I'll be heading back to rest.
Paimon can't believe what those heartless geezers did!
For some reason, I felt like the outcome was irrelevant.
Did Dunyarzad already go back? We should also return and get some sleep.
Methinks I'm obligated to change the course of events of history. Go through the delusions and lies.
In the end, deja vu feeling was all about? Maybe it really was because of exhaustion.
I feel pretty groggy.
Same here. That's why Paimon stopped thinking about it halfway through the day. Then, how about we settle in and get a good night's sleep? For now, we can chalk things up to exhaustion. We can do more thinking tomorrow.
Oh, it's a squirrel. Beep.
Observing a modest drop in the output of jnana energy, but values still remain within normal parameters.
Continue to monitor for variances in the data and find the cause as soon as possible.
Interesting.
Why does Paimon feel so tired after so much sleep? Anyway, we should go meet Dunyarzad right up. Good morning, Dunyarzad. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Not at all. I arrived early.
Huh? Paimon thinks you sound kinda tired. Did you not get enough sleep?
I'm doing well. There's no need to worry. Shall we go? Let's start with the stalls over there.
Great idea! Let's get going! Traveler?
Feels all too familiar.
It's all thanks to Miss Dunyarzad's sponsorship that the children can enjoy the Sub-Zero. Oh, are you interested in Yalda candies? I have some boxes of candy.
Not much of a choice.
It's not that
I already
simple.
know
Each
two of the
box contains
flavors.
a and there's also lizard tail and...
What were those last two? She'll help me choose. Paimon wants to eat the Sunsetia flavor.
No problem. These boxes of candy are numbered 1 to 5 from left to right. Which one do you want?
Oh, that's pretty good. All of them are the number 4.
Oh, I like your confidence. No hesitation at all. Oh.
Paimon knew she always had incredible luck.
One is lizard tail.
Ah, wait. How did you know? Don't tell.
What? She was right about all of them?
That couldn't have been luck. How is this possible? I packed all those boxes this morning and they've been sealed ever since. You couldn't have known beforehand. Mind reading? X-ray vision? Or some kind of magic trick? This is way too freaky.
Tell us what's going on. Since when did you get superpowers?
I don't know.
Traveler?
Oh. Just now. That was Lesser Lord Kusanale.
What's going on? Did you see something?
Yes, I did.
Leaving Dunyarzad without letting her know is kinda rude, you know.
There she is. Is she guiding me to where I should go? I'm gonna change the course of fate. Go deal with those bandits. Or am I gonna just follow her? Follow the Lesser Lord.
What are you looking for? Why did we... Traveler?
She's fading in and out of existence. Huh. Interesting. I was not expecting this form of this event. Hello, Lesser Lord Kusanale.
Look! That's... Isn't that Dunyarzad?
She was still with us just a moment ago.
What's happening here? Why are there two Dunyarzads?
You already know that this isn't your first Sub-Zero's festival, don't you?
Yes.
I'm sure you already know how to use this.
A knowledge capsule? Where did you get it? What?
You should use it too, Paimon.
You know Paimon?
Of course she does. Let's use it together, Paimon.
This seems kinda sketchy, but Paimon feels like this is what we should do.
Gain the knowledge of what's going on.
What the?
Memories.
This is our 20th time at the Sub-Zero's festival? Huh? No. The 30th? 40th? Just how many times have we been? Have we been trapped in a single day? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have even realized. What the heck was inside that knowledge capsule?
Your memories are still scrambled? Try your best to remember. This isn't the first time we've met, and I answered that question a long time ago.
Let Paimon think. Oh, it's coming back. Meeting you was the real catalyst for restoring our memories, and the knowledge capsule was just your means of showing our minds the way.
Okay.
What about everyone else? Why?
Your sense of deja vu is stronger than everyone else's, yes? As for an explanation, you two received the blessing of Dendro. And you also have special, sensitive constitutions.
Yes, very much so.
A single sheet of paper was separating those memories from your consciousness.
What's wrong with Dunyarzad over there?
A familiar question. I think this is the 7th time you asked that. As you can see, she isn't doing well. You probably sensed it too. The Dunyarzad you were just with is different from the first Dunyarzad you met.
That is correct.
That first Dunyarzad is in front of you right now, and she doesn't have a lot of time left.
What do I need to do right now? How do I break out of the cycle?
Looks like you're almost done sorting out your brain. Oh yeah, I'm Nahida.
Nahida. I know you've introduced yourself before.
Good. You passed the test.
What's happening? You can awaken our memories, and you seem like you know what's going on. Oh, wait. Please don't tell Paimon even you don't know.
Everything in this world runs in a loop. This cycle is called a samsara. You, me, and everyone else are all stuck inside a one-day samsara.
Okay.
As for the truth, that's on you to find out. If you were told the truth instead of discovering it yourselves, it would literally blow your minds. I don't know how you'd be after that. I can only give you
I already
surface
have
level
figured out most of the
bits of
truth.
information and subtle hints. For the rest of the time, I'll be doing all I can to slow down Dunyarzad's illness.
She looks like she isn't doing well at all. Her illness gets worse after each Sub-Zero's festival.
If we can break out of the samsara, I might be able to save her.
Okay.
As things are right now, she's just a small bird in the sky that's about to lose its last feathers. All I can do is raise a gale to delay her fall.
You sure love to use weird analogies.
Not exactly weird. Maybe my analogies are just as weird.
They let you use existing knowledge to understand unfamiliar things. Okay, so, with what you know so far, what do you think the truth is?
Let me collect my thoughts. Ooh, contemplation. So, enter text. I think it has to do with the sage.
The Grand Sage said, go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content. Did he mean something more? We've already experienced the Sub-Zeru's festival many times, and the day of the festival seems to be in a perpetual samsara.
Time loop.
That should be it. The flow of time is endlessly cycling within one single day. What's happening right now seems to have happened before. My mind feels exhausted, even though I haven't done too much thinking. What is going on? The moon, illusions, and lies.
So I wanna
The moon, illusion.
wait. Okay, I guess I submit a conclusion.
A time loop. You've given similarly wrong answers in the past. A pity.
Still the wrong answer?
Interesting.
That made a lot of sense. It feels like time's just repeating itself.
Well, not exactly, due to the
Time loop
fatigue.
can't explain some of the phenomena. You two are still missing a lot of information. Unfortunately, I can't give you any more hints.
I don't think it was possible for us to win that.
The Sub-Zeru's festival is happening every day, but that doesn't mean we can waste an infinite amount of them. Hurry and find the truth before today's festival.
I have to stop them from stopping Nilu's dance.
Situation. To save Dunyarzad, we have to escape the samsara of the Sub-Zeru's festival. And to do that, we need to figure out what's happening. The truth. Nahida rejected the idea of a time loop, so we must have missed something, right? Paimon's memories say that we've already done this many times, but let's go talk to people again. It's more productive than sitting here and scratching our heads. Why don't we start with those stall owners?
I think we should go to the head scholar, the Grand Sage. I think he's the main culprit behind this all, but it's not a time loop, but it's very similar to one. It's one that lies.
Hey, it's you guys. I see. Did you come back to buy something? I guarantee the freshness of my products. I harvested them from the forest just yesterday.
Have you felt any strange lately?
What brought this about? I hurried back from the forest yesterday, and I'm selling produce here today. I haven't felt...
To put it another way, if you really think about it, was yesterday truly yesterday? Did you actually come back from the forest yesterday?
What kind of philosophical nonsense is this? Are you two daydreaming? Didn't you know that no one dreams in Sumeru? Go somewhere else if you want to find someone to daydream with.
Interesting response.
He actually has a point. Is this a dream? Is everyone dreaming?
Remember what he said just now.
True. It's so weird that people here don't dream. Why is that? Anyway, if this all really were just a dream, we would have woken up a long time ago. Let's keep asking around.
Well, here we go. Even more.
It's you two. Was my divination so accurate that you felt compelled to compliment me in person?
We did run into this situation.
Ooh, I knew it! I told you, the god's divination is highly accurate. You just hadn't fully understood its significance yet.
You're really excited about this, huh? That's exactly why we came back. Help us better understand it.
Help you better understand it? Well, that isn't exactly what I excel at.
Then what do you excel at? You excel at giving people, but not actually
what
explaining?
kind of situation did you get into?
We actually divided our fortune many.
Huh? Hold on a second. I thought you guys just lost your wallet or fell for a scam. What you just said, are you serious? Does that kind of thing actually happen in real life?
I mean,
I knew
who
you
knows?
weren't going to believe it.
Marvelous. Truly marvelous. I believe you. Recall the interpretation of your divination. The moon, illusions, and lies.
When you say it like that, the divination does
It
sound
is
like
pretty
it's related to
accurate.
what's going on. Can you read any more into it?
I believe that the Archon's revelations are never more than vague hints. Anything more specific is beyond the reach of mere mortals. The book only says,
that
if
does
you
make
trust
sense.
your instincts and overcome your fears, the sun will surely rise.
Okay.
That's how it is. Looks like fortune telling is just fortune telling.
Okay, so I'm gonna go beat up the sage who said that I couldn't watch Nilu dance, and then we'll see what happens from there.
Who else can we talk to?
Let's try Dia.
Paimon remembers that
Dia.
we tried talking to her a couple of
Dia.
times, but she always thinks we're playing pranks on
Dia.
her. You think she'll brush us off again?
She cares a lot about Dunzazar.
Yeah. If we tap into Dia's
Dunzazar.
strong sense of
My ability
responsibility
to
as a
pronounce
resume,
names has
then she'll definitely
died.
take us seriously.
I mean, it has been like an entire day. I've been recording this video for so long. It's such a long Archon quest, I gotta say. I don't know if I'm gonna be splitting this into multiple.
I'm fine, my lady. It's just a scratch.
Perfect timing. Both of you are here.
Paimon, Traveler, you came at just the right time. Listen, there was a dangerous
Gang of kidnappers that had just ambushed you?
Huh? You saw? Then why didn't you jump in earlier? If someone was protecting Miss Dunyarzad, I could have went all out. Anyway, can you do something for me?
You want the Traveler to take Dunyarzad somewhere to rest up while you check to see if there's still any kidnappers around. Did Paimon get that right?
How did you know what I was going to say?
We need to say something convincing.
Dunyaza's claymore.
Dia sold her greatsword to raise additional funds. And
Yeah. Okay, submit the claymore. You got injured because you aren't using your current claymore.
I didn't tell anyone about that. Including Miss Dunyarzad. You couldn't have known. And just now, you literally took the words right out of my mouth. What's going on?
All right, so this
I'm gonna break your comprehension of reality. I am a time traveler. Essentially.
It's kinda hard to believe what you just told me. First, let me make something clear. Most of us desert dwellers might not be the scholarly type, but we do have basic common sense.
Yes. Haven't you noticed something's off with Dunyarzad?
She's quieter than usual, uninterested in anything, and really gloomy.
Yeah, she isn't the same as before, but her parents said that this is how she was like at first.
Huh? At first?
I don't quite understand what you're all talking about. I'll go rest on the bench over there.
My lady, are you angry?
No. Come with me, I'll show you some evidence.
All right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt since you knew about my greatsword. Let's make this a quick trip. Miss Dunyarzad isn't completely safe here.
Yeah, no. Let me bring you to actual Dunyarzad.
Nahida, we brought a friend. Are you busy?
I thought I told you that it won't help to bring anyone here.
We just wanted her to see the real Dunyarzad's condition.
The real Dunyarzad? Where and who are you talking to?
Huh?
She can't see it.
told you that you two are special. Other people can't see me or Miss Dunyarzad here.
Not surprised.
Hold on. Over there. Is that?
You can see her?
Wow, how perceptive. Does she have invisible antennae?
Miss Dunyarzad, she's lying down here, isn't she? How's she doing?
Her condition's really bad, and she's basically in a coma. How did you know she was here?
I can sense her aura. There are also lingering feelings of something like regret or disappointment. What happened?
Do you believe us now? The Sub-Zero's festival has been repeating itself.
On tedium. Forever.
So, you think the sages are behind this?
I mean, it
Yeah,
would make sense.
They've always been against us. Wouldn't surprise me if they're using the Akasha to intentionally repeat the Sub-Zero's festival as a sick joke.
You have a point. Aside from the Dendro Archon, the Academia's sages are the only ones.
We still
in
don't know
Sumeru
that
who
she's
could
the
pull off
Dendro
something
Archon
like
over
this.
there.
Maybe there's more to the Akasha
I'm privy
than
to
we know.
information that they don't know yet. Can you tell us about anything about the Akasha?
Right. Didn't you awaken our memories using something that looked like a knowledge capsule? That means you must know something about the Akasha.
The Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power. It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace, and it grants knowledge to the people.
Okay, so it works on the Gnosis?
No wonder the Akasha is so magical. It's being powered by the gnosis of Sumeru's Archon.
So, this Nahida you mentioned, what did she say?
She said, and Paimon quotes, "The Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power. It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace, and it grants knowledge to the people."
Compiles the wisdom of the entire populace and grants knowledge to the people. Wait.
What? What's up?
I get the grants knowledge part. That's what people have always used the Akasha for. But compiling the entire populace's wisdom? How does that work?
Did she mean that the sages enter new knowledge into the Akasha?
Most information from the Akasha is from the tree.
Oh, yeah. That sounds about right. What?
Deja vu. People don't dream.
People in Sumeru don't...
Nope.
That doesn't sound right.
Deja vu.
Okay. Nahida said, the Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power. It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace, and it grants knowledge to the people. My mind
Mental
feels
fatigue.
exhausted, even...
Deja vu.
What's happening right now seems...
Mental fatigue?
You mean the Akasha is causing our mental fatigue? Huh. Now that I think about it, my head's been feeling unusually heavy. When the desert dwellers set off on their quest for knowledge, a sage once said, knowledge always comes at a price.
Okay.
Compiling the entire country's knowledge. You think the Akasha pulled a 180 and is extracting information from us?
But how would it do that?
Who knows? The
Probably
Akasha can
through our
put knowledge
dreams.
into our heads, so who's to say that it can't also poke around in there? We don't know any specifics.
What's the point of doing something like that?
Just think about it. If you could combine the knowledge of every single person in Sumeru, then you can basically turn Sumeru City into a single massive brain.
And you can control the
This hive mind can
populace.
make breakthroughs in problems that even the smartest geniuses can't crack.
An excellent deduction. And the analogy comparing Sumeru City to a massive brain? I love it.
I love it too.
We should take off our Akasha terminals right away. Maybe that'll solve this problem.
It's worth a shot.
Yeah, I was only wearing this for show in the first place. Didn't expect the sages to cook up such a conspiracy. Mark my words, when this is over, I'm getting evidence and exposing this whole thing to the public.
I mean, I doubt it would change much. Most people rely on the Akasha too much.
How does everyone feel?
Actually, I noticed something else.
Huh? What is it?
It feels like at the end of every day.
Oh, that! Paimon knows what you're talking about. It's a single soft beep that sounds like it's coming from the Akasha terminal.
The sound of a beep. Could it be a prompt tone for when the Akasha is operating?
I heard the same sound in Port Emerald.
That's probably an important clue. We weren't using our terminals, but we heard a beep anyway. Traveler, did you hear that?
Yes.
I heard it too. Our ears aren't messing with us. There was definitely a beep, but it sounded like it was coming from inside my head. We took off our Akasha terminals.
How?
Phase runtime has exceeded its expected length. At this rate, there may be casualties.
But we cannot lose all of our progress.
Huh. Soon there will be casualties.
Paimon remembers everything!
Good. You adapted quickly this time.
At the end of last night,
We definitely took off
it
our
reset.
terminals last night, but we still heard that beep. Why is that?
We've been implanted with something else? Maybe. We failed to sever our connection with them.
But now we can at least confirm one thing. The Akasha definitely has something to do with whatever's trapping us in this cycle. Oh, Paimon doesn't get it. Why would the Akasha go this far if all it wants is everybody's wisdom?
It's extremely difficult for lab rats in an experiment to understand why they're being treated the way they are.
Understandably so.
Lab rats, then what are you? Nahida, you've never told us anything about yourself.
She's the 3.0 Archon.
I guess I'm the moon.
Lies and deception.
The moon? Wasn't that the result of our divination?
Anyway, knowing who I am won't help you get closer to the truth, so you should focus on other things. Don't get distracted and miss any clues.
Okay then. Dia helped us a lot yesterday, so let's go find her. If Paimon's reading the time correctly, those kidnappers should be showing up soon.
We should beat him up. Ah. That was an interesting loading screen. You guys didn't get to see the bottom right, but it was just a spinning little clock. It was a cool loading
there you
screen.
Are. I've already taken care of those kidnappers. My lady, did you get hurt?
Hold on, something right, something's not right.
Dia?
What's wrong? Why are you both gawking at me like that?
You didn't get hurt this time.
Huh? What do you mean this time? Why are you so surprised that I managed to get out unscathed? Those kids were amateurs.
Are you using a new...
Shh! How did you know about my greatsword? I haven't told anyone about it. Please, don't tell Miss Dunyarzad.
But...
So Dia's lost her memories after all.
During your battle...
Anything strange? You already
Did you
know
notice
that I got a new
anything strange?
greatsword. If I had to say something, it's weird how such a new weapon could feel so
Familiar?
It's as if I've already used it to fight a countless number of battles.
That's because you have, Dia.
Although you don't remember using it, your body feels like it does?
That's right. Both mercenaries and warriors heavily rely on muscle memory. Only knowing the theory of battle won't get you anywhere.
Traveler, what do you think?
Could it be that we removed our Akasha terminals?
Yeah. Paimon's feeling
Maybe we can also break free.
Earlier in the Samsara, something like this would have never happened.
We'll know for sure at the end of the day.
I have no clue what you two are talking about, but it's
It's
still
not
dangerous here.
completely, you know,
So you want us to take
out of your will.
somewhere else to rest while you check if there are still more kidnappers around, right?
How did you know what I was gonna say?
We're just time travelers.
read
It's
minds?
okay.
Forget it. Go and do your thing.
Yes, it's because we're mind readers and definitely not time travelers.
Whew. It's finally nighttime.
You can really tell that they definitely put their work into this
Seems to have stayed the same.
Archon quest, even though it's taken forever.
Found out that Dia got out just fine today, even though she got injured every other time she fought the kidnappers. Do you think the Samsara has been broken? Have we saved Dunyarzad?
No.
Really? Good job on all that progress. Get some good sleep tonight.
Hey, what kind of an answer is that?
It's an answer that says,
Everyone assumes this is common knowledge, but the only way you can know that for sure is if you experience tomorrow. How many todays has it been? Is it possible that today will be followed by yesterday? Does tomorrow truly exist as anything beyond a made-up concept? It's
No.
even possible that this entire world is a lie, and the history of the whole world has just been one endless Sub-Zero's festival.
fair.
Okay, no more. Paimon's brain is already shut down.
That's why it makes no sense to waste your energy thinking about things you will learn tomorrow.
I guess I get that.
You know, use the bathroom and flush your anxiety dookie away.
That is a unique...
Hold on, what did you just say?
She is a very childlike after all.
Always say they feel a sense of relief after they take a duk-duk. That's why I suggested you could try that.
It's so strange and so against common sense that Paimon's at a loss for words. You were sounding kind of smart just a minute
We're gonna go get some rest. I'm not gonna talk about it. I don't care. I don't care to bring it up. I don't care to think about it. I'm just moving on. She's a kid after all.
We've really gotten to relax. Let's go back to our room.
Beep.
Continue the harvest. Compared to what we stand to achieve, these sacrifices are trivial.
There's no such thing as a trivial sacrifice.
We're still in the same day.
It's not as simple as we thought.
Rita, you already knew last night that we didn't break out of the Samsara?
Yes.
Would there have been a point? You would have spent the night with new worries, with tomorrow still out of reach. In that case, you might as well rest within that brief moment of hope. An opportunity like that doesn't come by often, and I thought it might help you clear your minds.
That's fair.
Duk did that! Whatever.
Paimon, can you once again just don't bring it up? I don't want to hear it.
Of course. In the time we've been together, you two have been everything to me.
Paimon's flattered and everything, but maybe you're taking things a little fast.
What I mean is, even though I had asked you to solve this puzzle, you two are still the only ones who can see me and sense my presence.
Oh?
In other words, if you weren't here, I may as well not exist. That's why you two have been everything to me.
Because we make you exist. We perceive you, therefore you exist. You know?
Anyway, that's enough chit-chat. So, Traveler, did the new clues yesterday help you gain a new understanding of the situation?
The time theory is indeed correct. Incorrect.
Scrapping your previous theory.
Her fighting skills have improved.
You're right.
It's not exactly a time loop.
Notice that. In a simple time loop, people's physical conditions should also reset.
So, what's your new hypothesis?
Bodily memories?
Mercenaries rely heavily on muscle memory. And
Associate that with information on the Akasha.
Nahida said, The Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the god of...
So associate that with this. No?
I can't...
Ah, memories of every day are being
All
deleted.
memories of a day are erased at the end of that day. Then we would unwittingly relive that same day again and again.
Not exactly, but close to it. We aren't in a time loop. It's our memories being erased every day.
Oh, then the beep we hear every night could just be indicating the deletion of our memories. That's why when we wake up, everyone thinks the Sub-Zero's festival hasn't happened yet. It's already the next day, but everyone still thinks it's the day before.
So the outside world's
muscle
moving like tenfold.
Can't be erased. That's why Dia has been getting better at using her greatsword. Now everything makes sense.
I guess.
A brilliant deduction.
Nahida, tell us if we're right or wrong.
To put it simply, it's as if you've mistaken a pyro crystal fly for a firefly in the night. You lost sight of its true nature because you focused too much on your perception that it glows.
That isn't simple at all.
Still a wrong conclusion, huh?
Why don't you go talk to Miss Dia again? You might learn something new.
Right. She did help us find our latest clue after all. Let's go.
Our friend's like dying over there. I can't imagine that this is easy on anyone, for that matter. I wonder how many people are actually impacted by this. I guess anyone in Port Ormos or in the city of Sumeru. Maybe it's only people connected with the Akasha. And that's why they made a big deal about giving everyone who comes to visit it.
There you are. Really took me a while to find you.
As expected, Dia also didn't get hurt today.
Get hurt? Why would I? Don't underestimate me.
Well,
of course
you're
not.
Still getting used to your new greatsword.
Huh. Truth be told, I also think it's pretty strange. It just suddenly felt so familiar in my hands and... Wait a second. How did you know I got a new greatsword to begin with? I didn't tell anyone about it.
It's complicated.
The situation to her today. Paimon's gotten a little sick of doing it.
Let's get straight to the point.
That works.
You've become proficient with it because we're living the same day.
What happened to you guys while I was gone? Did you get brainwashed by some cult?
Nope.
Don't think too hard about it. Just take what we're saying at face value.
All right then, let me get this straight. You're telling me that my body's already gotten used to this greatsword, but my brain just doesn't remember it?
Yes, your memory's being erased every day.
Then I'd have to disagree. That's impossible.
How so?
Why do you think that?
If we've actually been reliving the Sub-Zero's festival day after day, then what happened to the things we used, the money we spent, the food we ate?
Exactly.
Common sense says my wallet should have emptied itself a long time ago. There's no way I would have
I've thought about that too. But the sages were behind this.
Right. They could use the Akasha to record what everyone did that day, and then use the city's resources to replenish everything.
It could.
It's not very likely, but it's also not impossible.
No, it is impossible. I've got proof.
How so?
You have proof?
You two are surprisingly serious about this nonsensical discussion. Fine, I'll play along for a little longer. Come with me, Miss Dunyarzad. Please come along as well. I still can't guarantee that this area is safe.
Okay. We're gonna prove that it is technically the same day, but...
Dia who wants to show us something this time.
What about this proves anything?
Huh? This is a wooden training dummy. What about it?
See those marks on the dummy? Those are the result of several days' worth of practice. Let's say the sages didn't replace it every day. Shouldn't it be hacked to pieces by now?
That's true, but what if they did?
Then the sages would have had to reproduce every mark I left during previous training sessions. I'm a professional fighter. My martial school has always emphasized the importance of refined control. The Force. angle and entry point of each strike is calculated and deliberate. That's why I remember every mark on the dummy, as well as my state of mind as I made each strike. It's just as
Okay.
they say. Each swordsman has their own unique style, and even the same swordsman can't make the same cut twice. It would be impossible to copy these marks.
Really
Not exactly impossible, but
They use some fancy machine to carve every single mark.
People often say that a camera's photo can never replace an artist's painting because the former has no spirit to it. The same thing applies here. At a mere glance, I can differentiate carved marks from the results of combat training.
but what if you were to do the same amount of combat training every day? I guess to some extent. I guess that makes some sense.
Hope that cleared things up for you. Hey, is this that new brain exercise game that's been super popular with the scholars lately? It's surprisingly fun. Anyway, it's getting late. I should escort Miss Dunyarzad to Nilu's stage. See you later.
See ya.
Back to square one.
Food for thought.
Is our memory deletion theory also wrong?
Yeah.
But at least we've reached some other conclusions.
We're not in the real world.
Yep, that's true. So,
Let me think.
can we think strange? Paimon feels like everything's been strange lately.
We've thought about leaving. Have we thought about leaving the city?
Leaving the city? You're right. It's really strange how we never thought of such a simple solution. Many things should become clear if we can confirm the flow of time outside of the city.
Yes.
Paimon can't believe it. Did we miss this because we're tunnel visioning too hard on our other theories?
It's really strange.
Too tired. How about we go back and ask Nahida? Maybe we've forgotten something about leaving the city.
It's possible. Hello, Nahida.
Nahida, we're back!
You're back early today. Did you find something new?
Sort of. We're mostly sure now that we're not in a time loop. And we also aren't in the real world. But at the same time, we have a new question.
What will happen if we try leaving the city?
Leaving the city. As far as I remember, you've mentioned your plans to do that twice before.
Oh?
But we don't remember anything. What happened after we talked about those plans? What did we say when we got back?
Let me think. I don't think you ever actually told me what the outcome was. Oh, it's probably more accurate to say that both times you never came back the whole night.
Oh.
But you two sometimes stay out the entire night anyway, so at the time, I didn't think too much about it.
Interesting.
It is true that sometimes we lose track of time during our investigations. Before we know it, it'll already be the next day. But still, neither of us remember anything about leaving town.
Really? That's kinda strange. In theory, I should have already awakened all your memories.
Let's try it again tomorrow.
Yep. Something here's definitely fishy. Let's get to the bottom of this tomorrow.
It's one of those stories where you're just constantly being reset. Let's try leaving the city today.
About that. Well, where should Paimon begin?
What do you mean?
Traveler, aside from your memories that were just restored, I have another message for you.
From who?
Listen to it and you'll understand.
Can't go back. There are countless spaces here. Our Sub-Zero's festival in Sumeru City is just one of them.
This is my own voice?
Traveler, you should be missing 2 days worth of memories. Paimon will fill you in.
Okay.
It's time to carry out our plan from yesterday.
Let's go and try to leave the city today. Okay. This is a very interesting story. I like its elements. It's very complicated though. Let me grab this. It's weird that I don't have that teleport point.
Why can't we leave the city? What is the academia up to now?
Don't ask me. It's not like I can tell you anything. This is a direct order from the Grand Sage. Just wait.
I have a real emergency. My goods have already arrived at Port Ormos. If I don't hurry, they'll be stolen.
That's your problem. Make sure you make a request in advance next time.
But it's not like you can just predict business matters in advance.
Well, what if I sneak out anyway?
It looks like the Academia already announced a lockdown for Sumeru City today. How completely unsurprising. Let's go and question them. Hello, sir. Why can't we leave the city today?
Here we go again. Don't ask me. I don't know either.
But what if I
We just
beat you up
received
and
an order
left?
that no one is allowed to enter or exit Sumeru today. They didn't tell us anything else. Angering me won't get you anywhere. If I had that kind of insider info, I would have left this stupid post long ago.
I get it. Trust me, I understand.
It looks like he really doesn't know. If we can't get anything out of him, let's take matters into our own hands. Why don't we climb over the walls? Those guards can't be everywhere at once.
Yeah, fair.
This is a good spot, and the guard hasn't noticed us at all.
Paimon, stay here.
Why? Are you going to leave Paimon behind?
Yeah, but it might disrupt our memories.
What if things get really weird out there and you get into some trouble? Then Paimon won't be able to help you. Oh, Paimon knows that Paimon can't do much, but we've always been together.
Don't worry.
Okay. Paimon will wait for you.
I hate having Paimon wait.
And that you'll come back as soon as possible.
Okay, okay.
Please. Be careful.
So once you leave, you lose 2 things of memories. Let's go and try to leave the city today. What's wrong, Paimon?
Paimon would never see you again. You just disappeared. Paimon waited for you for hours and hours at the city wall and you never came back. You promised Paimon that you were only taking a quick look.
What did I promise?
Paimon, calm down. She's here now. I don't think she understood what you were saying.
Paimon doesn't care. Paimon wanted to go look for you, but you also said that Paimon should stay. Paimon was so worried and so scared the entire day.
Still, sorry, Paimon. I won't leave you behind.
Okay. Paimon will forgive you. The most important thing is that you didn't actually disappear.
I couldn't imagine what would happen if I actually disappeared.
Okay.
Just vanished from existence from Paimon.
Of what really happened yesterday. I see. Using 2 people's different perspectives.
After that, you left the city. Paimon kept her eyes on you the whole time, but then you disappeared in an instant.
You sure that's what you saw? I just vanished.
No way! Paimon was watching you with the fullest attention.
What's your perspective, Traveler? You sure you don't have any memory of this?
I don't even know that yesterday existed.
Yes, that explains everything. You also lost your memories the last 2 times you tried to leave the city. Those days' memories can't be awoken.
Interesting.
If we leave the city, our memories will be completely erased?
They're erasing memories of those who leave?
It really sounds like something big outside of the city is being hidden on purpose. But this way, we'll also never discover what's outside.
If our memory will be erased?
Something like a message? But how can we send it back?
Don't look at me like that.
Not used to being stared at?
Well...
Fair.
Okay. You want something that can pass on messages, right? Give me some time and take care of Dunyarzad for me.
Yep, now we're talking.
I'm gonna be able to inscribe my own memories onto a knowledge capsule, I guess?
Done. Here you go.
What? Isn't this just an Akasha terminal?
Yes,
I made some
but
little
it's a unique
changes.
one.
Akasha terminals are already capable of sending messages. I just tweaked it so that it could connect to any node.
To make something like this? Nahida, you really know the Akasha like the back of your hand.
It's almost as if she's the 3.0 Archon herself.
Record a message, right?
Yep. I'll help you save the messages.
She
It
is.
should be pretty easy to use. I just can't guarantee the user's status and signal coverage when they're outside the city.
We'll never know until we try. At least we're taking the initiative now.
It's worth a try.
Let's go then. Let's expose those sages. All right.
I'll see you tomorrow, Paimon.
Worried about being separated since it happened once yesterday. Okay. See you tomorrow, traveler.
It's been a while since we've had to separate between us. So that message.
Yes. Although the signal was choppy and had some interference, we still managed to receive 2 messages from you when you were outside.
Oh?
Okay, now that you understand what's going on, let's hear the messages together.
Okay.
Can't go back. There are countless spaces here. Our Sub-Zero's festival in Sumeru City is just one of them. I've entered another space. Before me are flowing sandstone and howling fish. Impossible and surreal sights. All these spaces are empty, except for the occasional ones that contain mute puppets rather than people. I can't sense any human presence.
They're like dreams. You could say that they are dreams. Like we're all trapped in one big dream.
That's one heck of an info dump. It sounds like you left the Sumeru city space when you set foot outside of the walls. But everything looked completely normal when Paimon was looking out from the inside. That's unbelievable. And if we take your word for it, the other spaces all had very weird contents.
There's another part here. I only received it last night.
Oh?
These spaces have been disappearing, one after the other, absorbed by something like a sun in the sky.
Huh.
And now, even the final space has also disappeared. Behind me, a lot of spaces just appeared again from thin air. I get it now. Those spaces are actually...
Dreams. They're dreams. We're trapped in dreams. It's kind of obvious.
Why did the message end right there? What did the traveler want to say? What are those spaces?
Probably because yesterday just happened to end at that moment.
Oh, right. Paimon did hear a beep from the Akasha. Did it come from here or from the message?
The message. It should have come from the Traveler's Akasha terminal.
Okay. Makes sense.
After the beep, Traveler said even the final space has also disappeared.
Traveler, what do you think that final space could have been?
Dreams. A space without human perception. The space that we were yesterday.
My impression is that each day in this samsara only ends at the sound of that beep from the...
Oh, so that's what it is! After the sound of the beep, the final space, the Sub-Zero's festival, also disappears.
Yes.
And we're taken to the next day.
It's as if we're trapped in our dreams.
Also mentioned a bunch of new spaces materializing behind them. Do lots of new spaces appear every day? Paimon's head is spinning. Just what are these spaces anyhow?
Well, consider this. For all the horrors of the Archon War, at its heart, it was just a game where a bunch of gods fought over 7 seats.
Yes.
So no matter how strange or spooky things may look on the surface, maybe all they point to in the end is a small and simple secret.
Wow, the Archon War, huh?
A secret, huh?
That's an analogy and a half.
You could say they're dreams, as I keep ensuing.
Hey, where are you going?
I'm going somewhere. I don't exactly know where I'm going.
Do you want some alone time to think? Alright then, Paimon won't disturb you.
I thought that was the thing eating. That, like,
The
thing
dance
in the
of
sky.
Sub-Zeros is about to begin. I'm going to go watch it.
The dance of Sub-Zero. It's that time already?
Why don't you go ahead, Dunyarzad? We still have some other stuff to do first.
Okay then. See you later.
I'm sorry,
Have you
Dunyarzad.
figured it out yet, Traveler? Time is ticking away.
I think I know the answer now.
Awesome! What is it? Paimon wants to know. Oh, wait, no. Let's meet up with Nahida first. You can tell us both together. This time, we're gonna get to the truth.
Hello, Nahida. Unique name.
I've been waiting forever for you two. Judging by the looks on your faces, are you ready to take your Sub-Zero's exam and graduate from the festival?
Ask away.
Okay. First off, have you discovered the hidden truth?
Dreams.
People in Sumeru don't dream. What a strange phenomenon. All the bizarre spaces I saw outside the city had one thing in common. A lack of human presence. Those
Dreams with
spaces
no human
remind me of
presence.
dreams. Like the one I had in the Avidia forest. Except these have no sign of human presence.
Associate that with this. The truth behind
We are all in a
dreams.
dream. It isn't that the people of Sumeru don't dream. Rather, the Akasha is taking their dreams from them.
Yep.
People in Sumeru think they don't dream, but the truth is the Akasha steals their dreams without them knowing it. And those spaces with no human presence
No dream
are
is like
stolen
living
dreams
with
without their host. That
without a
would explain
life,
why they
without
sounded so weird when she was trying
where
to
you're forced to
describe
only
them.
perceive things.
Huh.
It's
So people in
complicated.
Sumeru do dream after all. In fact, we're all in one big dream together right now.
Correct answer. Now, how did you conclude that the Akasha is capable of this?
Probably due to the manifesting. It requires a gnosis.
The Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate.
These are all practically the same.
It is the manifestation of...
Oh, okay. Those dream-controlling creatures in the forest also get their power from the 3.0 Archon, right?
Yes.
That would explain why the Akasha has the ability to control people's dreams, too.
Yep.
But is stealing everyone's dreams really how the Akasha compiles their wisdom? Isn't there anything more to it than that?
Dreams are fantastical, complex, and full of imagination. People's brains are the most active when they're dreaming. In other words, dreams are rich bundles
Oh
of
god,
human
imagine
wisdom.
if all your dreams were compiled with everyone else's dreams. That's horrible.
Understood it. Paimon remembers her saying that the sages think dreams are foolish delusions, and the fact that no one dreams is a blessing from Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. So it was all a dirty trick? The real story is that the sages from the Academia are using the Akasha to steal people's dreams for their own use, huh?
Yes, and they don't intend to stop there.
Oh? By the sounds of it, you understand the current situation pretty well. So then, what about the Samsara?
I know about the... Nope.
Those spaces kept disappearing. Those dreamscapes kept vanishing. But as soon as that beep sounded, more new spaces appeared.
Huh. It's like they're forcing us into dreams or something. Okay. And the mass production of
Akasha is
dreams.
keeping each person's brain in a constant dream state, but also separating their consciousness from their own dream. Their disembodied consciousness is placed inside the collective dream of the Sub-Zero's festival along with everyone else's, while their now vacant dreams are harvested by the Akasha. No one is any the
Interesting.
wiser as another day passes in the dream, and so begins another samsara cycle. People wake up to yet another dream about the Sub-Zero's festival. The dreams that belong to them are once again harvested by
They've
the
just
Akasha.
gotten a little too greedy and caught the attention of me.
This is like a dream factory, and the Akasha is a dream harvesting machine.
And that's why removing our Akashas did nothing, because we technically still have the Akashas on us in real life.
As well is an excellent habit to get into.
In the real world.
So that beep we keep hearing is actually from our real-life Akasha terminals. Taking off our terminals in this dream doesn't do anything.
Yep.
All right, last question.
You are the Dendro Archon. An illusion lies the moon. I'm gonna say an illusion.
Now that I think about it, wasn't illusions a hint that we're all dreaming? Now that I think about it, wasn't illusions hinting at the sage's deception of Sumeru's people? They say that alchemical divination is the Dendro Archon's divine revelation.
Okay.
So then, if Nahida has referred to herself...
She is the moon.
So you know
She's the Dendro Archon. You are Lesser Lord Kusanale.
the hardest question. That's why I put it last.
I knew that from the beginning.
Even Paimon guessed that. Everything about you is different. We just didn't want to expose you is all. Now that you mention it, Nahida, you've been hinting to us since the very beginning.
Yeah.
It's funny.
You've been hinting us since the event before this.
Over the place for info about Lesser Lord Kusanale. Paimon didn't expect to meet you like this.
I have a lot of questions for you.
Yes, those can wait until we're back in real life.
Of course.
On the other hand, I'd be happy to answer any more questions you have about here and now.
Why couldn't you simply tell us the truth? I know that one. How do people and the sages manage to keep people from noticing this? About the side effects of the dream.
Really keep dreaming forever like this? Will it ever end? And if so, what?
We might say your mental fatigue has already answered this question. Eventually, there's only so much that people can tolerate. Especially those whose health is compromised to begin with, like Dunyarzad. This relentless exploitation takes an even harder toll on them.
People's lives are at stake here, and nobody knows a thing.
They know. They don't care.
To this.
Once again, they caught my attention, and that's when...
Deceiving the people of Sumeru with no regard for their safety. No matter what they're trying to do, this is unforgivable.
It is unforgivable.
After we end the Sub-Zero's festival, Samsara, we have to look into them.
How can the sages of the Academia do this behind their Archon's back? This is ridiculous!
In the end, I'm just the moon. The real sun is long gone.
A sun and a moon? Nahida's talking in riddles again.
I know what she means.
Oh, we're out of time today.
I'll tell you how to break free of the samsara tomorrow. See you then.
I know what she means by that. She sees herself as an imitation of the Greater Lord. She really believes that she is the Lesser Lord.
Nahida? Wait. Now that Paimon remembers everything, should we instead say good morning, Lesser Lord Kusanale?
Nahida's fine.
Hey, what's wrong, Nahida? You don't look too good.
Where's Dunsnar?
I'm afraid that what you're thinking right now is correct.
Did Dunyarzad already disappear? No way.
Hopefully not.
The real Dunyarzad's consciousness has indeed disappeared. It can no longer endure the constant dream harvesting.
We were so close.
Paimon can't believe it. Wait, so what about that other Dunyarzad? Just what is she? Is she also going to disappear?
She's actually something like a puppet, but not completely.
I
The
see.
real Dunyarzad's consciousness could no longer keep playing her role in this dream. So another Dunyarzad appeared to replace her in the dream. Just like the grass and the trees, that Dunyarzad is just a building block of the dream that helps to keep it going.
Oh, dude.
But personality-wise, she's nothing like the real Dunyarzad.
Puppets are stiff and can't copy a living person's
Dihaya
vitality.
is gonna fucking kill everyone. She's gonna murder
speaking of
everyone.
which, the old Dunyarzad might not have been too different from a puppet.
Dunyarzad truly believed that she met you within her consciousness, and it was you who inspired her. So you do remember her after all.
Yes. Back then, her family was overly protective of her. No one cared about her personality or thoughts. It was as if she only lived to stall her Elazar. I just gave her a little wisdom so she could look at life in a new way.
I see.
So that she could be her own person. But even so, she's still...
It meant a lot to her.
I'm still a long way off from being a real Archon.
That's fine.
I couldn't even save her. If I were a competent Archon, I wouldn't have let my most faithful follower die at the Sub-Zerus festival with so many regrets.
Please don't beat yourself up over it, Nahida. It's the sage's fault.
So she's dead?
Alone.
I'm not beating myself up. All I did was to rationally observe the distance between myself and a real Archon.
Don't be like that, Nahida. Even real Archons are still allowed to be sad.
So she's actually dead. Like, actually?
To prevent more tragedies like this, we must end the samsara as soon as possible.
Great, but how do we do that?
Although the Sub-Zerus festival dream is under the Akasha's control, only humans can dream. Even the Akasha is unable to create them. That means this dream belongs to a host who created it.
Huh? So, how should we find that person?
Well, if this is someone's dream, then everything here must come from deep within their consciousness.
Okay.
Which means, with the power of imagination, they can change anything in this dream.
Imagination? What do you mean by that?
Imagination means breaking through what you
But
perceive
like,
as
she's
normal.
actually dead though.
Like when the server at the tavern brings a plate to you, you'd naturally assume that food is on it. However, if you're the dream's host and you become aware that you're dreaming, when you imagine gold and more on the plate, the dream will respond in kind, and the server really will bring you gold and mora. But right now, our host is unaware that this is a dream. No matter how many times they're served, it will always be food.
So we need to find the host and then what?
Find some way to make that person realize that they're dreaming. Usually, once that happens, the person will wake up and the dream
I'm still at a loss for words. They actually killed someone.
If it could be anyone, it'd be like looking for a
This
needle in a
feels feels completely different.
Even if we
The most of their deaths so
Make them
far.
realize they're dreaming. After all, like you said, don't wake a sleepwalker.
It's extremely difficult, yes. But the only ones who can do it are you two. Remember, everything you've achieved up to this point has all been for the sake of finding the host and ending the samsara. As for me, during this time, I'll be out of town.
Okay.
Out of town? Are you going to that place full of dreams where the traveler went?
Yes. I want to try something. There must still be a small wisp of possibility.
That she can be alive.
Dreams are supposed to be fantastical, romantic, and full of pleasant surprises. Unnecessary things like this samsara need to end.
Paimon's still a little upset that we've come this far only for Dunyarzad to... She was such a good person, with such a simple wish. But fate was against her.
It feels so demoralizing.
Yeah. Saving Dunyarzad is what kept us going this whole time. But we mustn't lose hope, Traveler. Dunyarzad would definitely want to see us save everyone else. Paimon's wondering, do you think the sages would get one of their own to be the host of this stream? Feels like it would be easier to control it that way, no?
Unlikely. Knowing the plan, they'd probably become aware that they were in the dream.
Huh.
My thought is it's Nilou.
Plus, the sages probably weren't counting on there being other factors beyond their control, like Nahida and us. So, who do you think the host of the dream is?
If I had to guess, it's probably Nilou. One of the strange get-ups.
Oh, that would make sense. Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, is a symbol of the whole Sub-Zero's festival, right? Pretty core character. Let's go ask him some questions, shall we?
I truly think it's probably Nilou. But this event has been so sad. If she's actually dead, that means quite a lot.
You're back. You left in a hurry last time. Is everything okay?
Are you in a dream?
Everything's fine. Just, it's a little hard to explain. Would you mind taking part in a little experiment with us?
An experiment? That came out of nowhere. I'm listening, though. What do you need me to do?
Could you make a wish?
Imagine you were your wish would come true before your very eyes.
You want me to make a wish? Is that a new Sub-Zero's festival tradition or something?
Yeah.
Less questions, more wishing!
Okay. My wish. Okay. I'm a little nervous saying this out loud, but I want Miss Dunyarzad to be happy.
Oh.
I noticed earlier that she looked a bit down, and she wasn't really talking to anyone. She just doesn't seem like herself. She's always so gentle and kind, and all the kids love her. I've also wondered if the reason she asked me to be Fairest Knight of Flowers is because I'm special to her or something.
So, you have a crush on Dunyarzad?
Oh, is it that obvious? After what I just said, I guess it is. When she placed the hat of the Knight of Flowers onto my head, she said to me, I want everyone to have a happy Sub-Zero's festival. What she didn't realize was that I'm not that interested in how everyone else feels. In that moment, I just wanted to be her Knight of Flowers for the rest of my life. 50 years, 100 years, I'll serve her till the end of time. Okay, yeah, that was a bit much. Felt like the right moment to get it off my chest, but that was pretty embarrassing.
I can imagine.
Okay, I'm ready to make my wish. I would like Miss Dunyarzad to appear in front of me right now with a smile on her face. Here goes.
Please come true.
I'm gonna open my eyes. Oh!
What?
Fucky? Sorry, but only one portion of Yalda candies per person. Back home you go. Nice try, you two. Anyway, never mind. I don't need to see her appear right in front of me. As long as she's happy.
Guess he isn't the host of this stream after all. Should've expected it wouldn't be this easy.
Oh god. That was something else. Maybe it's Nilou, once again.
Like everyone who knows Dunyarzad loves her.
Once again, maybe it's Nilou.
Has any idea that she...
My lady, step back.
That sounds like Tia! Oh, right. This is when Dunyarzad bumps into the kidnappers.
They won't forget. Well, let's teach them a lesson they won't forget.
Hey, Traveler!
Maybe Diha is the person who it's all based on. It'd be weird if it was, but... Am I finally gonna actually beat up the mercenaries as well?
Oh, it's you. Great timing. Please take...
Take her and
Hey,
leave.
this is my job. The Homiyanis pay me, not you.
You're wasting your breath.
Ugh, fine, all right. Knock yourself out. Why are you so worked up anyway? It's not like I don't trust your fighting skills. Anyway, watch yourself.
I'm in a state.
So you got yourself some backup. Suit yourself. You're going down.
I just wanted to fight him, so it's fine.
That's close enough. New punching.
Gotcha.
I don't know why the frame rate went all bad all of a sudden, but whatever. I mean, I have been playing for a very long time, so who knows?
Midnight Phantasmagoria!
Gotcha.
Running double bow is always interesting. And a boom. Not even a scratch.
Traveler, were you just taking your anger out on those guys?
I'm just angry at myself.
You and Nahida both. Dunyarzad wouldn't want to see you two like this. Oh, and speaking of her, Paimon just remembered something. Remember how during the first Sub-Zero's festival, before the Samsara started, we came here with Dunyarzad because she wanted to pick something up?
Yeah.
She said it was because she had forgotten something.
Yes, I do remember that.
Okay, so Paimon's memory is working so far. Anyway, Paimon also remembers that she is staying somewhere around here.
Should we
She
check
pointed it out
what
to
the
us
item
night before the
is?
Sub-Zero's festival. Yeah, even if it's only a tiny clue, it'll probably still help us more than this needle in a haystack search. This is the place. It's rude to enter other people's spaces without permission, but desperate times call for desperate measures.
I mean, she's dead anyway. That was an insensitive joke. That kind of hurt.
Okay. Paimon's gonna take a peek inside.
Yeah, no, that was horribly insensitive. Yeah, no.
This was only a temporary residence, so there was pretty much nothing inside except this book on the table.
What's the book?
Should we open it?
Oh, it's an eloquently written note. I don't have enough time nor patience to read all of this, but if you guys wanted to, I mean, here you go. I'll do another scroll down. It's a pretty good written note.
Wow. Dunyarzad wrote all of this. Sounds like she was always thinking of us even while we were away.
Yeah.
Even though she was also busy preparing for the Sub-Zero's festival.
Stop making me feel bad, Paimon.
She must have wanted to give this to
You
us
want
as
me
a
to-
gift on the day of the Sub-Zero's festival, right? If we hadn't found this book, we never would have known. But now that we know, we can't even thank her.
Dunzazard.
Hey!
Or Dunzazar. I don't know. My ability to pronounce words has sort of been jumbled. I mean, I've been doing this for 5 hours. I honestly think that she's the one who's controlling the dream. But... Or someone connected to her like Nilu.
Dunyarzad's puppet.
I guess. Thank you.
Traveler? You must be exhausted.
It's complicated, Paimon. I mean...
Come to think of it, we've been stuck in this place for a really, really long time. Heck, even the last time we were chatting happily with Dunyarzad feels like an eternity ago.
Oh, God. God, guys, stop making me feel sad.
Paimon still remembers when we were sitting here, and the way her eyes sparkled when she talked about Nilu's dance of Sub-Zeros.
I can barely recall it now.
There will always be frustrations in life, but I know that the point of living is not to leave behind any regrets.
That was what the real Dunyarzad said, wasn't it? Does that mean...
Is that?
Yes, Traveler.
Oh, so she's still just a puppet. But just now, how come...
Not leave behind any regrets.
What? Where are we going this time?
To watch the dance of the dance. I'm on. Gonna watch Nilu dance.
If you continue to resist, we will have to order an investigation into every single event organizer. The Grand Sage has already granted you much leniency. I advise that you exercise tact.
How did things turn out like this?
Well, Grand Sage, I don't fucking care. Get the shit out of here. And I don't...
Traveler? You don't have to get involved. He's a sage from the academia. I don't want to drag you into this.
Well, I want to be dragged into this.
Traveler? What the heck are you doing? If you get arrested by the academia, that's another day gone to waste! Wait, they're not reacting. Have they been scared stiff?
Just like puppets.
Oh, of course! If this is the sage's plan, they wouldn't put themselves through this. So they're just substitutes.
What is this? What happened to the Grand Sage and his entourage?
Nilu, you're the dreamer. Hold on a moment.
Like I said, they symbolize the goddess of flowers. It's just a shame that all the real Padisaras went extinct after her death.
Yes. The Greater Lord brought forth new Padisaras in memory of the goddess of flowers. But she ultimately could never truly replicate that beautiful shade of purple.
Well, Nilu, you're the dreamer after all. I mean, I thought so. It was kind of obvious.
That beautiful shade of purple. Aren't these flowers real Padisaras? Just like the ones from the legend? I didn't even notice.
But didn't you just say all the real flowers went extinct after the goddess of flowers passed away?
Yeah. What's going on here?
Nilu, close your eyes.
Huh?
Imagine that the Grand Sage was enraged, and his entourage was not in front of you.
You guys are acting weird.
And then, boom, they disappear.
Hey!
And like phantoms, they just disappear.
So Nilu's the host. What a surprise!
Not that surprising. I figured that one out.
Purple Padisaras don't exist in the real world anymore. But in Nilu's subconscious, they can appear as decorations on the stage. It's just like the example Nahida told us. People assume there will be food on a plate, and Nilu assumed there would be real Padisaras in the flower pots. So when you saw the flowers, you instantly knew it was Nilu?
Correct.
But if we want to end the samsara, we need the host to become aware that they're dreaming. How should we make Nilu realize
I mean, we could just tell her.
Am I dreaming?
Huh?
Yeah. How did you come to that conclusion?
So I'm right. Is this Lesser Lord Kusanali responding to our celebration of the Sub-Zerus festival?
No.
Wrong guess, but you aren't completely wrong either. The point is, what made you think this is a dream? As far as you know, people in Sumeru don't dream, right?
Yeah, but have you heard the tale of the first sage?
Nope.
To prevent a calamity, he went on a journey to find the 3.0 Archon.
Oh, that one.
Sounds familiar. Dunyarzad told us a story like that when we first arrived in Sumeru City.
Yep. But in the part you heard, he hadn't become the first sage yet. There's more to the story.
Oh?
His piety and wisdom were acknowledged by the 3.0 Archon, and she finally gave her blessing to him. All kinds of spectacular scenes appeared in front of the first sage, as if all the knowledge in the world was being painted onto a canvas right before him. He was captivated. After who knows how long,
Still
he
sad
mastered
about
all the knowledge he could
Dinzazad.
comprehend.
I wasn't expecting for
Afterward,
the story
he
to
said
be
to
so
the 3.0
sad.
Archon, I miss my parents, my wife, and my children. I've been away from home for far too long. They must be worried. The 3.0 Archon smiled. The next second, the sage found himself lying in his bed, as if he had just woken up from a dream. His wife, lying next to him, said, You're off to search for the 3.0 Archon today, aren't you? Have a safe journey, my love. In the end, the first sage took care of many disasters in Sumeru City and founded the Academia. What a happy ending.
So, the first sage was dreaming ever since the beginning of the story? He never went on his journey?
I don't think so. But he
Yes.
did.
But his faith and determination were conveyed to the 3.0 Archon, so she blessed him in the form of a dream.
Paimon understands where you're coming from now. That's a really interesting connection. But we really gotta wake up soon, like the sage in the story.
This dream should be over soon.
I see. Well, it just so happens that today's Sub-Zero's festival is almost over too. Since we're in a dream, let's make this final dance of Sub-Zero's as beautiful as we can.
I've been waiting a long time for this.
The wait is over, everyone. I dedicate this to our god, the Dance of Sub-Zero's.
I'd be lying if I said I had no regrets. I would have loved to see Nilou's dance.
Traveler. Oh, Paimon feels like she's been asleep for the longest time.
I know what you mean, Paimon. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. My head hurts.
Paimon's head feels super heavy. Did we oversleep? Do you even remember going to sleep last night? Paimon thinks it was after the Sub-Zero's festival. The Sub-Zero's festival! Have we finally escaped from the Sub-Zero Samsara?
It's possible. Did it really change anything if we did? I guess we saved more lives.
Quick! Take off your Akasha terminal!
I mean, quick, let's go see Dinzadad. See if she's okay. She's even there.
She's not in her room. What happened?
Let's go to the usual spot.
What usual
Yeah, no, I wasn't expecting this story to be one, nearly this long, and two, this heavy. Oh, she's okay. Okay. I thought so,
Well
but...
done, Traveler and Paimon. And thank you,
Catherine.
Dinyarzad, for organizing the
Yes.
Sabzeruz festival for me.
Catherine.
I'm sorry, who are...
Dinyarzad! You're okay!
Oh, Traveler Paimon. I have something amazing to tell you.
What?
I just had a dream. And I saw Nilou performing the dance of Sabzeruz.
Can I just give her a hug? It keeps going. I'm like, how long does it even have to be at this point? This story quest is, or this Archon quest is really long, but I think I have to just talk for a second, because oh my goodness, was that a lot. This quest, I got a bit emotional there. I actually teared up a bit. I actually cried a little bit. That was
worry about the well-being of
that
my
was
retinue during my
something.
impromptu absence.
I'm sure the good people of the...
That entire the entire quest so far, I love it. I think that they've done a brilliant job in story writing, and I honestly think that Sumeru has captured so many wonderful moments. I don't think I can even compare this to the other storytellings of the other things. One, they weren't nearly as long, and two, they didn't have as much to convey. I feel like this one's trying to be a lot more and answer a lot of the criticisms that everyone has, you know, levied against the team. So I respect the fact that they took criticism to heart and truly tried. Now, the fact is, this quest is a little too long for my liking, but other than that, I have to say that this is the best Archon quest so far, hands down. But, hello, not Catherine.
You're actually Nahida, aren't you? Paimon felt like Catherine was acting weird when we met at the Sabzeruz festival. And Dinyarzad, did you save her?
It's a really long story. We shouldn't disturb her. Her consciousness is still weakened. Let's chat some more.
She went into the dreams.
How about by the Traveler's favorite bench?
My favorite bench. I have to admit, it does have a sour but happy ending to it all.
Let's talk about Dinyarzad first. It's such a relief that she's all right.
After we parted on the last day
I'm
of the
glad
Sabzeruz
she's not
festival,
dead.
I left the
Oh
city
my
and saw what
goodness.
the Traveler had described. Among the countless dreams, I found one that was growing fainter and fainter. This proved my suspicion. Once Dinyarzad could no longer bear the Akasha harvesting her dreams, her consciousness began to dissipate. But this also meant it escaped the Akasha's control.
Okay.
Such a small fragment of consciousness can't last for very long, though. It will return to its original dream, where both will gradually fade until they completely disappear.
So we finished it just
I
in
used all
time.
the power I had to keep her dying dream alive as long as possible. But it still wouldn't have lasted for much longer if it hadn't been for you two breaking the samsara.
So it looks like we did manage to save Dinyarzad in the end.
It's truly a miracle.
Too soon.
Huh? Why are you two smiling so happily? I thought you'd be so moved that you'd start crying.
I did that earlier. I'm fine now.
I need to spend more time observing human emotions.
I mean, I was kind of crying earlier. Now I'm just smiling.
Fine. Everyone reacts differently.
All right. You two must have a lot of other questions for me, right?
Um,
After all, you saved my faithful believer. As your reward, I will answer any and all questions.
So, about the dream we saw in the forest?
At the Avidia forest, there was this incense that made the traveler fall unconscious and dream of a huge tree and a red sky.
You also heard someone's voice, right? It said world and forget me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you do know. We've been wanting to ask you what that was about, and if the red sky was related to Conria.
It seems like the traveler established a connection to Irminsul.
Yep.
That was a message left by Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's residual consciousness in Irminsul. Perhaps her last memory before she died.
Was to be forgotten.
As you two probably know, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata disappeared after the disaster in Conria. The timings of these events do line up, so your suspicions are reasonable.
She disappeared and wanted to be forgotten. So...
We thought it was from the Scarlet King.
The Scarlet King? That god who died even longer ago? Some present-day desert dwellers still worship him. You probably just heard some of their conspiracies.
Yes.
Okay, so what does the message mean?
She wants to be forgotten so people can love their current god.
I still haven't managed to decipher it. Even the Akasha isn't currently capable of doing that. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's residual consciousness in Irminsul seems to be contaminated with something that has a very dangerous aura to it.
I assume that's what the future Archon quests are going to be about. Dealing with the withering and all that.
Their consciousness. I've warned the Academia about this many times, but people still keep falling victim to it. But I believe this is the key to saving Irminsul. That's why I've kept trying to decipher it.
So the tree in the vision was Irminsul? Oh, Tainari also said that Irminsul is sick. Is it because of the contaminated consciousness?
Probably.
But even if you can't figure out what that vision was all about, it seems like our search for you was all in vain.
How so?
The traveler wasn't affected after coming in contact with that consciousness. I've never seen anyone like that. With you here, we may
I'm
have a
completely
chance of
different
deciphering
from
it.
most people.
No, we must decipher its
As Obey just said, I'm an elemental being.
eliminated all other factors that might affect Irminsul. This is the only one left. This puzzle has life and death at stake. It could determine Irminsul's fate, as well as Tevat's.
Why do you look like Catherine?
To be accurate, I'm using the Akasha as a medium to occupy Catherine's consciousness.
Okay, no, that's fair.
How did you do that? Poor Catherine. Does this mean you can also occupy other people's consciousnesses?
Probably.
Theoretically, I can enter anyone's mind as long as they're wearing their Akasha terminal. The Akasha is the legacy of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. As Lesser Lord Kusanali and the first Akasha terminal, my consciousness has always been linked to the Akasha. I've always respected my people's free will, so I've never actually occupied their consciousness. When necessary, I just borrow this bionic Snezhnayan puppet.
Yeah.
Hold on. Did we just learn some deep, dark secret? So Catherine is... No wonder Paimon felt something was off about her.
Paimon, you didn't know at this point? Like, it's kind of obvious.
Why do you need to borrow
That's why she has the lock on the back of her neck.
live in the sanctuary of Surasthana?
That story begins a long time ago. After Greater Lord Rukkhadevata disappeared, the sages
I wonder
found
what
a
that
newly-born
is. I
son
honestly
and took him
think
back
that's
to
gonna
Sumeru.
have some major deep implications later
I was
on.
young and weak. The sages kept me in the sanctuary of Surasthana, ostensibly for the sake of protecting me. But I've hardly heard from them since. However, I do understand that they had hoped to find Greater Lord Rukkhadevata instead of me, a symbol of her passing.
So, the sages basically put their new Archon under house arrest?
Yep.
How dare they? Why don't you teach them a lesson, Nahida?
She's not strong.
In some ways, they aren't wrong. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata was omniscient and omnipotent. Even after her death, the Akasha is still empowering this nation.
Yes.
And I'm still really far away from being able to call myself the God of Wisdom. Moreover, the Academia is also more proficient at governing this country. My existence has little meaning.
To me, you're already an excellent Archon.
Yeah.
I agree with that sentiment. I honestly think that,
The Sub-Zero's festival.
to me, she did her best. Even though she's not an Archon of many powers.
I don't need physical freedom as long as I can connect my consciousness to the Akasha. Trying to find a way to save Irminsul is my life's mission and top priority. I will work on that, and try to live up to being a deity in the meantime. Every once in a while, I will also take up the duties of the God of Wisdom and enlighten a lost soul here and there.
About the Sage's plan? Did I ask that already?
There's never been any big problems with the Academia's governance of Sumeru. This is the first time I've seen them step out of line.
Okay, so they just made a mistake.
Go down this path, and what they hope to achieve.
It's probably due to the Fatui! Woo! God, I love the Fatui.
If the Traveler hadn't broken the Sub-Zero samsara, the situation could have
The
become dire.
Fatui, the people who are all about exploiting their people.
Akasha, but I couldn't find anything suspicious. And all the people of interest seem to purposely avoid wearing their Akasha terminals. I think they're deliberately trying to hide something.
Future Archon quest.
In Gandharvaville, there was
It's
a
wonderful.
sage who had invited Kainari to join some kind of project. Could it be related?
It could be.
Regardless, I need to first investigate the sage's motives, make things right, and punish them if needed.
No one realized that there's an
Have to be discreet.
issue with the
It'll seem
Akasha.
cunning. You mean how the Akasha stops you from having dreams?
Yeah, it's been such a long time. No one's noticed something's up.
Yeah, no, that is kind of weird.
That no one noticed. It's more like no one cared. Ultimately, it's all rooted in the sage's misdirection.
Yeah.
Misdirection?
I mean, if you have the essentially in the internet in a medieval age at the cost of dreaming.
Rationality and wisdom. Not dreaming is a badge of honor in Sumeru. Even if the truth is that their dreams are being reaped by the Akasha. With their propaganda in place, the sages can maximize their use of the Akasha to facilitate their research. Besides, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata must have created the Akasha in the hopes that it could be used to its full potential. That's why I've never come out strongly against this.
I'm not against it either. I mean, it's like just using a bunch of humans as robots, or as like a computer system.
By now,
It works.
even those who never use Akasha terminals find it too shameful and embarrassing to talk about their dreams.
I do not have any other questions.
Got it. I hope my answers were satisfactory, seekers of knowledge. To be honest,
I'm more of like an overseer.
Dunyarzad's fading dream took a lot of mental energy. I think I may need to rest for a while. Oh, and you don't need to worry too much about the sage's activities for now. The Akasha won't be able to conduct another project on the scale of the Sub-Zero samsara in the immediate future.
Of course not. That probably took a lot out of them.
Leave everything to us.
What a relief. This is truly the most exhausting birthday I've ever had.
I can bet. I mean, you almost had your one true follower die.
Traveler? Paimon? Why am I here? Do either of you know?
Maybe you were sleepwalking. You know you can't wake up a sleepwalker. We happened to walk by, so we thought we'd wait for you to wake up.
I see. Huh. I should visit my maintenance personnel sometime. Oh, I'm fine. I better go. Thank you.
Of course, of course. And is that the end? I have to say, wow. Absolutely wow. This Archon quest, I gotta say, I'd rate it like a solid 9 out of 10. It was amazing. Better than every other Archon quest that has come before it. And honestly, I don't think, I can't understate how well they did with it. Sure, they were conquering a new problem with adding too many characters, I feel. making the pacing of it a little bit too slow for my liking. I would prefer it if it went a little bit faster and didn't take nearly as long, because now I have to edit it all and, you know, talk to, you know, make it so it's not completely an undigestible experience, because oh my goodness, it's like 6.5 hours. That entire thing took me like 6.5 hours to do. And I just came into it wanting to watch the dance of Nilou. And I mean, there were some heartfelt moments with like Diazard, or what's her name? Hi, I keep forgetting. I don't know why. A lot of these characters, but her entire story was very heartfelt. Sure, there were some moments that we had to step away and that we didn't have the most experience with, but overall it worked out pretty well, I'd say. I'm glad that we got to experience it. I'm glad they added that many characters. Honestly, it was a good event, or a good like Archon quest. It was just really good. I think that 3.0 is starting off very strong, and that they have a lot of possibility for future story things, you know, in the near future, not even like in the far future. I also understand that there's a bit of complications with a lot of... This is one of the more advanced stories that I feel like they've ever done to begin with. Like, it covered so many characters, so many different through lines that it's like... Even when I was like paying attention fully, this quest started out with Tanari. Like, we were at Tanari, and then we went all the way over here, and then we went to Port Ormond. Dude, this set up all of the base rudimentary things that we needed to know to be able to do stuff in the future. And I'm honestly so glad that they made it so big and expansive, even if that necessarily makes it a little bit harder. You know, it makes it a harder, longer first quest, but I feel like all subsequent quests, all quests in the future, are going to end up being absolutely wonderful. They're going to turn out great. I'm very optimistic. And also, I really love Nilou as a character, and I'm glad that she got some spotlight in this. Even if every character sort of filled their own little niche, right? Like, even though they didn't introduce, like, I feel like they didn't introduce everybody, they introduced more characters than I feel like they've had to tackle since the very beginning of the game. Because it's very hard to juggle so many characters and make them all fit into the greater world at large while also making it a unique experience. I honestly think that this is one of the best event quests, like story quest or Archon quest that is in the entire game ever. I think that they did a wonderful job, and I hope that they keep improving and taking criticism to heart, but not like compromising on their values either. Because I understand that it's also a bit hard to, you know, take all the criticism and, you know, try to appease everyone. But I felt like they did a wonderful balance of everything in this quest. Even if it took an astronomical 6 hours to do, I still feel like it was a good job. It was a good job, and it was a wonderful quest, and I hope you guys enjoyed as well. I'm sorry if my reactions weren't consistent at all periods of time. You gotta understand that it's kind of hard to stay, you know, fully immersed and also fully active while trying to make commentary and different analysis and just operating and paying attention to the entire story quest, or the entire Archon quest, when it takes 6 hours long. I mean, I've been recording for a long time, so I'm sorry if I, at any point, you know, sort of got a little quiet or stopped paying attention as much. I understand that you guys probably get it. It was a 6 hour long quest. Oh my goodness. I cannot understate it. And I also apologize that this video is going to be a late upload, but once again, I'm pretty sure most of you will understand that. It's pretty simple. But honestly, I think that this is a great place to leave off. Sumeru, the starting of Sumeru. has the greatest potential out of every Archon quest, hands down. I loved it. I hope you guys loved it as well. If you guys have the chance to do this quest in your own time, make sure to make the time to do so. I'm sure that you guys have enjoyed the story because you've watched this long, and if you have, just, you know, leave a like, subscribe, you know. I definitely appreciate that you watched this long. Thank you. But yeah, I'm going to be leaving it off here. All of Sumeru and 3.0. It met my expectations. It actually went above and beyond my expectations. It did a wonderful job. And thank you guys for joining me. I hope you guys enjoyed. But I'm gonna be calling it. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. And goodbye.